We're going to start. Welcome to the 21st century. We're remote and we experience challenges, internet, etc. So we had the signal, we lost it. Let me share something that I heard recently. I heard there was a big conference somewhere in Africa and the lights went out. And it took hours before the lights came back on. Why? Because the grid was all in Chinese and nobody spoke Chinese in the room. Funny, but not funny. But while we
It's a mute. Yeah, video's coming through. Do you hear me? Is someone talking? Talk, okay, I'll do it. And I'll close. Somebody on the Zoom call needs to talk, like we had before.
Peace.
Dr. Keynote is speaking.
We honor poetry for its power to transform, to witness, to feel, and to even save the person struggle for justice, peace, love, beauty in our life. And that's because we live in a very savage world. You all see it at work. It's violent, and it is different.
Instead of saying hello, just
And relentlessly tries to strip us of our rights, our humanity, our passion, and relentlessly we must resist and fight back. So we keep our humanity. We fight back with our conviction, our inner light, and our voice. And I think I'm raising my voice today and to speak in a day of living and more resisting as much as they can against the criminal violence and the Someone once asked German poet and playwright Bertolt Brecht
testing.
in the dark
Testing.
will there also be saving? And he responded, yes. There will be something because it's still without.
So that's
So this is a book which we really don't are students that we see we have some measure.
speaking now. Don't say I'm speaking off of it right
Oh,
now.
I do not know that
Here testing. Here testing. Here testing. I'm testing off of this mic. Testing right now.
Like warfare, sieges, and extortions. And this phone is called Homeland, and you can have a parent to be I'm from like this. Here we were born. Here in this homeland, locked in, locked out, living in constant terror, under the imposition of silence. If ever we owned anything, ever, it's been ransacked, scattered to the winds. Presidents, ministers, and thugs in an unholy alliance, and pockets lined with gold have robbed us of the flesh and possessions. We've lost our freedom and ambitions. Moments come where they are. Who pays the bandits? Who carries our grief and our women's strength? Who relocates our exile?
Pierre, testing, call.
In this disenchanted city, surrounded by refuge and refuge, broken shadows that rend the faces go blindly by on heads up don't shoot or sacrifice. But traces of blood forever stains panic stricken streets. Chain link fences, barbed wire, skin, sounds.
Testing.
Crazy crowds, scorching asphalt.
The panelists should be able to hear me.
Flashes of lights from assault rifles, flights of bullets, exploding metal. We fled and could not carry those who fell. Their corpses were left. That's easy to go. This is not somewhere else, but here in this country, ours, in all that darkness that we're speaking to deliver.
Testing. Testing.
I hear it go
They come in.
fall back in. Hopefully there's no loop on that. As long as it's whatever's coming in without what's going out. Okay. What was?
Merci. Merci de m'avoir souvent comme partenaire pour travailler pour vivre chaque dédié, servir du sous-État. Même si je peux une préparer on va pouvoir peut-être quelques situations, même si le pays a un macaque, normalement, sous contrôle. Même si il y aura beaucoup de morts sur le fait, on a joué carré, même si nous ne voyons pas victime, il y aura mort. Il y aura mort. Il y aura des morts, yes. Il y aura mort. Really?
Okay. You ask Angela.
Are we good? I don't see.
Let me ask Angela. Angela.
I'm good.
Yes. Yes.
I mean,
All right. Sorry, the webinar. Good. Starting the webinar. We're gonna refresh the read screen.
after follow, we can start.
Haïti, 13 ans et Jeudi, c'est un jour mondial qui va commémorer les matins passés du janvier 2010. Ça fait moins un pays le 7 pour la guerre. Je m'imagine là. Soleil télé, t'as brillé dans la nuit. La vie t'a trouvé, l'environnement. Il y a une proposition. Tout le monde a perdu. Et après la perdu. On est au monde, on est écrasé. C'est des tests, c'est des violences, c'est des violences. On est élèves, on est c'est des vies, on est tous les gens qui des promesses, et nous, on est passés. On est pour faire nous, pour bâtir un foyer, et pas si vous êtes si pour les gens qui à l'aéroport, c'est merci. Pour vivre avec nous, visiter les pays, peut-être la vie. Pour les noirs qui là, peut-être aussi, surtout pour la vie. Pour les papiers, pas de manger, pour vous y a besoin. Pour les papiers, pas de service, pour les services. Pour les papiers, c'est assis pour les femmes, pour les papiers, c'est pas seulement moi, aussi dans le bien avec même ça qui est intellectuel. Demander à la chance, si vous l'êtes, et bien, vous dépassez. Vous devez plus aider sur le niveau de voir que les échanges. Vous devez voler pour vous aider à plus de soins. Pour les jeunes, guérir les gens dans la. Pour les amis, pour les parler d'autres qui vous savent. Pour les parler manches, pour les parler d'autres. Pour les maladies pour les bras, on regarde la vache pâle. J'aime, exploiter, coder. Nous dire la populaire qui m'a créé pour faire la force. En tout fait, un système qui nous fait la force, mais on pose ça. Un autre qui est carré la science. Il y a un antidote. Vous avez un pays qui doit faire la force. Un pays qui comprend des soulagements. Un gouvernement gérer la vie des gouvernements. Haïti, Haïti, on va changer.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
yes,
Go ahead.
okay, yes. Ready? Okay, yes.
So I would just like to thank the poets who blessed us with impromptu, open minded. And we'll Haitian Studies Institute conference. We have scholars who will be presenting with us on Zoom. We're still involved in the rest. And all right, so we have two professors who will be helping us with the Haitian Revolution in Africa. First professor David Bourgeois from the University of KwaZulu, South Africa. He will have about 15 minutes to share his ideas, and then after that, we will have common gap of time for the South University will also have 30 minutes to share his ideas. Once they are done presenting, I will give up the names of the audience. And for my folks who are online, once you reach the 10-minute mark, I will give you a visual 5-minute countdown so that you can begin to wrap up with your remarks. So we'll begin with Professor Schwab from the University of Boston in South Africa. My apologies for the
Hello, you can hear me? Okay, I'll go ahead and start sharing my presentation. Okay, my name is Dr. Kanyile Mdotwa, and I am at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. My research is mainly on African subjectivity and representation. And my presentation here today is titled Africa and the Haitian Revolution, the Silence Continues.
Yes.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
So,
He's put on his camera.
want to share slides. Okay, Professor, I'm getting my presentation.
Okay.
Okay, no, I'm sorry, apologies. So for my folks online, our series of apologies, we're working on getting our tech together. Specifics, few more moments.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll start again. I said my name is Dr. Kanyile Mdotwa, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. And my research interests are mainly on African subjectivity and representation. I come from a cultural studies background. And my presentation here today is titled Africa and the Haitian Revolution, the Silence Continues. I will try and share some slides. I think you can see my screen. Is it? Okay. At the beginning of May 2023, I was in Ghana attending a writing workshop for early career scholars in Accra. Ghana is a significant country for most of us who carry Pan-African love because it is the firstborn of the independent nations in our continent. On the first evening of the workshop, we were taken out for dinner at a restaurant in town. It is a restaurant by a fancy hotel in the middle of Accra. The restaurant is run by a Caribbean couple. we were served Caribbean food and Ghanaian food. However, importantly, we sat at an open space, and on the walls around the place where we were seated were pictures of key people in Africa and this diaspora's history, including Bob Marley and the leader of the Haitian Revolution. During the course of the dinner, one of the professors at the University of Ghana then spoke about the silence on the Haiti Revolution in Ghanaian education system and public life. It was then that I joined the conversation and pointed out that I only got to hear about the Haitian Revolution in my second year as a Ph.D. student at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. It was while attending a workshop at the Wits University Center for Indian Studies in Africa that I was introduced to the Haiti Revolution by Professor Anton. In one of the readings for his section of the workshop, he assigned the readings from Professor Trulot. I hope I pronounced that name correctly. And it focused on the silence around the Haitian Revolution. That is when I developed interest in the Haitian Revolution and began reading more around it. It was this year that in one of our, we have back home in Zimbabwe, we have a WhatsApp group, like a research group where there are like 151 of us in that WhatsApp group on humanities. So at some point, we started talking about Wakanda Forever movie, that is the Black Panther movie. I then just asked people if they've ever heard about the Haitian Revolution. Only 2 people out of 150 on that platform said they knew something about the revolution. The 2 said that they knew about the revolution. What they knew about the revolution was scant, with one of them saying they only knew the name of the revolution and that it happened somewhere in the Caribbean. So for me, working on this research is therefore a process of reflecting on this ignorance of the Haiti Revolution among people who ordinarily would regard themselves as very educated. In this project, which is an ongoing project, I conduct interviews among Zimbabwean postgraduate students and graduates across the world to find out their knowledge and understanding of the Haitian Revolution. The goal is to reflect on the absence and silence of the Haiti Revolution in the country's curriculum and public life. I seek to theorize this ignorance as silence on the Haitian Revolution. For all its progress in terms of indigenizing the curriculum and having a president who for a long time fought to have the African narrative heard in the noise of global narratives, Zimbabwe's education system and public life is haunted by a silence on the Haitian Revolution. Former Zimbabwean President Robert Mugabe not only fought for land appropriation as a way of fulfilling the goals of the 1960s liberation struggle, but also went ahead and sought to indigenize the economy. He also introduced a new curriculum in the country's education system, which put emphasis on Zimbabwean and African history, with special emphasis on the liberation struggle and what it means. However, the Zimbabwean school curriculum teaches the Russian Revolution, the English Industrial Revolution, the French Revolution, the American Revolution, and the Chinese Revolution, but makes no mention of the Haiti Revolution. First, this silence on the Haiti Revolution is puzzling, especially where the French Revolution is concerned, because at some point, there were parallels between events in Haiti and in France. Second, this silence in the school curriculum then extends to the public life in Zimbabwe and the continent as a whole. Third, while the reasons for this silence are hard to think of or to imagine, it is important to point out that the silence points us to the tendency of nationalism to create ghettos in terms of African liberation. To explain myself, in that Robert Mugabe used nationalism to pursue the full independence and liberation of Zimbabwe, he managed to radicalize liberation within the narrow context of Zimbabwean nationalism and failed completely to link this liberation to the broader canvas of African liberation. If his liberation horizon had been pitched on the idea of African liberation, then Haiti, would have a space in Zimbabwe's public life and it's in its school curriculum. Following Trollet, I seek to argue that in a global knowledge economy, structure and informed by global politics, the production of historical narratives involves unequal and competing groups and individuals. Trollet refers to the Haiti Revolution as the revolution that the world forgot. This is mostly because, as he further notes, the Haitian Revolution entered history with the peculiar characteristic of being unthinkable even as it happened. Black people, West slaves, were never imagined to rise up against white oppression and demand independence. The Haitian Revolution was not only disbelieved or denied as it happened, but the long silence in the global history and national histories in African countries is an example of this denial of the plausibility of the revolution. As will be illustrated in the discussions around the interviews, for Black people, especially in Zimbabwe, the implications are that there is this long enduring lack of faith in Black people in general. Black Zimbabweans have in various cases expressed lack of faith in their own liberation struggle and its achievements. It is the same lack of faith that Black people generally hold about the Haiti Revolution. In general, this lack of faith can be expressed in this way, that it is not possible that Black people overthrew white slave masters and set up their own independent republic. My paper, my presentation here, or my paper, is based on interviews with numerous postgraduate and graduate students from Zimbabwe across the globe. And most of the interviews were conducted online using a combination of platforms that include WhatsApp and Facebook. The central question that I sought to answer is, how is it possible that almost half a century after gaining independence, is Zimbabwe's education system content with teaching the English Industrial Revolution, the Russian Revolution, and the French Revolution, among others, and completely silent on the Haitian Revolution? The questions were around the first time that the interviews heard about the Haiti Revolution and the context or circumstances under which they first heard about the revolution for the first time. From the interviews, most of the people came to know about the Haiti Revolution way after secondary school, and some way after undergraduate degrees. One of the interviewees said they became interested in the Haiti Revolution after hearing someone mention it in relation to the movie The Black Panther. And another interview said she became aware of the Haiti Revolution when she chanced upon it while researching and reading about world revolutions. The interviewee who said they first became interested in the Haiti Revolution after hearing someone mention it in relation to the movie The Black Panther further said, "That is when I became aware of the Haiti Revolution. I have always heard about Haiti, the country, and the political problems there, but did not know that the country had such an illustrious history. Once I became aware of the Haitian Revolution, I then started reading a lot about it." Another interview said she became aware of the revolution when she was researching on world revolutions. And in her own words, she says, "It was here in the UK, while reading around on world revolutions, that I became aware of the Haiti Revolution. I started reading a lot about the revolution. However, I must say that what I have realized is that this revolution is highly silenced." She continues and describes this silence this way. "It never ceased to surprise me how even when the Haitian Revolution is mentioned, it is always brought up in the wrong context. It is never mentioned on its own merit. It will be like, here are the big revolutions, and then there is this one. It is never told as its own story." In a sense, to this interviewee, in as much as one can find material to read about the Haiti Revolution, it is not prominently covered or given limelight like other revolutions. It can be said to be hidden in public. In cultural studies, this is what is referred to as symbolic annihilation. which means that something is there and not there. That is absence presence. The Haitian Revolution is there, but is not there. It is absent present in global history narratives. In national histories or historiography, such as Zimbabwean history, as it is taught at schools or mobilized for political reasons in public life, the Haitian Revolution is not symbolically annihilated. It is completely silent. It is absent. There is no shadow of presence at all. One interviewee, and this one is based in Zimbabwe and teaches media studies at a local university, said he first heard of the revolution from a friend who is based in the United States of America. In his own words, that is when I became curious and started reading a lot around the revolution. I realized that the Haitian Revolution is non-existent in Zimbabwean historical imagination, even as it purports to imagine Black history. It is as if it never happened. The interviewee further pointed to ways in which encountering the revolution in popular culture, such as movies, makes the revolution appear fictive and a work of imagination rather than an event that took place. When we encounter it in popular culture, it seems like a folktale, a myth, something that never happened or something that could have happened. The truth about the revolution is undermined by this popular culture representation. Representation is important, but it is also a double-edged sword. If it was taught in class, then there would be no question about its truthfulness to the young, impressionable mind. Another interviewee said teaching the Haitian Revolution at primary school and secondary school, among other spaces of education, would be important for the reasons of Black pride and faith in their own race. It is very important to have that mental space where Black people believe in their own revolution, that is successful and not aided by any outside force, that is led, implemented, and completed by themselves. In a similar manner, everyone sitting around that table in Accra, Ghana, agreed that it would be important to have the Haitian Revolution taught at all primary schools and secondary schools in Africa. This would be important for African unity. It can be a rallying point to mobilize Africans around that vision of one Africa. It was mostly Ghanaians who expressed this hope, pointing to how politics has become difficult and toxic in the West African region because their Francophone counterparts still have to consult with their former colony, France, to make any decisions concerning African unity and their own sovereignty. They pointed out how Haiti was punished by France after that revolution and made to pay for losses to France. And in a similar way, their Francophone partners in West Africa, some of them still have to pay for their own independence to the French. In conclusion, I will say this is a work in progress. What I want to point out is that, first, in global history, the silence around the Haitian Revolution is that of symbolic annihilation. That is absence presence. It is there, but not there. However, this is the second point. In Zimbabwe, as in most African countries, the silence around the revolution is complete silence. It is as if the revolution never happened. Third, most academics from Zimbabwe who know about the revolution encountered the revolution at their postgraduate study levels. They have had to do their own reading around the revolution. The revolution is not taught as part of curriculum, whether it's secondary school or at primary school or even in some university courses. Fourth, the implications of popular culture representations of the revolution are that it appears like a folktale, a story that is imagined and fictive. This is not to say the revolution must not be represented in any way. If anything, we need more representations of the revolution. Fifth, teaching the Haitian Revolution at primary and secondary schools in Zimbabwe and other African countries will be important in terms of the politics around African unity and issues of Black self-belief. Thank you. I'll stop here.
when folks in our world. He's being there and writing down the question for things in the following presentation. So our second presenter is Professor Kamani Dow. Hear us?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Hey, Professor Kamani, you have everything there. Oh, wait, oh,
No, I'm not able to share my video. I believe the host has stopped it, I believe.
Oh, I got him.
Can see your slides.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me know when I can begin. Okay. Okay, no problem. Bonjour. Nous sommes Wilbert Saint-Hilaire, formerly Wilbert Saint-Hilaire. My name is Kamoni Al-Johnny, and it's good to be home. I wish I was physically back in New York. Unfortunately, I'm in Philadelphia, but once again, it's an honor to be in this space to introduce you guys to my research, which is currently going through the process as a manuscript to be published as a book. This was originally in my dissertation research, at which I want to re-examine what we call the Haitian Revolution, but we also have to recognize as an African revolution in Haiti before we create the Haitian national identity with the establishment of the Empire Haiti by Papa Dessalines. We have to recognize we're African people who are fighting for our liberation. You know, particularly when we look at the colony of Saint-Domingue, we understand that you have the Grand Blanc, Petit Blanc, Gens du Couleur, who are the mulatto, or buffer class in proximity to whiteness, and finally enslaved African people. And of course, you had poor whites who had their grievances with the rich white planters, the Gens du Couleur who want to be equal with whites, or the Urugus. But most importantly, the African people at the bottom, enslaved African people, who led to the victory of African people on our island and also became an example for all Black people throughout the globe. So that context is very important for us moving forward.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sister.
If possible, you have headphones and to slow down just a little bit. We're having trouble hearing.
Yes, no problem. I'll speak slowly and let me know if I'm good. Can everybody hear me clearly?
Yeah, if you can keep the projection level of this case, that would be awesome.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
So I'll continue by first communing with our ancestors. It's important to honor Cecile Fatima, who's a Mambo and also a major organizer, who I like to call a supreme commander, August 14th, 1791 at Bois Cayman. She organized with a network of women, organized the Bois Cayman ceremony. And of course, Hugon Dutty Bookman, who was mounted by Ogufwe, gave this prayer. So we have to honor our ancestors because they recognize that we had our own African cosmological system, our own God who led us to victory. And this is something that we cannot forget today, because currently, IT, we are still experiencing problems, not just in IT, but wherever there are African people, we are still suffering under the guise of white supremacy, particularly with the core group who are continuing to impose on IT. In fact, our revolution is unfinished. Those who are not familiar with the core group, this is an organization that is comprised of the United Nations, Organization of American States, the United States, Canada, France, Germany, and several Brazil, and several other European nations. So on top of this problem, I noticed within the scholarship and the history that is written on African people at IET, there seems to be a passing reference to essential African aspects of the African Revolution at IET, as well as those who participated, particularly the lack of research on our African women who participated in this revolution. Other examples include aspects of the African Revolution, such as, but not limited to, once again, African women, children, and elders. Because as Mama Bayina Bello highlights, this was a family affair and all hands were on deck, especially when we talk about the context of warfare. as well as the importance of African male-female complementary forces, which I'm going to highlight shortly, which you also see in our cosmological system of Voodoo and Voodoo. Next, the significance of African combat traditions or combat sciences, as articulated by Dr. Obedele Kobon. Examples include tir machete angolo, which will later become capoeira. We could talk about tir baton and other forms, or such as tir bois, or stick fighting, as many refer to. Finally, the primacy of African cosmological or spiritual systems, such as Haitian Voodoo or Voodoo, and other African spiritual systems, such as Yoruba or Obeah in Jamaica, because we have to recognize this was also an organizing force to build a nation. But also it allowed us to resist and overthrow the European plantation system in Haiti. And that's important for us to understand, especially with the establishment of the sovereign African nation or Black nation being one of the first in the Western Hemisphere, along with, of course, the Colombo communities and its capital, Colombo dos Palmares in Brazil. And just for the sake of time, I really want to explain the purpose of this study. And I have to honor Baba Jean Herod Clark with this quote. If you expect the present day school system to give history to you, you are dreaming. This we have to do ourselves. The Chinese didn't go out in the world and beg people to teach Chinese studies or to let them teach Chinese studies. The Japanese didn't do that either. People don't beg other people to restore their history. They do it themselves. And this is our task here as African Black people in the world. We have to restore our African historical consciousness. Therefore, the purpose of this study is to provide an Afrocentric interpretation of history of the African Revolution in Haiti, also known as the Haitian Revolution. As an Afrocentric re-examination of the history, the study is written from the perspective of enslaved and free African people who fought with their lives for African freedom in Haiti. Not just in Haiti, but also other places in the globe, particularly North and South America. Furthermore, the study seeks to highlight several essential African aspects and the overall impact of the totality of the Revolutionary War in Haiti. As stated previously, these African aspects include, but are not limited to, one, the persistence of African complementary forces in Haiti, Haitian Voodoo, as well as African combat traditions, but most importantly, African languages. We understand that Haitian is not just a Creole language or vernacular. Same thing with Ebonics or the African-American vernacular. Once you have a community of speakers and a grammar, it is a language. So we have to talk about the importance of our African languages, such as Haitian and Creole, the personalities and figures who contributed to our liberation, the roles in the context of warfare that emerged, because not everybody was on the ground. And we also have to talk about intellectual warfare, as well as the growing numbers of Africans brought to Haiti as a result of the European slave trade, also known as the African Maafa, or the Great Disaster. And at the time, I had several research questions, but my main research question at the time, which was really a central question, how can Haitian Voodoo or Voodoo and the more extensive system of African spirituality help better shape our interpretation of the historiography around the African Revolution in Haiti? Secondly, how have Eurocentric historiographies about different African histories been used to minimize African agency, whether we're talking about on the continent or throughout the Western Hemisphere and the Caribbean? Specifically, how did African people's dislocation caused by the European plantation play into the minimization of our own African agency, whether in Haiti or abroad, during and after the revolution? And of course, there are several foundations. Some of you may not be familiar with our paradigm of Afrocentricity. Originally, it was a theory developed by Dr. Malefikete Asante. But then, of course, my advisor and teacher, Dr. Ama Mazamu, who's also a Mambo, realized that this needed to be a paradigm. In other words, we need to experience and have a paradigm to organize our theories, as well as beneficial extractions in which we can organize our theories and methods from the perspective of African people themselves. Theories include, which I utilize in this study, is my teacher's development of cognitive hiatus, also known as the white validation syndrome, as well as Clenora Hudson Weems' use of Africana womanism and African womanist theory by Nadub to really explore, of course, the agency and, of course, the participation of our African women. Because there's no revolution without women. You know, our women hold up the other end of the sky, as articulated by the great revolutionary Thomas Sankara. And real briefly about Afronography, that's just another one of our methods. And it's a method of recording and writing African experiences from the Afrocentric perspective. And this is where, of course, primary, secondary, and tertiary sources were important for us, but also oral traditions. There are a lot of elders in IET right now who continue the history of IET, even sitting down with my family members and learning our history. For instance, my family's originally from Latte Bonite in IET. So learning about our history and learning that this was Desaline's hometown allowed me to really illuminate and expand on this within my methodology. And this is very different in terms of the contents I had in my dissertation. Because it's a manuscript, I had to cut out one chapter and actually combine chapters. But of course, my first chapter, I just give a brief introduction on the importance of this study. But my second chapter actually explores the historiography and interpretations around the African Revolution. I then wanted to do a survey, and I actually turned this into an article on the different converging streams of African warfare and resistance, because we recognize that IET wasn't the only form of African resistance and war on the onslaught of the Mafa. Finally, my fourth chapter are the African personalities of the African Revolution in IET, not so much as giving biographies of the different figures and participants, but what were their actions? And what were the characters of these figures who fought for our liberation? Oftentimes, when you look at the historiography, usually you see critiques on more of their faults, but I really don't care about what their faults were, but rather, what were their actions towards the liberation of African people in IET? Once again, my sixth chapter explores the African male-female complementary forces in IET in terms of restoring the African family. And we see this in IET, particularly when I discuss the Lakus, which also exists on our homeland in the African continent. Finally, my seventh chapter deals with African combat traditions in IET as well as abroad. And finally, my conclusion is really re-examining the birth of the African nation of IET, the Empire IET, as well as our unfinished revolution going on with our current state today. And within my introduction, I have to talk about historiography, particularly Wilhelm Hegel. Some of you may not be familiar with his master-slave dialectic, which he feels was a normal phase in history. But furthermore, his separation of the African continent, and particularly removing ancient Kemet from his African context. See, Hegel stated that ancient Kemet was not African, which is very problematic because his historiography was being universalized, as you see here in Susan Buck Moore's book, Hegel, IET, and Universal History. I want to highlight several texts that are very useful in terms of understanding Eurocentric history, such as James M. Blount's 8 Eurocentric historians. And there are 4 doctrines which you can see in Hegel, beginning in Hegel, but also other Eurocentric histories. For instance, within much Eurocentric histories that are written about the world or different groups of people, one, they have a doctrine such as religion. So within this Eurocentric doctrine, Europeans, particularly Euro-Christians, yes, we have to be very critical of the Abrahamic religions, but European Christians worship the true God, and he guides them forward through history. The second doctrine was race. And yes, we have to deal with race. This aspect argues that white Europeans have an inherited superiority over people of other races. Third is environment. This doctrine discusses the natural environment of Europe, which Europeans feel is superior to all others. And finally, culture. This doctrine argues that Europeans invented a culture that is uniquely progressive and innovated long ago. And it's important that we look at several examples. This is our Marcus Rainsford. And some of you may not be familiar with who Marcus Rainsford is. And I want to give a brief highlight on who this man was and why sort of his history on IET is somewhat problematic. A little bit about Rainsford's background. He was originally a British career officer stationed in Jamaica due to the American War of Independence and the British Mediterranean campaign from 1793 to 1796. And of course, they were dealing with some issues in Jamaica, our cousins. And it's very important to understand that these histories are interconnected. Oftentimes, we look at history as separate episodes. And I do have 4 minutes left, so I am gonna rush here just for the sake of time. Particularly Lindsay J. Twash, who discusses 2 ideologies that European abolitionists or pro-slavery advocates write about when they discuss IET. So the first are the abolitionists. They tend to diminish the role of significant African leaders, such as Papa Jean-Jacques Dessalines, in place of Toussaint Louverture, who's more acceptable. And of course, we understand that Toussaint Louverture, who's also one of us, a significant leader, but we have to recognize that he's suffering under white validation. In other words, he thought he could cut a deal with the French, who later, of course, betrayed him and locked him up in a tower where he ultimately died. But nonetheless, Toussaint Louverture understood that Dessalines would continue to fight. But nonetheless, these abolitionist writers presented an in turn presented Toussaint Louverture, they were comfortable with him because he was someone who was gentle, who was educated. He could get along with everybody. He was Christian. He was compromising. But Dessalines, he didn't have that confusion. He had a theological clarity in terms of who his allies were, who his people were, but also who his enemies were. The second, of course, was written by the European pro-slavery advocates. They sought to exploit what the abolitionists downplayed when they emphasized on Toussaint instead of ignoring Jean-Jacques Dessalines. So instead of ignoring Jean-Jacques Dessalines, they instead demonized him by placing emphasis on Dessalines' killings. And we recognize that he didn't kill all whites on the island. That is not true. Remember that he also allowed the Polish and some Germans to stay because they switched sides and fought on behalf of the African people. But nonetheless, he said every citizen will be considered Black. So understand that Dessalines, once again, was destroying the racial hierarchy and proximity to whiteness at the time when he stated that every citizen would now be Black. But specifically, rather than Marcus Rainsford, we need to highlight our own historiographies written by important figures, such as, of course, Louis Felix Macurin Basulan-Tonet, who is, of course, the secretary, the historian and secretary of the state of the Empire IET. And here he presents one of our first pieces of literature on the African Revolution in IET. And just for the sake of time, I'm just going to highlight several chapters just to give you some examples. I went through a long list of various people who wrote on the history of IET, beginning with Marcus Rainsford, and I couldn't include everybody, but these are some of the significant texts written by non-African Black people. And of course, you should read everything. These texts aren't necessarily terrible, but there's a theme based on how much of these histories are written. Now, Alejo Carpenter was, of course, a Cuban writer, and he wrote this novel, The Kingdom of This World. Now, I also had to deal with plays and novels because here in this particular text, there's a small mention on Dessalines, but also Henry Christophe is demonized for his main character, T. Noel, who also is suffering from white validation and also falls in love with his master's wife and ends up, assisting his both his master and, of course, his wife. But then I went to look at the scholarship written by our own Black scholars, as well in IET, such as Thomas Majo. Thomas Majo, real briefly, is very interesting. Thomas Majo wanted to actually highlight the Black leaders, which, of course, Babloon Dream did not highlight. So once again, you have one story, but two different perceptions. In other words, you also have Black scholars who are suffering from white validations and also practicing a Eurocentric orientation to our story. I also have to highlight, of course, Mz Jemsu Jehuti, also known as Jacob Carruthers, who talks about this in Irritated Genie, such as the Phantom of Liberty, which, of course, Toussaint Louverture suffered from, as well as the Irritated Genie, which was a metaphor in Papa Dessalines' speech. And I'm going to wrap this up now just to highlight some of the remaining chapters. I apologize, I couldn't cover everything. But of course, once again, these are just some of the highlights, several chapters, but specifically in chapter 6, when I talk about complementarity, we see this within, of course, the Loas, particularly Dambala and Aida Wedo. So once again, this goes as far back as ancient Kemet, when we look at the Netaru, where every deity is also paired, in other words, with a male complement. So you have a male and a female complement to illustrate the continuation of life in the African family, but also that they're not just representing African deities, but deep African principles, which we must live by. And just for the sake of time, once again, we must remember the words of our ancestors, liberté ou l'amour, freedom or death. And I apologize for going over time, and thank you all.
L'évolution haïtienne dans nos pays de Zimbabwe. Et puis, qui, genre, si c'était une forme de révolution haïtienne, ça a renforcé notre possible dans le pays. Deuxième, professeur a examiné la révolution haïtienne dans nos film qui est afrocentricité et puis travaille en réalité en pile. Chapter qui mettait en travail la révolution haïtienne dans le sens afrocentrique. Okay, so I told everyone in the audience here and online to get your questions ready. So how much time do we have for today? Right? How much time do we have? 5? Okay, so we have 5 minutes for Q&A. Are there any burning questions in English or Creole from the online audience or from folks inside the room? Hold on. Pierre, can you check?
They said they can, yeah.
Okay. Professor, do you have a question?
No, you might have to speak into the mic, Professor. Dr. Surratt, you might have to speak into the mic. I don't think they can hear you too clearly. You can read it? Yeah.
So, I get it in here. We can.
Can you guys hear us?
Okay, you guys can hear us.
Dr. Pierre, can
Yes, we can hear you. We just didn't hear the question.
So the first question is for Professor Hagen. So Dr. Segal wants to know if part of the sciencing is involving around the Haitian Revolution is due to the education system being a legacy of colonialism and who's involved.
So sorry, I didn't quite get the question, but I can hear that you're speaking about Zimbabwe. What?
So the question was, do you think the silencing of the Haitian Revolution in the curriculum is due to the legacy of colonial education in Zimbabwe?
do you think part of the silencing
Is said part of the silencing is what? Do I think part of the silencing is what?
Do you think the silencing of the Haitian Revolution is because the education system in Zimbabwe is a legacy of the colonial system?
I'm sorry.
do you think part of the silencing of the Haitian Revolution is due to the colonial system of the Zimbabwean education?
So
Yes. Now I can get the question. Yes, I think yes, it has something to do with the colonial, like the education system in Zimbabwe is still trapped in sort of the colonial powers or the colonial influence. That I think that could explain, because it's hard to understand why Zimbabwe will teach all these other revolutions, and you have someone who's so progressive like President Robert Mugabe. He was progressive, he was whatever, but still he didn't even ever imagine or think of teaching the Haitian Revolution at schools in the education system in Zimbabwe. So most probably because even education system that we have, we inherited it from the British, like our former colonizers. So I'm sure when they gave us that education system, they chose what to include and what not to include, and the Haitian Revolution was part of what not to include. So, and even as much as President Robert Mugabe tried to reform, to decolonize the education system, I mean, even when you are doing that decolonial work, you can only go to a certain extent. Maybe it's left for us or those of us who are alive to continue with his work to ensure that maybe in the future coming years, the Haiti Revolution is part of the curriculum in Zimbabwe.
do you have other questions?
Thank you.
Yes, I'll repeat the question in my statement. Creole would be better for me.
These two on the screen.
I remove it.
Them on the screen. Okay.
No, that's, so, comment from the audience.
Comment from the audience. Professor Kanyele,
In reaction to your presentation.
in reaction to your presentation, she said that the inverse is also true. We rarely hear about the history of Africa and revolutions in Africa and the educational system in Haiti itself, because the audience member was just revealing that as someone who was educated in Haiti, she does not hear about those things also. This is just underscore of how important this kind of conference is, so that we can see that the legacy of these colonial educational systems impact countries like Zimbabwe and countries like Haiti, and we can learn so much from the shared post-colonial histories of these nations.
Other questions, comments? No, okay, we are out of time. Thank you all so much for your presentations. We're
Thank you,
working on.
Dr. Timoni, Dr. Tomlin. Appreciate the time. Appreciate that.
Thank you, family. Take care and thank you for the space.
Please speak loud. Please speak again.
Oh, thank you, family. Thank you for the space.
Thank you for your research.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
So we'll take. Right, and we will be back in about 2 minutes. Okay, fantastic.
Thank you.
Hold on to the rear.
All right, so we'll start it. Okay, we're set?
Can you hear the audience?
Okay, wait, we're set? Are we going live? Okay, so we can start. Margaret?
We're about to continue with the next panel. Take a seat. Thank you very much to the first panel.
Yes.
And thank you to Dr. Pierre, who was socially viable to come on page 15 of your program. Moving with our next panel, liberation and popular movements. This panel will be moderated by Z. Dumpster. She is an assistant director of the Institute for Research on the African Diaspora from the Americas and the Caribbean. And an assistant coordinator of the African Studies Program at the Graduate Center. Her full bio can be found on page 12 of your program. And I'll just check the second that my French when I'm too old are not as good as English. So everything in English and ask for translator if anybody wants to comment or ask questions in French. This panel, thank you for joining us. This panel is liberation and popular movements. The first speaker is Dr. Barbara Franchi from the University of Bordeaux, Montaigne. And her presentation is The Other Black Republic, Liberia and its connection to Haiti through U.S. diplomacy, 1862 to 1935. So I'll just wait for to see if nothing on her yet.
Okay, can I start?
Yes, hello, Barbara, how are you?
I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, can you see the PowerPoint? Yes, cool. So I'm really glad to be here today and to take part in these interesting conversations regarding Haiti and Africa. My PhD dissertation was not focused on Haiti, but when looking at US-Liberia relations, Haiti is often in the corner. Over the last few years, historians have increasingly looked at the transnational connections that shaped African-American identities in the 19th century. They have written about how African-Americans perceived Haiti and Liberia and whether or not they were interested in emigrating there. Yet the idea that US policy regarding Haiti might have influenced the US policy towards Liberia and conversely has not been addressed extensively. So I'd like to explore this possibility today. My timeline, 1862-1935, is quite ambitious, so I'll try to go straight to the point. I'm going to mention 3 examples that I think shed light on the connections between Haiti and Liberia through the prism of US diplomacy. So starting with the late recognition of Haiti and Liberia by the US. Both countries were granted official recognition at the same moment in 1862. However, they have very different historical backgrounds. Haiti was born out of a slaves' revolt, which started in 1791 in the French colony of Saint-Domingue and became the first Black republic in the world in 1804. The US refused to grant Haiti official recognition at the time, as the country was seen as a potential inspiration for slaves' revolts in the US. Liberia has a very different story. It was created by the American Colonization Society in 1822. This organization was led by anti-pro-slavery white men, but also by pro-slavery white men. And they aimed at colonizing, meaning more or less forcibly transferring free Black people living in the US in Africa. Free Blacks who immigrated to Liberia became the rulers of this country, and they proclaimed the independence of Liberia in 1847. One important detail is that Liberia was a settler state. So immigrants from the US accounted for less than 5% of the population of Liberia, and yet they wanted to bring the so-called Western civilization to the ethnic groups populating the area who were deprived of citizenship. Another detail is that the creation of Liberia was supported by the US government. However, Liberia had to wait to be granted official recognition, just like Haiti. So despite their very different historical backgrounds, these two countries came to be associated in US diplomacy in the pre-abolition context in the US. Many historians agree to say that congressional slaveholders and the larger political circles rejected the possibility of establishing diplomatic ties with the two Black nations. For them, interacting on an equal footing with Black nations and the possibility of welcoming Black diplomats in the US was out of the question. This sheds light on the racism that was solidly entrenched in US institutions at the time, and that informed the US policy towards both countries. President Lincoln formulated his wish to grant recognition to both countries in December 1861. In June 1862, the recognition of Liberia and Haiti was approved by Congress. Of course, Lincoln is often described as the great emancipator, and the recognition of the two Black republics can be regarded as a step in advance back then. But the recognition was also linked with not so noble motives at the time. There were economic motivations to it, for instance, in the case of Haiti. In addition, when he introduced the bill to Congress, Senator Charles Sumner said that Black immigration to Liberia and Haiti would increase once diplomatic recognition was granted. Indeed, Lincoln himself always had an interest in the colonization and immigration of Black Americans. Before he became president, he had explained that to put an end to slavery, he would suggest to, I quote, free all the slaves and send them to Liberia, unquote. In 1862, the US was in the middle of the Civil War, and Lincoln repeatedly connected the idea of emancipation with that of the colonization of free Blacks outside of the US, so making emancipatory measures more politically acceptable. So the very recognition of Liberia and Haiti was also linked with the inability of the US to deal with the integration of African Americans in the US society. Both countries continued to be associated in US foreign policy after diplomatic ties were established. An illustration of that was the policy of appointing Black American diplomats to the two Black republics, which started during Reconstruction. So this is my next point. So in 1865, slavery was abolished in the US and new rights were granted to African Americans. In that context, there were rising voices in favor of appointing Black Americans to institutional positions. Some argued that the diplomatic missions to Haiti and Liberia should be attributed to Black Americans. Such appointments could be defined as a form of political patronage and a form of integration of African Americans in high offices. The policy was initiated under Republican President Ulysses S. Grant. So he appointed James Milton Turner, who was the first Black American minister resident to Liberia in 1871. Turner was a leading figure in Missouri, and his nomination rewarded him for supporting Grant's election. A few years earlier, in 1869, Grant had appointed Ebenezer Bassett, who was a Philadelphia school principal and a friend of Frederick Douglass, as minister to Haiti and the Dominican Republic. So Bassett really was the first US Black diplomat in American history. Like Turner's, Bassett's appointment was linked with electoral interests. Now, although this policy was a form of recognition and a start in the integration of African Americans, it should also be stated that the Liberian and Haitian missions, diplomatic missions, were the less paid and recognized positions in the diplomatic field. And the policy of confining Black diplomats to diplomatic missions in Black countries was not ended until the context of the civil rights movement in the US, that is to say, the 1950s and 60s. So again, we could say that domestic US issues and the limited integration of African Americans informed the US policy towards Haiti and Liberia. Even though Black US diplomats were often quite proud of their nominations, they often discovered that the countries they served in were faced with difficult realities, and that the State Department was not so much interested in these countries, especially in the case of Liberia. They also lamented the low wages that they earned for their diplomatic missions in comparison to more prestigious positions in Europe. This lack of prestige to which Black diplomats were confined illustrates a form of racialized diplomacy characterizing the US connections with Haiti and Liberia at the time. Now, I would like to say a few words about another example that illustrates, I think, Liberia-Haiti connections through US diplomacy. I'm going to focus on how the American occupation of Haiti partly informed the US policy towards Liberia. So this would be my last point. So the US intervention in Haiti 1915-1934 was decided by President Theodore Roosevelt, who is famous for issuing the Roosevelt Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. It meant that the US would not tolerate European interference in Latin American countries and the Caribbean, and that the US would police the area to maintain stability. The intervention in Haiti was presented as a humanitarian response to political instability. However, the military intervention was followed by an attempt of reform of Haitian institutions, which included placing the country's finances under American control, and the occupation was not a success. Its brutality was criticized. Strikes and riots made the occupation difficult, and reforms were short-lived. In the end, Haiti became totally dependent on the US, economically speaking. The occupation also reinforced the divisions in Haitian society. Archival documents from the State Department and the American Colonization Society records show that the US answer to Liberia's problems was partly determined by the lessons learned from the US intervention in Haiti. Indeed, Liberia experienced major political and sanitary problems a few years after the US intervention in Haiti had started. In 1928, it was revealed that some members of the ruling elite in Liberia were involved in the forced employment of indigenous workers, causing a significant scandal. The US reacted through diplomatic channels, and an investigation by the League of Nations was decided. One document relates that a military intervention was excluded by the US as the State Department considered that the occupations of Haiti and Nicaragua were enough. The document also confirms that Liberia was not at the center of US imperialistic ambitions, as it was outside the US sphere of influence. At the same time, the US still wanted to keep an eye on Liberia, and so they decided to cooperate with the League of Nations and European nations to find a solution to the Liberian crisis. However, as in the case of Haiti, the US invoked humanitarian principles to justify its choice of getting involved in the Liberian crisis. In addition, that crisis gave way to more general investigations in the country's administration and finances, as it had been the case in Haiti. It was then a question of reforming the country beyond the issue of forced labor. So forced labor legitimized a comprehensive examination of Liberian problems, which raises the question of the intrusive, even imperialist approach of the US and the League of Nations in dealing with this crisis, which is an idea that was suggested by historian Adam Getachew. In conclusion, I wanted to show that American diplomatic history is an interesting lens when we look at the connections between Haiti and Liberia. In the case of both countries, US decisions and positionings were influenced by economic and strategic considerations, but also by the issues of race relations that marked US domestic and foreign policy for decades. Thank you.
Sorry for mentioning who makes you one way, but can you hear me?
I can't hear very well, so I'm not sure if you're talking to me or to my next colleague who's going to speak.
I will try to speak very slowly and clearly use the microphone in our issue. Yi Ji-Chen is from Yoshisha University, and her presentation is a post-colonial approach to the state recognition of Haiti and Liberia. You can begin.
Thank you. I will show my slide. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay.
Can you please actually make a short speaker?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear you clearly. Can you introduce your first name?
Okay. Okay. Hello everyone. I'm Yi Ji-Chen. I just finished my bachelor's degree this March. Currently, I'm studying for my master's degree in Dosha University in Japan. So perhaps I'm not so mature and professional as a scholar. Actually, this is my first time of presenting in a conference. And I believe some of you may know much more about Haiti than I do. So I'm quite nervous, but I will try my best to share with you. And some people may be curious about what makes me study on Haiti. I don't know too much about Haiti before last year. People in East Asia don't care so much about what's happening in the Caribbean area. It's too far from us, and they are all small countries. but last year I read an article on New York Times, which shows us the story of independent state of Haiti. So that's the one. I was quite shocked by knowing the whole background. It's a remarkable achievement that Haiti became the first Black republic in the world. On the other side, I got the impression that Haiti is full of disease, poverty, earthquake. So Haiti should be a great country, but in reality, it's not. So I want to know what causes the gap. As we know, Haiti was asked to pay a huge amount of debt as a condition to get recognized by France. Nowadays, people realize that it was obviously unfair for Haitian people to pay for their independence. Okay, so if it's unfair, can we ask reparations for this injustice? My major is international law, so I focused. So I noticed that the problem is all around state recognition. So I'm focusing on studying. Is there anything wrong about state recognition of Haiti? And can we solve the problem by international law? I also compare the case of Haiti with the other country in Africa, which is Liberia. So at the first, I want to explain to you what is state recognition. State recognition is a term in international law, which means that an existing state recognizes other states as other states, other new states as a state. So state recognition happens between two countries. In addition, the state needs to meet 4 criteria in order to be recognized as a sovereign state, which are population, territory, government, and the capacity to enter into relations with the other state. And please notice that state recognition is discretionary and declaratory. Discretionary means that it's not an obligation to recognize other states. Declaratory means that even a state is not recognized, we can't deny the fact that the state does exist. And so, so state recognition mainly depends on political consideration. It sounds complicated, but we can imagine the case just like we are making friends in our daily life. We are free to choose people who will be our friends. If people don't want to make friends with us, we can't blame them, right? Also, recognizing a new state with conditions is allowed in international law. It's like if I want to make friends with someone and he says, if you give me all of your candies, I will be your friend. And I agreed. So it's a kind of negotiation. Then let's have a look to the brief chronicle of state recognition of Haiti and Liberia. The Haitian Revolution started in 1791, and in 1904, Haiti declared its independence from France. However, Haiti wasn't recognized by any countries until 1825. Haiti agreed to pay France state as an exchange of recognition. The tricky thing is that this is unfair, but it's legal. France didn't force Haiti to pay money, but it can be argued because France actually sent warship to Haiti for negotiation, and 85 years after Haiti's independence, it's finally recognized by the United States. The United States recognized Mexico, Peru, and other American countries in the 1820s. So it proved that the United States was recognizing other countries, but denied to recognize the independence of Haiti. It can be easily understood because at that time slavery still existed in the United States. And then is the Chronicle of Liberia. Different from Haiti. At first, Liberia was a colony established by the United States. In 1948, it declared independence from the US, and it was soon recognized by the United Kingdom. But it took 15 years until it's being recognized by the United States. Well, the reason I chose Haiti and Liberia is because they share similar background. They are Black republics that established by enslaved people. They weren't recognized by the United States until 1862, after the Civil War started. Obviously, it's a struggle for both Haiti and Liberia to be recognized by other countries. However, international law scholars are really interested in these two cases because everything is legal. It sounds weird because we know something goes wrong. So I want to re-examine the case in a post-colonial approach. Well, we've talked about the 4 criteria of statehood, but remember it applies to today's society, not 19th century. Actually, in the 19th century, there were not so many states because sovereign states started in Europe. So at the beginning, global society is a family of states that consists of European countries. They have some similarities. For example, they are civilized countries. They are Christian and white, and they're mainly European countries. Well, and these countries made the rules of global society, that is, international law. So being recognized means being accepted as a member of the family of nations. Instead of declaratory recognition nowadays, it's more like a constitutive recognition in the past. If that means if a state didn't get recognized, the sovereignty and its sovereignty and existence couldn't be confirmed at that time. Then some new states, such as Haiti and Liberia, appear, but and they are Black countries, and they are established by African people, and they also want to join the family of nations. But then international law started to say no. Well, from my perspective, the struggle of recognition of Haiti and Liberia shows a rationalized international law that Black countries are being excluded from the white global society. I'm sorry that my research hasn't finished yet. There's still something that I need to find out. For example, European countries towards Haiti and Liberia were different. The United Kingdom recognized Liberia immediately after its independence, while Haiti was isolated by global society. So I will continue working on this topic, and hopefully I can share my results with you in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank all of you for your wonderful participation, very informative. Now I'll turn to the audience and ask if anybody has any questions at all. Okay, I will start off then with the general question of what our research can be. And I'll ask, this question is for both presenters. What do you wish you would have found in the archive? What are you looking for, or what did you find that so further your research and gave you the most insight into what research?
Did you hear the questions?
Okay, I'll try to say it again slower and more clearly, and maybe somebody can type in questions in the chat, so I'll keep the questions very simple. What do you wish?
What do you wish that you would have found in the archive?
So as for me, when I was working on my dissertation, so which was focused more on Liberia than on Haiti, I was more particularly interested in looking at how Black US diplomats regarded their role in Liberia, and whether they viewed their role as more a way to represent the US, or whether they were more interested in representing what they called at the time the African race, because I think this dual positioning was really really meaningful at the time, given that, of course, African Americans were not integrated in the US society yet. And so this double positioning is really something that was interesting to look at through the archives.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. For me, well, as I mentioned, the international law is actually Eurocentric. So from my point of view, it's hard. It is difficult for the non-European countries to defend themselves through international law. So I want to find out the I want to decolonize international law and find out the solution for non-European countries for the injustice in the past. Thank you.
So another question, yes.
question that the audience will have. Through this research, were you able to see any kind of connection or subservient agendas of the US government by moving away some of those Black that were outspoken?
Based on the knowledge that they had about it.
Your question is.
Question is being rephrased for you.
Based on the research. Did they see?
Based on the research.
Was there anything in the US policy?
Was there anything in the US policy that led towards
Expunging or taking out?
expunging or taking out those people that were considered problematic to the United States and sort of pushing them to Liberia and get moved to Liberia out of the way, in order to prevent revolution. You can continue. Do you want me to rephrase?
Is the questions for me or for my colleague?
Almost like a diplomatic example, where it's taking those people who would be problematic and pushing them somewhere so they're more out of the way, and they can be controlled by international law and it's quiet.
Did you hear the question?
No, I can't hear you well.
It's more so the people that were problematic, it was a way to find, was it the part of US policies to sort of like push them out of the way in order to more so get them out of the way of, of US interventions in these, in Haiti or something like that? Did you see that in your research?
Do you mean Black diplomats or other people?
In terms of US policy, simplify this. US policy, did you see in your
US policy, did you see in your research any tendency
to take
the Black people
the United States
from the United States that were causing more problem in order to push them out of the country to Liberia and to Haiti and other areas to get them out of the United States because they were being problematic?
Well, since I was working on the periods almost happening at the same time as emancipation, I haven't found those kind of things, but at the same time, it is true that colonization and the immigration of African Americans was still a topic at the time, and Lincoln himself was not clear about whether all those colonization programs would stop as soon as emancipation was passed. But I would tend to say that putting Black diplomats in the position of diplomats in Black nations, at least starting from Reconstruction, in a way, at last they had a chance to represent the issues that were going on in the US, as well as the usual representation tasks. I'm thinking of two diplomats, one called John H. Smith, who was sent to Liberia at the end of the 1870s. And he really had an interesting point of view. He spoke about how the ethnic groups were treated in Liberia by the ruling elite. And he kept warning the US State Department about this issue. And this issue was not considered until the forced labor scandal in the 1930s. So I would say that in a way, the US State Department has a responsibility in not taking into account the warnings that were sent by some of their Black diplomats at the time.
Do you have a response, Eugene, to the same question?
Sorry, I think I can't answer this question.
Oh, it's fine.
It's fine. No
Just
problem.
ask that. Okay, one more question.
Okay, one more question from the audience. This is for the first presenter, Dr. Barber.
Obviously, was somebody who was on this that I mentioned what probably for this rate is the principle of recognizing. You think that the offers
The question is,
was the other rate for principle or actually it was being that by the federal countries or arguing.
Barbara, the question
I'm sorry because I can't hear you at all. So this is really annoying.
Dr. Barber, I'm going to repeat the question for you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll in the chat. Did you write a question?
Yeah, you could speak.
Okay, so the question is.
The question is,
Charles Sumner.
Charles Sumner,
The question was he arguing
for the recognition of Haiti based on principle or for economic reasons?
Sorry, can you repeat one more time? I'm sorry.
Repeat one more time.
The question is, it was a street in Haiti, named after Charles Sumner.
There was
The question is,
Agnes Charles Sumner. In your research, was he arguing for the recognition of Haiti based on principle or for economic reason?
Okay. Thank you for this question. So Senator Charles Sumner, he was in favor of the recognition of the two Black republics, and he really evoked the two reasons in parallel, the economic reasons. So in terms of economic reasons, he was saying that the US was missing out on economic opportunities with both Haiti and Liberia because, as was said by my colleague, especially France and England already had established diplomatic connections with those nations, and so they had developed trade with those countries. And this was really, for the US, it was important to develop economic connections with Haiti more than Liberia, which was outside of their traditional sphere of influence. And Sumner was not very clear on the topic of Black emigration, but he did say that when the Black republics would be recognized, Black Americans would probably like, or I don't know exactly, but they would probably want to immigrate, or some of them would want to emigrate when diplomatic recognition was granted. He was not very detailed in his argumentation, and today historians really argue that this was a form of invitation to colonize Black people, even though it was put in a way that would mean that this was this would be a voluntary emigration. But given that Lincoln still supported the colonization of some Black Americans, we can say that at the time, the two Black republics were recognized also because Lincoln had an interest in the colonization of Black Americans. and the civil war was still ongoing. So he really had an interest in putting face to face the issue of emancipation with this corollary, of colonization, to reassure some of the white supremacists, saying that, you know, we will free some of them, but they will probably emigrate to other nations.
Thank you.
What's it, Dr. Bauer? What triggered your interest in the topic? That's your first question. On your
The
research.
first question is what triggered your interest?
What triggered your interest in this topic, Dr. Barber?
Sorry, can you repeat one more time?
What triggered your interest?
What triggered your interest
In this topic?
in this topic?
Okay.
Comparing the two.
I think I'm really interested in trying to repair injustice, which is idealistic. And I have a training in international relations and also in Black American history. So looking at Liberia and Haiti was for me a way to combine international relations and also my interest for Black American history. So that's why I'm looking at the connections between the US, Liberia, and Haiti. And today I was really just starting the comparison between Haiti and Liberia. So sorry, because I'm more confident with Liberia, but I really think that this would be interesting that I extend my research to see how African Americans considered themselves as members of a larger Black diaspora, which is what Paul Gilroy argued, but also people like Ian Tyrrell, a specialist of transnational history.
Thank you.
In your research, both of your research in Liberia, what did you discover in displacement that occurred? They move people out. I will rephrase it again.
Another question for both of you.
For the both.
And the question is, knowing that
America established Liberia as a country.
In their research,
Did they
uncover
any evidence of displacing the indigenous people who are already in these locations? Did you find any evidence for the displacements of people in Liberia, for example, or in these areas where America was pushing people to?
So as for me, I think I haven't delved into that topic enough, so I wouldn't be very sure about what to answer, to be really honest. But it's true that the treatment of the ethnic groups in Liberia is something that was it was a problem from the beginning. As I said, Liberia was a settler state, and this the Liberian venture had the benediction of the US government, which totally accepted and promoted the idea that Black Americans could civilize the ethnic groups. So this was a racist approach. And I think that researchers should delve into the topic of the displacement of these ethnic groups, because through colonizing those ethnic groups, I'm sure that this would be an interesting topic. But in terms of Liberia, there was also a practice of trying to integrate children from the ethnic groups who became almost like slaves in the households of the Liberian elite. And this is a topic that is that has received maybe more attention on the part of historians.
Thank you. Do you have any comment?
Sorry, I don't know.
That's fine, that's no problem.
Thank you very much.
If I may take a little bit to add 1 or 2 sentences to that, my ancestors from Liberia, my parents are from there. And it's very questionable what caused the Civil War from 1989 to 1996. These resettled Americans, Liberia was a well-established country before Americans came in. That's the first thing people should know. And these resettled slaves were called American Liberians. And it was catastrophic in terms of indigenous people who were there. It became something in terms called kitchen boy, kitchen girl, and it was the catalyst, all this new diplomacy, all the fundamental research that they had done, which led to the catastrophic civil war that lasted until about 1996. There's a question of the catastrophic result of the diplomacy that did not delve into what already existed. And it's something very large. Any other questions at all?
There's one more question. I will state it.
Okay, we don't have time.
Well, we could answer that.
Okay. So, I myself don't have to answer that question, but I will repeat it for the panelists in case they do. They want me, the question
is,
during the American Civil War.
During the American Civil War, was there any interest by Americans to migrate to Haiti or Liberia at that time?
During the Civil War, I think that their interest in immigrating was on hold, partly because of the uncertainty in that context. But as for Liberia, I'm not sure about Haiti, there were still, I don't know, 100 people who would emigrate to Liberia per year. So this is not a significant number, but in the end, only 15,000 African Americans did emigrate to Liberia in total. So this is still an interesting number. And so during the Civil War, I'm not sure about the specific profile that they had, because I haven't read about that for a long time now. But the American Colonization Society was managing this emigration, which was probably different from the emigration of people who decided to leave after the war, when they considered that they had lost hope which was not the case during the Civil War, which was a moment of uncertainty, but also a moment of hope, knowing that maybe things would change for African Americans.
Thank you both for your presentation.
Thank you so much for your questions.
Thank you.
So, go ahead to the next panel. And we starting for your attention to the panel and doing a great job, Pierre. You turn it on around for water.
No, téléphone puis mal. Téléphone va y s'amener.
André, vous attendez, non?
Ok, ça va maintenant.
Ok. Vous préparez pour présenter
Oui, oui.
Ok, bon moment, ok? On va commencer par là.
Ok.
Igual como se trata.
Okay, so I was not going to see the patterns from Haiti, and I will tell you a few words about what we're doing on, so that we can follow this, and follow more. So, Dr. Andre, Dr. Andre Pierre, and Dr. Andre Pierre, Ph.D. University of Flatbush, independence. They are published widely on women, race and Haitian tradition, and Haiti and Brazil. In Canada, and the law, history, and American movement here right. The engagement with the focus on women, black women, and open fight. Work as here in multiple journals in Brazil. And as a Pierre and I will tell you about their issues, something that is from and I think from les présentations dans des sources comme les mémoires, les traces de l'histoire et tout policier. Le débat tout en faire, il s'explique l'histoire avec un format, et comprendre la naissance et le développement des courants. Erasmus como forma o PCC. C'est juste comment cette différence en influencé par la politique sociale des deux côtés de la base. Ça veut dire
On va commencer, Dr. Pierre.
Ok. Ok. Bonjour, bonjour, bonsoir. Et notre présentation, c'est sur Haïti et l'Afrique francophone. En fait, et le sujet, c'est la question de couleur en Haïti et en Afrique francophone au regard sur le courant négrisme, négritude et noirisme au XXe siècle. Voilà. En fait, d'abord, et pour parler de ces trois courants, il faut voir le contexte colonial dans lequel ces trois courants ont pris naissance. D'abord, c'est parce que à partir du XXe siècle, et bien avant, puisque en Haïti, ça a commencé depuis la fin du XVIIIe siècle, et où les esclaves de ces domaines ont révolté jusqu'à créer un nouvel État nègre. Et dans ce cas-là, on peut parler sur le plan politique de la prélude même de ces trois courants. Parce que en Haïti, les Noirs de Saint-Domingue ont dit non. Et c'est-à-dire sur le plan politique, c'est déjà le refus du colonialisme, c'est déjà le refus de la domination. En fait, les trois courants, bien entendu, ont pris naissance dans un contexte de refus. Et en effet, nous allons voir rapidement qu'est-ce que c'est exactement le négrisme, la négritude et le noirisme, juste avant de voir leurs manifestations, que ce soit en Haïti, mais aussi en Afrique, et aussi les liens qui existent entre ces trois courants. Et je vais passer la parole à Ephiterna, parce que nous espérons respecter la limite du temps imparti pour cela, et je vais essayer d'aller plus vite, et jusqu'à Ephiterna, et tu as la parole.
Bonsoir, je suis Fernand Termin, titulaire d'un master en droit. Alors, pour parler du négrisme, il faut dire que le négrisme, bien avant la négritude, fut une forme d'expression des valeurs esthétiques, artistiques et culturelles du noir. Le négrisme mettait aussi en valeur le noir tout en présentant aussi ses douleurs et ses colères contre l'oppression. Dans le monde francophone, on a tendance à oublier ou à nier l'apport des Nord-Américains avec le New Negro Movement ou la Renaissance d'Harlem au cours des années 1920. En fait, nous pouvons dire que le nègre des deux côtés de l'Atlantique a une grande contribution dans la mise sur pied de ce courant. C'est dans ce sens que Yopan Tiao pense que le négrisme prétendait revaloriser la culture des Noirs caribéens et nord-américains. La poésie est donc dans le genre littéraire par excellence qui a vu naître ce courant. Alors, l'une des choses étranges de ce courant, c'est que la manifestation était différente des deux côtés de l'Atlantique. Puisque au début, ce sont les Blancs qui ont été à l'origine de ce courant, ils ont constaté que le négrisme européen est teint de discrimination ou ne pose pas le problème de domination des Blancs sur le Noir. Cependant, le négrisme caribéen est une forme de remise en question contre-pied du négrisme européen, non seulement en mettant en valeur les éléments afro-caribéens, tout en retenant la domination coloniale esclavagiste. Alors, en fait, il faut dire que dans le souci d'aller plus loin dans notre présentation, nous pouvons dire qu'Haïti est donc au centre et même à l'origine de tout cela. Haïti est donc le lieu où le nègre a su créer son existence et aussi un regard autonome sur lui. Alors, en Haïti, le négrisme est aussi apparu dans les écrits avec des auteurs comme Baron de Vasté depuis le début du XXe siècle. Cette forme de négrisme est centrée sur Haïti. Le noir haïtien était au centre et porteur de lumière pour la race noire qui était encore en esclavage. Ce fut un négrisme qui, tout en critiquant le système esclavagiste, mais adoptant ou très reconnaissant envers le européens qui auraient pu donner la civilisation sans pour autant choisir la voie de l'exploitation de l'homme par l'homme. Au cours du 19e siècle, cette forme de valorisation du noir par les intellectuels comme Delorme et même Joseph Janvier a suivi la trace de barons dévastés. Il faut dire que le négrisme haïtien, selon nous, est né bien avant l'indépendance d'Haïti. Ce fut un négrisme politique. Ce négrisme voulait valoriser le noir face au blanc. Le tout premier forme d'affirmation est né avec Toussaint Louverture. Et on a aussi le négrisme scientifique. Ce négrisme est né avec des intellectuels du 19e siècle comme Janvier et Firmin. En ces deux intellectuels ambassadeurs, nous avons eu au XXe siècle deux grands défenseurs de la race. Mais aussi grâce à eux, la pensée raciale haïtienne est née et aussi ils ont démontré scientifiquement que la question d'inégalité raciale n'a pas été au plat sur le plan scientifique. En effet, ils ont aussi livré un combat idéologique comme toute forme de racisme anti-nègre au XIXe siècle. Et par la suite, avec Hannibal Price, dans son livre de la réhabilitation de la race, nous avons une réhabilitation complète de la race haïtienne. En fait, pour finir, nous pouvons dire qu'en Haïti, le négrisme était nationaliste et très patriotique. Ce fut un mouvement qui met Haïti en avant et au-dessus de tout. Ce négrisme a eu sa lettre de noblesse au cours de l'occupation. La plus dévouée était des mulâtres. Nous avons des hommes comme Jacoumet, Émile Roumier, Karl Bois, Jacoumet, etc. Et à côté de l'aspect politique de ses écrits, il introduisait les éléments de patrimoine culturel haïtien et surtout met en avant les paysans. Alors, pour continuer, nous allons faire place avec Dr. André qui va nous parler davantage. Merci.
OK, merci Eftena. Eftena, elle vient de présenter un peu le négrisme en Haïti. En fait, en Haïti, on vient de voir que le négrisme était très nationaliste, même si avec le négrisme haïtien du 19e siècle, et on a eu, et jusqu'au début du 20e siècle, il y a une façon de voir Haïti. Haïti était considéré comme étant une province culturelle de la France, même s'il y a eu une forme de valorisation du noir, et on a même dit qu'Haïti était que les Haïtiens, bien entendu, étaient vus comme étant des Français à peau noire, bien entendu, et par la suite, cette idée sera rejetée par le courant et noirisme, pardon, par le courant et négritude. Bien entendu, en Afrique francophone, le négrisme et les œuvres d'orientation historique étaient des œuvres où on commence à avoir une forme de manifestation du négrisme en Afrique francophone. Pourquoi? C'est parce que à cette époque, il faut montrer que les Africains ont une histoire. Les Africains ont fait l'histoire. Pour cela, les œuvres d'orientation historique étaient très présentes. Et par la suite, le roman et le célèbre roman de René Maran et en petit Batouala, et où il y a eu une mise en scène de chefs tribal, bon, on dit tribu, même si nous devons dire plutôt ethnique, groupe ethnique, et chef de tribu et en Afrique centrale et au Banguichari. En fait, c'était une des premières fois qu'un noir joue un rôle principal dans une œuvre produite par un noir. Bien entendu, dans le négrisme européen, les noirs n'ont pas eu cette chance. Et bien entendu, la négritude, pour parler de la négritude dans ce cas-là, et c'est pour cela que nous avons vu avant le négrisme, parce que le négrisme la négritude est considérée un peu comme le prolongement du négrisme dans une certaine mesure. Bien entendu, et c'est toujours le contexte colonial. Le contexte colonial est un moment important pour comprendre l'émergence de ce courant. Et bien entendu, et même Jean Price, et même Aimé Césaire l'a dit, il n'a rien inventé. Et il y a un petit passage d'Aimé Césaire en ce qui concerne l'invention de la négritude. Il a dit, ce n'est pas nous qui avons inventé la négritude, elle a été inventée par tous ces écrivains de la Négro-Renaissance que nous lisons en France dans les années 20, dans les années 30, pardon. Bien entendu, si le négrisme est apparu ou bien s'était manifesté de façon, et s'était manifesté au cours des années 20, mais la négritude, c'est au cours des années 30. Mais en Haïti, nous pouvons dire que la négritude était là bien avant, et bien avant les années 30. C'est pour cela certains auteurs, certains chefs de file de la négritude ont dit que les Haïtiens l'ont appris beaucoup de choses et c'est grâce aux Haïtiens qu'ils ont pu continuer et sur cette voie et pour pouvoir crier ce courant. Bien entendu, aux États-Unis, au cours des années 20, et ce qu'on appelle très souvent les années folles, où il y a une croissance économique, où il y a une évolution dans les mœurs, mais aussi la culture américaine commence à s'exporter un peu partout à travers le monde. Et c'était à ce moment-là que les Noirs commencent à s'affirmer. Et l'affirmation de ces Noirs ont eu un effet sur les autres Noirs à travers et un peu partout, dans les deux côtés de l'Atlantique, qui allait créer ce courant qu'on appelle la négritude. Bien entendu, ici, et je présente à nouveau le roman Batouala, puisque pour certains, c'est un livre assez important pour comprendre la négritude. Et Jean Price-Mas, avec son fameux livre qui s'appelle Ainsi par la langue, qui n'est pas un roman, mais plutôt un essai, et a beaucoup contribué à l'émergence de ce courant. En fait, les éléments, en fait, comme éléments assez intéressants, il y a le rejet de l'assimilation culturelle. Je vous ai dit au début, en Haïti, on a eu une prétention et on a eu une prétention que Haïti était une province culturelle de la France et ce que Jean Price-Mas a dénoncé dans le livre Ainsi par la langue, où il critique le bovarisme et pour lui, les Haïtiens, en fait, ne doivent pas nier leur identité africaine, mais aussi il y a une portion de nous qui viennent de la France, nous ne devons pas le nier aussi. Et en fait, le rejet de certaines images du noir paisible, incapable de construire une civilisation, tous ces éléments ont été dénoncés par la négritude. Et pour continuer, la négritude, puisque c'est un courant, elle a eu ses organes, par exemple, la revue du noir, la défense, et l'étudiant noir qui était au début, mais par la suite, à partir de... il y a un problème, hein? Je peux continuer? Oui, et par la suite, la revue Présence africaine. Ça va, ça va? La revue Présence africaine commence à publier à partir de 1947 et tout ça.
No, I don't think so.
Allô? Allô? C'est quoi? va continuer. Allô, allô? Ok, ça va un peu. En fait, oui, je disais que les organes véhiculant les idées de la négritude étaient à cette époque, au début du XXe siècle, et la revue du monde noir et bien avant 1930. Et par la suite, il y a l'étudiant noir qui était considéré comme un des organes les plus importants et dans la... Allô? Allô?
Docteur Pierre, pendant une minute.
Un problème technique? OK.
Pierre, restez-nous pour une minute. D'Abdullah, vous commencez.
OK.
Oui.
On va continuer?
Moi, je suis là. D'Abdullah, vous commencez tout à l'heure.
OK.
Non, restez-nous. Docteur Pierre, vous continuez pour nous, s'il vous plaît?
OK. Et en fait, je parlais à propos des organes véhiculant les idées de la négritude. En fait, la négritude a pris naissance, bien entendu, et de façon structurée, et parce que bien avant, comme je disais, était déjà, en fait, il y a eu une pratique où l'on pourrait qualifier de négritude, bien avant, mais les années 1930. En fait, il y a les journaux, les petites revues comme la Revue du Monde Noir, Légitime Défense, l'Étudiant Noir, et la présence africaine. En fait, les quatre premiers n'ont pas fait long feu. Et c'est seulement la dernière revue qui s'appelle la revue Présence africaine et qui, à partir de 1949, devient une maison d'édition très connue. Hein. Cependant, en Haïti, puisque la négritude haïtienne existe aussi comparativement à la négritude pratiquée en Afrique francophone et aussi par les Afro-Caribéens l'Afro-Caribéen, les Français, pourquoi pas, puisqu'il était martiniquais et guyanais. Je voulais parler d'Aimé Césaire et des Damas. Et en fait, la revue indigène a été fondée en 1927. Et puis par la suite, il y a la création du bureau d'ethnologie en 1941. Et enfin, la création de l'IRA, qui est l'Institut d'études et recherche africaine d'Haïti. Et l'IRA fut créée après une visite du président Senghor en Haïti en 1976. Et c'est par la suite, il a parlé à propos d'une institution qui doit étudier non seulement les rapports, mais l'identité africaine en Haïti, mais les rapports entre Haïti et l'Afrique. Et c'est dans cette logique que IERA a été créé en 1980. Bon, bien entendu, à cette époque, on pouvait dire que le noirisme des Duvalier était très en vogue. Ben, jusqu'à l'IERA comme institution a fallu attendre jusqu'à 2008 pour qu'il y ait un local digne où, comme toutes les autres facultés de l'Université d'État d'Haïti. Bien entendu, la création du bureau d'ethnologie a été créée le bureau d'ethnologie a été créé par Jean-Paul Espace en 1941. C'est dans la logique de connaître mieux l'identité africaine et des Haïtiens. Et contrairement à l'indigénisme et latino-américain, l'indigénisme haïtien, lui, nous pouvons dire que c'est un indigénisme qui tient beaucoup plus à l'Afrique, c'est-à-dire qui met en valeur l'identité africaine, contrairement à l'indigénisme latino-américain qui essaie de voir beaucoup plus et le rapport existant entre les latino-américains et leur passé indigène, mais en Haïti, c'est le contraire, c'est plutôt le passé africain. Et en ce qui concerne la négritude, et nous avons vu, tout comme du côté des Africains, et les différents chefs de file étaient, sur le plan politique, sur le plan idéologique, et il était pro-marxiste, anticolonialiste et anti-impérialiste. Cependant, en Haïti, à cette époque, l'indigénisme et la négritude n'étaient pas anticolonialistes, puisque Haïti n'était pas une colonie, mais elle était anti-occupation américaine. Même si à côté de cette question anti-occupation américaine, il y a aussi anti-impérialiste. Et qu'est-ce qui va se passer par la suite? On a le noirisme. Le noirisme a pris naissance au cours un peu à la fin de l'occupation américaine. Et le noirisme, la différence, contrairement au négrisme et à la négritude, le noirisme est très coloriste. En fait, le noirisme n'est pas comme la négritude qui est très ouvert, qui accepte toutes les autres couleurs et toutes les autres races. Mais, en fait, on a dans ce cas-là un autre courant qui est très politique et bien entendu qui a instauré en Haïti une forme de totalitarisme. Et aussi, nous pouvons dire qu'il y a une forme d'instrumentalisation de l'histoire puisque Duvalier a pris l'image de nos héros comme Dessalines, et surtout Dessalines, et il a même présenté, il s'est présenté comme étant le successeur de Dessalines. Et nous avons vu les différents chefs de file de la négritude étaient communistes et ils adhèrent à cette époque au Parti communiste. Et même en Haïti, même Roumain aussi, et que nous pouvons mettre dans le courant de la négritude dans une certaine mesure, étaient aussi communistes. Et en fait, le noirisme, lui, était anticommuniste et c'est pour cela qu'au cours de la période des Duvalier, il n'y a pas une manifestation importante de ce courant, du mouvement en Haïti parce que déjà les différentes revues véhiculant les idées de la négritude, ces revues-là n'ont pas fait long feu et le duvalierisme n'était pas ouvert et les duvalieristes aussi étaient anti-mulâtres et les duvalieristes étaient antinationalisme, mais un populisme noirisme, un populisme noir. Parce que pour Duvalier, la majorité des Haïtiens étaient des Noirs, et pour cela, il a fondé son idéologie sur le dos de la masse noire, et comme quoi que les Noirs doivent substituer les mulattes. Pourtant, avec Firmin, dans le c'est pas Firmin, pardon, avec Roumain, pardon, je voulais dire Roumain, avec Roumain a vu les choses autrement. Et le communisme de Roumain qui était aussi et qui a collaboré aussi avec les certains auteurs du communisme et certains auteurs pardon de la négritude haïtienne. Et à cette époque, la négritude haïtienne, en fait, Roumain a vu le problème sur l'angle de la lutte des classes. Pour lui, la couleur n'est rien, mais c'est la classe qui est tout. En fait, en ce qui concerne le rapport, la négritude et le noirisme haïtien, pardon, et la négritude, nous pouvons dire qu'à cette époque, Haïti était déjà indépendant comme pays indépendant. Haïti a participé aussi à la décolonisation de la France, de l'Afrique, pardon, de l'Afrique et francophone. À cette époque, Haïti avait une diplomatie très active et en ce qui concerne la décolonisation, parce que Haïti était membre fondateur de l'ONU, en fait, Duvalier a utilisé tous ses atouts pour pouvoir faire des plaidoyers pour que les pays de l'Afrique deviennent indépendants. Et à cette époque, nous pouvons dire qu'il y a une forme de rapport entre le noirisme et l'indépendance africaine, dans une certaine mesure, entre la négritude, mais ça n'a pas fait long feu, puisque par la suite, et à partir de 1986, c'était la fin des Duvaliers ou la fin de la dictature. En fait, il paraît que l'Assemblée est arrivée, hein, et moi, je m'arrête. Merci.
Merci un peu, Dr. Pierre.
French and public studies and college. He researched current century of the truth of intergenerational trauma on the South American issue. In his presentation, I will see the state trade transmission and recreation Haitian literature. Omen examined the role of literary texts in confronting generational trauma caused by the transatlantic trade. He also demonstrates Haitian writers, Marie Aniel and Yanni Barret, how the displays of literature protect intergenerational trauma by using its own force to build or rebuild the relationship between Africa and Haiti. In addition, it brings out other fighters, such as the others, situated at the writing at the crossroad between the positions of trauma and reading and solution. This presentation really about many downs, focus you see on the meaning of level by NICA, and maybe the question at the end of our song that I'd like to focus more on how the question brings intergeneration from our student NICA work enough. In this paper, I would like to discuss working the aspect of the relationship between Haiti and Africa, the trauma of the disconnection with slavery and slavery. I would like to ask, how do Haitian writers deal with the passing on of the stigma and its repercussions in the following generation? I want to argue that although slavery is famous for perpetuating the great competition that the black folk in the French community, the intergenerational transition of slavery can nevertheless become inside the state creation. Rather than forgetting this habitat, writers work to mount skillful attention so that creation at the humanity side is possible. The role of literature is to make up the voices of the dissidents marked from our sides of writing. Within the tribe, in the voice of the descendants, literature opens a new space, the paradoxical space where history, memory, and fiction writing inside. According to the writer Pierre, the topic of slavery is not a issue. She identifies a certain capacity around the events which preceded the Asian War of Independence at the end of the revolution. In an interview in 2009, she said, the period of 1804, the period of slavery, is often ever mentioned in Haitian literature, as if independence could be erased. However, nothing could be further from this. The scars remain. It's not until given to the Rosalie Lampa, 2003, that slavery, which she would say the memory of the middle passage, served as the frame for love. Based on my research on intergenerational by slavery and slave trade in French Caribbeans, I do agree with the line of dance, especially if you compare Haitian literature, literary texts of Weber and Martin. The works of Edouard Daniel Maxima, and more recently, Pierre, are all products by the Christian slavery and its persistence in our current days. In Haitian literature, there is Rosalie Lampa by Pierre, mentioned by Hans. You can also see the work of Jean-Claude Pierre, which is very similar with Keynote, which tackled the weekend of several generations. And finally, there's the text that I put this text today, the Livre des Arts by Marie-Céline. By discussing the rest of my presentation, I want to show how a few art can lead to a imperative, remember, the Livre des Arts, which takes place in French Canada, tells the story of Haitian women named in art, who sat there hospital after community society. The doctor in charge of the case says the degree of madness. However, they now refuses to speak French, even though she can. But she wrote a dissertation in French on the state grade of instead, she speaks already in Creole. To proceed with the medical exam, Dr. Matthew asked the interpreter named Flore without name. Like enough, Flore is an Asian descent. The story unfolds around his team in the future, where Flore met as the interpreter of Enna's. At the beginning of the novel, when Enna starts talking to Flore during the sessions that they have at the hospital, one of the first things that Flore notices about Enna is the peculiar voice she has. It resembles what sounds like her voice, a scream, even if it is loud, her voice, a power, because she is power. The glaring light, the voice of the beggar, imploring, ordering, this powerful light voice reaches me, already getting sharp in my flesh. Within Anna's voice, God cannot help but hear non-presence. Even though she does not scream, since she does, even though she hears howling and not the snuff. What Flore hears is an oddness in Anna's voice, a kind of oddness that is not as much heard as it is felt, with the non-consent of Anna's voice to itself. Something uncanny powers in the disruption of Anna's voice. I will see this possibility of the cycle and the trauma of slavery. Later in the novel, we discover that Anna's voice is a cycle, also destruction. She tells the floor, while she was 4 years old, she started having the dream of running and screaming as loud as she could feel. She dreamt of a violent wind entering her ears, and as the earth around her seemed to crumble, the voice only became stronger, to the point of putting trees. Ella's voice is as much made of the wind as the wind is made of her voice. There is a continuity there. Thus, early on, Ella can identify the lion dangerous force, the howling force, the dimension in Ella's voice that brings it to the limit of the human and the non-human. For Ella, this howling force is not just the harbinger of danger. For her side, there is within them the will to be like one could say to the enemy, even with the life. And I quote. So this is Ella. You realize there was like a society from a line and that street. That force, that anger wants to be like things at any cost. The only relation to destroy them, but putting and sweeping everything. The cycle as a figure of destruction and creation seems to be back in focusing forces. It is the site of a bigger role of attention. In that sense, I would argue that it stands for the duality of the position of Quran. It repeats a chromatic kernel, which cannot be spoken, but is nevertheless conceived. Creating a scene in which there is an opportunity to diverge from its repetitive and deadly path. In the novel, this plays out the duality of the figure of the wind. As I will show, the figure of the wind in the novel stands for the stations, but also for the howling of the mother, separated from the daughter in heaven. In the text, the winds do not associate with the Schwab slavery, since what is at the center of the novel is the history of slave trade, the theme of Emma's dissertation when she was in France. In the text, slavery is almost constantly referred to the figure of the stations. The winds are like an economy of the slave trade, standing for the violence and oppression of the Europeans. Emma describes them as well. Those mold orders of God carried along by the wind, difficult matters in the sea. The wind brought to the home the stations. For Emma, the winds cannot be completely dissociated from the ones that are accompanying the stations. In that fact, the destructiveness of the wind cycles, its uncanny presence in our voice, bears the impact of that history. However, the creative force of the cycle resides also in the history of her family, who the address on the model for daughter. We can identify her Christianity. The intergenerational address appears as a concrete action for the descendants, for them to remember doing something from this mysterious force they see. In the novel, where Ella tells the tales of her sister, we discover that at the moment of separation in Africa, and her oldest sisters, the young girl, females, the last memory of her mother was hearing her howling on the shores. The voice of her mother, howling on the shore of the sea, she cuts through the water, carrying on the ocean. The ship sails through, carrying out its cargo of debris, including Tina. The ship leaves and Malaika howls, bursts out and so out of the beach. What he has said in his final synthesis trade is that the trauma of separation is inspired without the kingdom of power. But in this moment, this power shifts the figure of the wind. The wind becomes more than the wind here becomes different face. The face of the mother sister of the daughter. Something in the wind can now be heard. The howling is now the trace of those element breaths, not just the trace of the trauma of slavery. While the direct scene of the separation from mother and the daughter seems to reinforce the trauma of slave trade, however, that can be seen without the possibility to extend the force of destruction of trauma, and only the possibility of witnessing and entering. What could have been a scene of separation from trauma becomes a scene of prevention and embrace. There's the possibility for the daughter and the next generation to respond rather than being faced with unspeakable horror. There is also the gift of the calm. It's not that the decision of the message of the story, but more deeply within the address of the false address, the imposition of the blessing and the imperative of the forget. The task of the sentence, the goal around is then to find a way to listen to this address. And to know something we know to find a way to give the big force to cipher instead of repeating its style and research. In the novel, God is the one who is if this is the force in the colony, although she cannot hear earlier, this is how my voice reached me already pretty sharp in my voice. See at the end of the novel, so that's all. The death of Emma by suicide. And following that, a series of strange action led by a series of acting out of Flo's body will lead her to Emma's former lover, which she, so the last stage of the novel, Flo will lose Emma's former lover, which she had met before, and will have sex with. As Flo's body is against the body of Emma's lover, she thinks, Emma, wasn't she there? Emma, wasn't she there guiding over my body, the body of that man, guiding me, one of the few who have patiently learned her language? Yes, I do myself. Emma is bringing me into the world. She is reinventing my world. She is there to be the last fight. In the scene, the meaning of this acting out of law does not exceed the stage. More than anything, the body of Emma's lover is fully a movie to remember Emma. What is fascinating here is that Flo remembers Emma, she also reinvents her. She's no longer because of the Pierre, the rhetorical figure that we use in poetry, reanimate the dead, to make man-made things see. In this hallucinating rhetorical feat, Flo both remembers and events Emma. The force of knowledge imprinting in fact force in her body. It also seems to have created like a mute, making Flo the kind of poetess. The paradoxical combination of memory and fiction questions what it means to see the specific one. The muted force that does not convey the message, but is an the creative hallucination by thought shows that remembering might not be enough. The language of this scene is also accompanied by creation and invention. We might want to think of the howling of the wind, not just as an imperative remember, but as a music. This is without mistakes, the deliberate extract from art. That is, this potential of the violence of the cycle and allowing it to become false creation. Okay, we have a question for Alex.
Yeah, you can speak.
Okay, so if you want, I will ask. I have a question.
Dr. Pierre, est-ce qu'on peut parler anglais?
Non. Oui, créole, oui. Créole français, oui.
Qui sont définis? Alors, on va définir alors, question pas définie parce que pour les clients, si que les pour juger, tout le monde va le voir. Et après ça, le cas de c'est pas cas de donc, on est genre, qui peut vous donner by ouverture
Qui vient?
Répétez-le encore.
Répétez-le encore, s'il vous plaît.
Il dit que l'ouverture
et ça vient en l'église par cette ouverture. C'est ça qu'on va.
Ou tu fais mettre sous partie l'ouverture?
Si moi t'ai fait? Ah non, moi t'ai précisé que on t'a parlé.
C'est pour madame. C'est pour.
Oui.
C'est présenté avant.
En fait,
donc, question, c'est pour qui te présente avant là.
ah, ok. Oui, c'est qui ça, elle te dit? C'est quoi la question exactement? Non, pas bien entendu jusqu'à présent.
En fait, moi, je pense que à la Renaissance, le démarrer dans l'échange. Alors, maintenant, comme je disais, en échange, comme ça vient, est-ce que il faut commencer là? Est-ce que les étudiants, est-ce que les étudiants vont être motivés? Pour vraiment les échanges d'égalité avec Haïti et la.
Est-ce que vous t'entendez?
Non, vous pouvez répéter pour moi, s'il vous plaît.
Comme.
Vous pouvez répéter pour moi, s'il vous plaît.
Répétez là, juste répétez.
Oui.
Monsieur a tapé, ça m'a tapé. Et Fadoul, répétez question.
Consideration. Any consideration how to work from it,
Yeah.
or can you explain this phenomena of movement force that travels time and space? How can you make sense of that? Yeah, no, I think it's interesting that it is you can think of how in consciousness issues that the voice actually needs symptoms that reacting of psychological understanding of that. From a maybe more literary historic perspective, I think what might happen is also the repetition of philosophy. So it's not as much the repetition of the thing as such. It's more about each generation that we experience the fact that something is missing. And the howling of the mother is the figure of that is. So that's kind of like how that's why after the media works transition to some exactly quite like the voice that's why you can show important. Try to do like create figures which that is. So I mean, I think that for instance, in France, there are like some associations that are doing some work to help people and find their relation, how far their relation, find like their existence. And when they do that, it has happened that they have to work with a psychiatrist or psychologist, so they actually go to the point where there is no traces in. So like there is like that question of that it could be traumatic in and out of itself to be faced as an absence or like radical impossibility to know one's family history. Yeah, and I think that there is for across so many generations, that most of the work that has been done in the generation has been done a lot of relation to the Shoah. And so there are not as much work related to the trauma of slavery because it spans so many generations that it's sometimes it seems very bit hard to trace something like medical connection. But I think that the way that Sadia Altman talks about the afterlife of slavery is very important. It's the idea that they persist, like the trauma is also the way in which society repeats the question in the French Caribbean today in the United States. Right? I don't have this. Yeah, c'est une question. Je pense que ça peut être aussi il y a quelque chose qui ne peut pas être montré. There's something that cannot be delayed. That's just not the way it is. That's not the way it is, right? It's something that small, I think. And I think that's the meantime. It's especially in other form than in the future. Like that, I think what's very important is the idea that the aesthetic has a role to play. It's not just about this. Like, so when you talk about when you witness these women dancing, in a sense they work in a space or something that not made, they gave a space for it to exist. In the address that thought creation pathway, and I think that that's very important because again, I work with the Haitian technologists, in Canada, and it talks a lot about how at some point we have to choose between violence and the estate, the sector and activity, and I think that's what's at stake, right? And so I think that the estate has a very important role. Otherwise, sometimes. In the case of the novel, we see that they're not actually killing of the lover. So that's not this period of slavery. And so yeah, there's when something cannot be named, there's either the solution of violence or the estate. I mean that according to the evidence. And I think that's the estate is for that. And it's basically direct back there. And as you experience, like you feel press something music when yes, that's very important. Yes.
Text message without there's anything we can do about it.
There's so much. Oh, sorry, this question that we are now going to start with the conference. We will begin from here and out.
That's what people visit us for.
All right, let's try it again.
Well, we have been having great number of classifications and speaking for the institutions. We would like to thank all of these participated face-to-face and virtually. Hopefully some of the work representatives are still online. So now it's time to lunch. We invite all of you to participate in the lunch. Lunch is being provided by those of you that were here last week, the sample of her, and know how she her presentations were by now. And we look forward to it. You know, Pretty much, we will be in possession of the commitment of blackness by our keynote speaker, who will be joining us by our lunch series. Lunch is up here, and it was last night, the session, and we continue network, dialogue, exchange, that's the space. We're trying to give centrally and all information concerning the history of Africa. We'll come to our lunchtime, we will work. We'll have the opportunity to have really enjoy it. Thank you.
This is for, I need to share, but it's not a large history.
Se guys, se they want to come here and members, oh, see, lunch volunteer, see guys, we get these fights now. Get up that video was it. Can't get into. What I have to walk on the
Mais la paix mourir. Ouais, moi sans famille. Ouais, moi sans amis. Si vous quittez l'allée, qui monde cap consolé. Papa, bon Dieu, tendez criquet moi. C'est goût bon moi. C'est vous pour sauver. Dambala, dambala, ou qu'on aime ces petits tout papa. Papa Dambala, Dambala, l'ouvri j'ai pour garder moi, papa. Papa Dambala. Papa Dambala. Papa Dambala. Papa Dambala. Papa Dambala, Dambala. Où qu'on aime sa petite tout, Papa Dambala, Dambala. L'ouvri j'ai pour garder moi, papa. Papa Dambala, Dambala. Où qu'on aime sa petite tout, papa. Papa Dambala, Dambala. J'ai où à protéger moi, papa. Hey, Papa Dambala. Papa Dambala. C'est la maladie à prendre des rendez-vous dans le bon Dieu. C'est la maladie à prendre des rendez-vous dans le bon Dieu au
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Bloopy, bloopy, bloop, 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 bloop. Okay, so you have me. All right. So let me then talk to. Oh. I can hear you. Right, but I'm saying, well, do we then still need to ask Paul?
We just
to
let
test
us
it?
know we said what we said from the start.
Okay. All right. So. La 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 la. Yeah, okay. Well, we. Fraser, go stand at the podium and then sit at the seat. Come on, faster. Act like you just ate food. Just say apples, apples, apples. In your ABCs. Blah, 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 black sheep. So what do you get? What do you get me?
Anything? You can hear me? Hello? Yeah, you can hear me now?
Just me, yes.
Is that fine? Do I continue?
You can hear her? Can you hear me now over here? And nice and clear? Okay. No, no.
that way. So you can write this. Well, I mean, so.
Ah, não pegou.
Yeah.
One.
University of Johannesburg. Her research and teaching interests are located in the overlaps between African studies and African diaspora studies and engage three broad areas: race and political economy, transnationalism and diaspora, and the cultural politics of knowledge production. We just had a great conversation about the production of knowledge. She's the author of The Predicament of Blackness, Post-Colonial Ghana, and the Politics of Race, which was a winner of the 2014 Elliott Skinner Book Award in Africanist Anthropology and long listed for the 2013 OCM Bocas Literary Prize. The book is also a recipient for the 2012 Beckington Fund First Book Grant. Her book of Natives, Ethnics, and True Negroes, A Counter History of Anthropology, will be published early next year. So we might have to bring back Dr. Pierre next year. She's continuing a manuscript titled Haiti, the Second Occupation. We're anxiously awaiting that one as well. Dr. Pierre's essays on global racial formation, Ghana, Haitian studies, immigration and African diaspora, theory, and politics have appeared in several academic journals, including Current Anthropology, Anthurium, Journal of Anthropological Sciences, Cultural Anthropology, Feminist Review, Social Texts, Identities, Cultural Dynamics, Transforming Anthropology, Current Anthropology, and you name it. Dr. Pierre is also the Haitian Americas coordinator for the Black Lions for Peace. When you hear this woman, it inspires, it shows you what possibilities lie out there for us and for Haiti. Please help me welcome Dr. Jemima Pierre.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I'm very tall, sorry. Yeah, thanks. I'd like to first thank the CUNY Haitian Studies Institute for inviting me for this wonderful conference, especially Professor Louis Serra, and also Jaira Klassi, I don't know if I've met her, for being patient with me and the emails and so on, and all the staff and faculty for making this trip possible. I'm grateful to be here, and I'm just going to go and present. My first trip to the African continent was as an undergraduate study abroad student to Ghana. It was the very first time I had left the US since I immigrated at the age of 8 to immigrated to the US at the age of 8, and the second country I'd ever visited outside of Haiti. Landing at the airport in Accra brought back all my memories of Haiti. It was late evening and the city was slowly shutting down. I clearly remember the night scene, women standing in front of small tables selling evening meals, by the tin lamp lighting by the side of the road, the small groups of young people strolling the narrow roads, almost empty as we made our way up to the university at Legon. Within the first few days, I was convinced Accra reminded me of Port-au-Prince. Of course, my memory was not completely there. And those of you who've been to Accra lately, it's a very different Accra than it was back then. I hadn't been to Haiti in over 12 years, but the Makula market, the churches, the food, the hustle and bustle, the movement, the laughter, all took me back to my childhood living in the neighborhood of Martissant. As a young Haitian American navigating through Ghana for the first time in the mid-90s, the experiences of having young Ghanaian students at the university not only know about the Haitian Revolution, but also know about the Lavalas movement, Jean-Bertrand Aristide, for example, as the country's first elected president, was electrifying and created in me a sense of pride. I proudly asserted this Haitian identity to all and who would listen, making sure to distinguish myself from the others of the African diaspora congregating constantly in Ghana. As I have traveled all over the African continent over the years, from Senegal to Kenya to South Africa, what has been remarkable has been the fact that no matter where I end up, I find Haitian people. In Ghana, I met several UN officials and workers. In Kenya, Haitian entrepreneurs. In South Africa and Senegal, Haitian students. Most remarkable was meeting the amazing Haitian Senegalese poet, playwright, novelist, historian, sculptor, musician, Gérard Chenet in Toubab Diallo, a small fishing village in Senegal, 55 kilometers south of Dakar. Chenet moved to Senegal in the 1960s after his political activity sent him from Haiti to France, to the Soviet Union, to Guinea, and finally to Senegal, where he served as a cultural advisor to President Leopold Senghor. He spent the final years of his life building an incredible creative village for artists. If you ever go to Senegal, make sure you visit this village. I note these experiences to acknowledge the various connections of Haitian people to the African continent beyond dispersal of enslavement. The legacy of slavery is, at base, what allows a discussion of Haiti and Africa. And the legacy of conquest, colonization, and the universal legitimacy of European and racialized white power is what has structured our modern world such that Haiti and Africa exist in a similar epistemological field. In his article, The Odd and the Ordinary, Haiti, the Caribbean, and the World, Michel Rolfe-Trouillot took scholars to task for their consistent treatment of Haiti as insular and exceptional. The making and remaking of Haiti's exceptionalism, argued Trouillot, functions as a barrier to acknowledging Haiti's integration into a world dominated by Christianity, capitalism, and whiteness. The more Haiti appears weird, he said, the easier it is to forget that it represents the longest neo-colonial experiment in the history of the West. As both and geopolitical entity, Africa, like Haiti, itself suffers from its own, those similar forms of exceptionalism, both within the normative Western intellectual traditions and within studies of the African diaspora. Here too, exceptionalism has prevented scholars and others from treating Africa as part of a modern framework, as coeval, that means in time, with the rest of the world. Seeing Africa as modern and dynamic would have allowed many to see the experiences and practices of its populations, not as singular, but as part of broad, anti-global, ideological, political, and economic terrain established and continually updated by the racial legacies of European hegemony, as well as its creative responses of its people to these legacies. Most of my research centered on the African continent. Is this a mic? But this research has greatly informed my social, political, and intellectual engagement with Haiti. In my first book, The Predicament of Blackness, I demonstrated the ways that discourses and practices of race and whiteness continue to have currency in this nominally Black post-colonial African nation, revealing global economic, political, and cultural hierarchies that reinforce white privilege and anti-Blackness on the local level. This line of research has forced me to work through the question of global white supremacy, of transnational neoliberalism, of entrenched neocolonialism in Haiti and Ghana, in the Caribbean, and in Africa. The task, as I see it, is to recognize the context that structures and uphold what we have today as a hierarchy of nations, cultures, and races, and to cover the ways that these structures continue to bind us, the victims of this legacy, together. Trouillot argued that from the 1930s on, research, political practice, and legislation emphasized Haiti's exceptionalism, its distinctiveness, a trend we see carried through to the contemporary moment. But during an earlier time, in the late 19th and early 20th century, Haitian writers such as Pierre, Jacques Mars, Dante Bellegarde, insisted on making sense of Haiti in a broad international context. They were asking specific questions tuned to Haitian particularities, but informed by the international debates of the time. Haiti was seen as part of the world, not as a weird aberration that could not be explained. For these intellectuals, therefore, one had the responsibility to analyze Haiti and Haitian phenomena in either a comparative framework or within global political, economic, and cultural relations. So in the rest of my presentation, I aim to offer extracts of such an analysis. I take as a point of departure the work of my current book manuscript, provisionally titled Of Natives, Ethnics, and True Negroes, that argues that at the center of this current moment, current unequal global order, is the European imperial project and the co-construction of race in Africa. So here I plan to, one, demonstrate Trio's prescient observation that Haiti is the longest neo-colonial experiment in the modern world. And two, to argue that post-colonial states, particularly those on the African continent, have much to learn from Haiti's experiences with Western imperialism. To do so, I shift the lens. It's not what Africa has to give to Haiti, it's what Haiti has to teach the full African post-colony, and how they can talk to each other. To do so, I focus at the beginning of the 20th century, when inter-European rivalry, a civil war that they called World War I, was settled through new discussions about international cooperation and development that actually served to consolidate colonial control and to preserve Western hegemony. Europeans settled their rivalry by deploying a cunning language of morality and international cooperation that claimed to do away with the excesses of the post-1885 early European colonization of the continent to a more peaceful cooperation among sovereigns. But in reality, it was a re-articulation of white power, because only European nations were considered capable of sovereignty. This notion of international cooperation was based on an international hierarchical racial order that justified renewed European colonial rule as a civilizing trusteeship. This was the formation of the League of Nations and the mandate system of trusteeship established in 1920 at the end of the First World War. The various bureaucracies of the League of Nations became the basis for the structures of jurisprudence and relations of what we now understand to be the European and US-led global international order, which we hear all the time, the rules-based international order in the news. The African continent was a key site for the consolidation of this new international order and its structures of maintenance and enforcement. The new international order was explicitly shaped by racist assumptions about the readiness or inability of Africans to engage in self-rule. This international order continues to shape our world. But Haiti comes into play here too. At the formation of the League of Nations, Haiti had already attained its independence and had considered itself sovereign for more than a century. But its position within the League was contradictory. So I will focus simultaneously on how Africa was central to the mandate system of the League of Nations and Haiti's contradictory position within the League as it sought to deploy its own sovereignty on behalf of Africans, while itself under foreign occupation. Ultimately, we will see how Haiti's unique role in the modern world as both a quasi-sovereign state and as a laboratory for US and Western imperialism serves as an example for African populations for understanding the limits of models of Black sovereignty in a world structured by white supremacy. Now, the scramble for European control of the African continent began in earnest in the mid-1800s with Leopold II of Belgium, who took over a vast swath of land in the center of the continent, 11 times larger than Belgium. The gruesome decimation of human life and resources in the Congo increased Leopold's and Belgium's wealth tremendously, and it led to Europeans to compete with each other for access to resources of the African continent. At the beginning of the war, this is World War I, a continent where Europe claimed but a tenth of the land in 1875 was in 25 years practically absorbed. As a colonial power on the African continent, Germany's Second Reich committed the first genocide of the 20th century in 1904, where they explicitly planned the extermination of the Herero and Hamakwa people, which is in modern-day Namibia, who were resisting the plunder of their land and resources. The European war revived the scramble for Africa. By the end of the war, as victorious European countries took over the German colonies as bounties, The British took Tanganyika and northern Cameroon. Togo was divided between France and Britain. France took Cameroon, White Africa, South Africa took over Southwest Africa, and so on. The war officially ended in 1919 with the Treaty of Versailles at the Paris Peace Conference. The conference meeting occurred over several months and were coming together, and it was the coming together of victorious nations and were primarily dominated by four key governments: Britain, France, Italy, and the US. It is significant that the question of colonies loomed large at this Paris Peace Conference because this time, European imperial discourse depended on the accepted belief that colonial possessions were an unconditional necessity as a source of raw materials, as markets, and as an outlet for free labor for the Europeans. For the British in particular, as resistance and uncertainty mounted in its own older, rich Indian colony, Africa became more important in sustaining Britain's imperial prestige. Thus, for all of the West, but especially for France and Britain, empire was vital to post-war recovery and economic survival. But it is also Germany's demise, the stripping of its African colonies, spoils of war, that established, and the establishment of a mandate system as justification that entrenched actually both European control, imperial control of Africa, and Africa's position in the world at the bottom of the colonial hierarchy. European powers then set themselves the task of drawing profit from the colonies, but this task, they realized, required transforming military occupation into civilian rule. So, but this change in world in terms of post-war peace settlement in 1919 provoked a shift in tactics. And I'll talk about that because when I start talking about the League of Nations, you'll remember how things are going today. In a 1931 column in London Times, the anthropologist Margie Kern wrote that, quote, "History will note that the European interest in Africa was immensely increased by the war and the establishment of the mandate system. The mandate system was created for governing territories in the Middle East, Africa, and the Pacific. The League of Nations was created primarily to oversee this mandate system. In theory, the system was to set up the ownership of colonies under the quote international tutelage, and international here meant European, as opposed to national owners of civilized nations. So the point of the mandate system was to basically say that there's no more colonialism and that there's international rule, but then these countries still needed to be under European tutelage. In practice, the mandate system of foreign tutelage and control hardly differed from colonialism. This is significant because the mandate did not include territories within Europe, such as the Balkans and Eastern Europe, that were under dispute during World War I. It was a different matter altogether for the conquered non-European colonies. These colonies were placed under the mandate system by Article 22 of the Covenant of the League of Nations. On September 23rd, 1921, at the Second Assembly Plenary Session of the League of Nations, Dantes Bellegarde, delegate for Haiti, addressed the members of the League of Nations saying, quote, "A time will come when the League of Nations will have to deal with racial questions, when it will have to eradicate differences between races which manifest themselves in unfair treatment inflicted on certain races and constitute a menace to peace, to the peace of the world," end quote. Dantes Bellegarde was referencing the League of Nations mandate system, which turned colonized territories into mandates administered by so-called sovereign states. The mandate system was, he stressed, fundamentally based on racial difference, where only rights sanctioned by the civilized Europeans were recognized. At the center of the Covenant of League of Nations, Article 22, read in part, let me read that for you. It says, "To the colonies and territories which are inhabited by people not yet able to stand by themselves under the strenuous conditions of modern world, there should be applied the principle that the well-being and development of such people form a sacred trust of civilization, and that the tutelage of such people should be entrusted to advanced nations. So let's review. Article 22 refers to the colonies and territories which were no longer under the sovereignty of states, which here the reference was to Germany's former colonies. From the outset, Article 22 established that those under European colonial rule could not be sovereign. This meant that only Europeans were considered states and allowed sovereignty. But more important is the claim that these colonies are, quote, inhabited by people not yet able to stand by themselves, end quote, and that these people needed the tutelage of the more civilized to function in the modern world. Those in the colonies, in other words, were not ready for modern civilization. They needed the protection and guidance from their European nations, who were also their colonial masters. And in return, the European nations, in their kindness, took it as their duty to lead those poor souls until they could stand by themselves. These were the ideological, political, and racial contexts for the establishment of the mandate system. Guaranteed by the League of Nations, the mandate system was to establish a better system of administration of what they call the backward areas. The mandate was meant to be a more effective way to secure liberty, material welfare, and development for the natives. This is the quote, sorry. But the universalist language deployed in the document revealed its European framers' hierarchical understanding of the world. As Cameroonian political theorist Siva Gobagi rightly points out, the mandate system depends on dominant European view that, unlike their society, non-European communities were tribalistic and lacked the kind of political structure that the West could recognize. The structure of the mandate is particularly telling. The 1919 Peace Conference established three-tiered mandates, A, B, and C. Remember that the contested territories in Europe were not part of the mandatory system. So mandate A were the people in the territories of the Middle East, who the Europeans considered most closest to civilization, and would only need a short time before they were able to stand alone. Mandates B, the Class B mandates, they were for the tribal people of tropical Africa, who would require an indefinite number of years or decades of economic advancement under European control. Mandate C were considered the most backward and primitive people, and they were within, surprisingly, not surprisingly, white settler populations, and they said needed indefinite European control. So that's where the South Africans in settler colonial states, South Africa, places like South Africa and New Zealand. In his study of the mandate system, Elaine Locke pointed out that the Class B mandate, that is all of Africa, was really the crux of the mandate system. And he rightly argued that had there not been a mandate system without Africans, because had there not been a mandate system without Africans, there would not be a mandate system, because Africans represented in the most fundamental way the political and economic situation of European imperialism at the time. But the establishment of the mandate system was actually a defensive move on the part of the war victors. As can be seen, the concern was not to give up colonies, was to rewrite the definition of colonialism and to create this notion of international cooperation. But while the mandates reflected entrenched racialist views about those affected, the categories of the mandates reflected different political realities on the ground, particularly African resistance to foreign rule. So the framers were trying to make a distinction between regular colonial rule and trustee management under the mandate system. So was the emerging liberalism that sought to rebrand imperialism with the language of imperialism, internationalism, and global governance. These two aspects, the shift in racial articulation to liberal racism and the rebranding of imperialism, were necessarily connected. Now, the League of Nations, credited to its chief architect, Jan Smuts, who's also the architect of South African apartheid, was conceptualized and presented as a counter to empire and colonial domination. It is significant that the emergence of the League of Nations and the mandate system was meant to be the progressive departure from the evils of empire. For the most part, the League of Nations presented itself as a post-imperial project. Through the League, the Europeans created a system where they convinced themselves that their new imperialism, masquerading as internationalism and concentrated in the mandate system, they convinced themselves that this was a liberal and democratic project. The League therefore laid the basis of post-war internationalism that seemed to also diminish the nation. But it was only the civilized people and the Europeans in Europe, that could be given the recognition of nationhood in this international nations. The rest of the world were an uncivilized organic whole that could not be considered part of the international community. The League would later give way to the formation of the United Nations system, and the mandate system renamed the United Nations Trust Territory. The plan continues. What the standards for the formation of the League reveal in the Covenant 22 is that Europeans could both argue for self-determination and say that self-determination was the fundamental principle upon which the League was grounded, while denying that self-determination to most of the world's communities, presumably because of their characters as not fully people. In this sense, the League of Nations and its mandatory system meant the renewed consolidation and assertion of white supremacy, and specifically what Young Smuts called white racial unity. The institution of a racial double standard through a global framework that reflected differential treatment of races also meant a form of European solidarity in the world that, even if it could not fully eliminate inter-Western conflict, it helped foster a climate in which unity could be forged in relations to matters that affected only people that were deemed racially inferior. Nevertheless, the mandates shaped the New World Order. It shaped future global politics, including the foundations, as I just said, of the United Nations. In Dante Belgar's speech to the League of Nations Assembly, he was pointing to precisely the racist nature of the League, and many, especially other Black diaspora intellectuals and participants of the Pan-African Congresses, saw his advocacy on behalf of Africa as heroic. W.E.B. Du Bois even referred to Bellegarde as, quote, the international spokesman of Black folk, end quote. Prestige accompanied the fact that Black representation in the international arena was assumed by Haiti. Indeed, Haiti, as well as Ethiopia and minimally Liberia, were seen by the leaders of the Black diaspora as miraculous, since they were considered the only independent states governed by people of African descent, even as they existed at the edges of the European created and led international order. Out of the three, however, Haiti was subject to the most fascination because of the boldness of its representatives and its unique position in the European imagination and politics. Most fascinating for the Black world was that Haiti joined the League of Nations as a founding member. As such, and based on the covenant of the League, the fact that the European nations allowed Haiti to become a member meant the country's public recognition as fully sovereign, a recognition that its leaders, as we all know, had tirelessly sought since 1804. But there was a contradiction. As legal scholar Robert Knox reminds us, at the same time as its sovereign independence was being internationally recognized in the League of Nations, Haiti was less independent than it had been in 200 years. Haiti was under a brutal US military occupation, which began 5 years before the League of Nations in 1915, with an invasion of the US Marines. As is well known, in addition to the violence meted out to those who resisted occupation, the US forced the dissolution of the Haitian National Assembly, rewrote Haiti's constitution that now allowed foreign land ownership, put in charge governments that would sign treaties, including the Treaty of Occupation, and took over all control of Haiti's customs revenues, most of the country's finances, as well as the security. If Haiti was sovereign, under what pretext was the US able to justify occupying Haiti? And how could this be missed by the members of the League of Nations Permanent Council? Well, the military aspect of the invasion and occupation was justified through legally binding treaties. In fact, as soon as the US began its occupation of Haiti, they worked to install Haitian President Philippe Datigona, I can't pronounce Datigona, who signed a US drafted treaty of occupation called the Treaty between Haiti and the United States regarding finances, economic development, and tranquility of Haiti, end quote. This treaty was signed in September 1915, soon after the invasion and beginning of the occupation. But what must be said was that Haiti and its representatives had to receive permission from the US occupiers to actually join the League of Nations. At the same time, at the time of its formation, the US under Woodrow Wilson, the racist segregationist, was hesitant to join the League. And as its leaders felt the country that they did not want to lose their independence and become second fiddle to Europe. Most ironically was the fact that Wilson agreed with the League's claim of self-determination for nations, a fact that some Haitian leaders tried to point out the hypocrisy, of US occupation. Now, there is, of course, much to be said, especially about the fact that the US never joined the League of Nations, despite chairing the committee that drafted its originating covenant and participating in any projects. But I want to quickly focus on how Haiti could be considered sovereign and allow membership in the League of Nations, despite being under foreign military occupation. What is remarkable is that the issue of Haiti being under occupation was not officially allowed to be brought up at the League of Nations. Unlike the case of Ethiopia, the intervention in Haiti, the occupation of Haiti, was not coded as a dysfunction of the League, or not even a spectacular violation of the international order. Because Haiti was under occupation when it joined the League, its joining the League was understood as compatible with the smooth functioning of the international legal order. Moreover, the US, using its Monroe Doctrine as one of the justifications for occupying Haiti, also presented the occupation almost in terms of its trusteeship. So the US, in effect, presented itself as the elder brother, whose role was to help the Haitian state fulfill its international obligations until it was able to do it itself. So far from denying Haitian sovereignty, US leadership argued that the occupation was there to safeguard Haitian sovereignty. Indeed, the acceptance of these justifications by the white West also depended on the racialization of Haiti and African people in general as intrinsically not sovereign. The racial delegitimization of Haiti, sorry, English is not my first language, has been the mainstay of Europe and US representations of Haiti since independence. In this, especially in the late 19th and 20th century, there was always the trope of Haiti reverting back to its original state of presumed African savagery, if not under white tutelage. Thus, Robert Lansing, US Secretary of State from 1915 to 1920, and the chief architect of US policy in Haiti, state that, quote, the experience of Liberia and Haiti show that the African race are devoid of any capacity for political organization and lack of genius for government. Unquestionably, there is in them an inherent tendency to revert to savagery and to cast aside the shackles of civilization, which are irksome to their physical nature, end quote. In 1930, 10 years after his plea to the League of Nations Permanent Council to address the racism inherent in the mandate system, Dantes Delgado finally had a chance to speak on the dire situation in Haiti, criticizing not only the US occupation, but also US foreign policy throughout the region. In response, the US forced the puppet Haitian government to swiftly recall Bellegarde from his diplomatic position in Europe. The occupation was never brought up again at the League, but it must be known that the members of the League did not follow up Bellegarde's charges against the US occupation. By not doing so, they further consolidated the two-tiered international order based on racial difference, which still exists today. There are a number of points that I would like to make from this discussion as I conclude. First, It is clear that the ideology of race and the practices of white supremacy at the center of the system, where Haitian sovereignty was made to be not so different from the African trusteeship set up by the mandate system. Haitian sovereignty was made distinct to coexist with US and Western economic and political control. A review of the ways this denial of Black sovereignty is necessary for understanding the African continent at the moment of decolonization. Which brings me to my second point, that Haiti's contradictory position as quasi-sovereign at the beginning of the 20th century prefigures the inevitable position of post-colonial African states, where the transfer of political power did not mean self-determination. Indeed, the institutional and cultural context of Western hegemony in the global order and African marginalization within it remain largely intact today. And finally, and to me the most crucial, and these are the palpable parallels between the way the foreign occupation functioned in Haiti's nominal sovereignty was minimized. Finally, there are palpable parallels between the way that foreign occupation functioned and Haiti's sovereignty minimized. You see the parallels in 1915 and 2004, where today there is an ongoing occupation under United Nations mandate that is both denied as an occupation and the rule under UN and Western tutelage that is believed to be compatible with Haitian sovereignty. The most radical paradox of this new occupation, an occupation preceded by a coup and legitimized through the United Nations Security Council, supposedly representing the international community, is that the coup, its preparation, and the occupation have been what legal scholar calls an astonishing successful exercise in multilateral cooperation. In other words, the West could bring together a rainbow nation of non-white neo-colonial nations to deny sovereignty to a non-white sister nation, Haiti. We should all learn from the experiences of Haiti in the context of a hegemonic Western system of global governance to understand the workings of neocolonialism in the current moment and the challenges to Black emancipation. The first step is to work against Haitian and African singularity and to make the necessary connections that challenge the relations of power and historical and contemporary dominance of the white West. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Pierre. And of course, generally, once you hear the keynote, end of story, but we're gonna sit here and have a couple of questions from the audience. And you guys have the program. The topic of Dr. Pierre's keynote was neocolonialism and African sovereignty, Haiti, the United Nations, and global governance. Thank you for speaking through the crowd. And every time you hear you, it's so refreshing that you help us to pull the veil, be able to have honest conversation, and also really understand that Haiti is not in vacuum, it's in the context. Haiti, what's happening in Haiti is not exceptional nor isolated. So thank you again for this riveting and profound and very insightful and thought-provoking conversation, sharing with us. Audience, you are welcome to ask your questions, comments for Dr. Pierre before we move on to the next panel. Dr. Wilkin. You need a microphone, always, please. It's loud. Huh? No, I can. You need a microphone.
Wow, I'm not as tall as you. Thank you so much for that history, because we really don't get that here. You know, the history of the League of Nations. It's kind of taught us kind of like failed runs of the UN, which I guess it was in a lot of ways. And
But I'm just wondering, if you think it seems to me that the straight line that goes from that to today's global fragility act. So if you could talk about that.
Yeah, that's great. I just wrote about the Global Fragilities Act. The Global Fragilities Act is what we're calling the new Monroe Doctrine for the US, where they're basically, what the US has decided that it's too expensive to occupy a country by itself. And so it's gonna establish, what he calls fragile, it basically means, it gets a group of, it uses the Department of Defense, the Department of State, the USAID, to deal with states that it's considered to be fragile states. And Haiti is the very first state that they're gonna work with. And what's fascinating about that is this is a new way of having the neo-colonial world do the dirty work of the US, the dirty work of occupation. So they're talking about multilateralism, but it's a way of bringing in all the rest of the world to continue the European colonial project. And what's fascinating that the Haiti is always at the center of these moves. And we see it in the League of Nations, we see it in the United Nations. In fact, the 2004 occupation, I call it because it's still under occupation with a mandate. So it's fascinating to see the same wording, the same language used in a through line from the late 1800s up until the moment. What you see is the way that, you know, the WikiLeaks papers revealed, for example, that they saw that as a cheap way to get what they wanted by getting buy-in from other countries to participate in the military. The fact that Brazil, for example, led the military wing of the occupation, that you have all these countries, including African countries, participating as part of the military force in Haiti from 2000 to 2017. And so the Global Fragilities Act is basically, I say, it's the experience in Haiti to minister that they use as a model to create this Global Fragilities Act that they will now use for the rest of the region first and then the rest of the world. Because it's Haiti first and then Libya second, all the places that the US has impacted, and then West Africa. So that's the order. And I think that
illustrates well, you turning it up, turning that idea of Haiti teaching the world as
Yes.
opposed to
Haiti is the laboratory for Western imperialism. That's why it's the longest neo-colonial experiment.
audience. I know you were dazzled and audience.
Well, it remains to be seen, but I do think de-platforming Europe as the center of the world is the most important thing that could happen to us. I think even the United Nations, I think this mandate of the United Nations should be the thing too, because the United Nations comes out of the League of Nations. Its foundation is rock to me. And the United Nations is an undemocratic institution. It has 5 Security Council seats. No one else has the decisions. And what's fascinating to me, so if you think about the 2004 coup d'etat, which was sponsored, I mean, at this point, it was hooked up in Ottawa, in 2003, and then funded. What's happening is, it's the same country that pushed that supported the coup d'etat, that then went to the UN Security Council, and immediately that day got a UN Security Council to pass a mandate for the occupation of Haiti on the very day of the coup d'etat. So France and the US are the ones that led this. And so when you have a supposed, and that's why I went through the history of the idea of the international community, which emerges out of explicit European colonial control of the world, and the creation of the laws and the institutions that actually maintain that control. So we see it in the IMF, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, the UN. All of these things are very much linked to the Western colonial project. And so until we deplatform Europe from the center of the world, we cannot be free. I mean, that's the reality.
And I think listening to you, I'm also reminded that the colonial project at its very foundation is getting resources from all those places. That destabilization allows them to go in, exploit your resources, so on and so forth. Maybe the economic gains. It's really an economic endeavor as well.
Definitely, but because that's what the first thing US did was take over Haiti's finances and took over the customs, and took over everything. And then when the state for the bank gave the state a loan, and the state was still paying the loan way past the occupation.
Cotton money through indemnity, right?
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
going in and seizing the bank and taking the gold out of the country. It is.
And you have to wonder, it's like Europe is a place in the world with no resources. How is it the richest place in the world, and why does it have such a premium place?
They go out there and they.
The justification for the invasion of the occupation.
The mandate system?
Yeah.
No, so the mandate system was very specific to the League of Nations to deal with these African colonies. Because what happened is you have, the 1800s where they were plundering, especially starting with King Leopold, who plundered the Congo, killed, 11 million Congolese, right? So you have that, and then you have the liberals to take over. So when the World War I happened, and the World War I, as Du Bois said, he calls it in the African Roots of War. World War I was to be fought over African resources, right? So when World War I happens, the Europeans decide that they should not be fighting each other. So they're like, let's create an international community so that we can deal with the rivalry, inter-European rivalry. So we don't fight with each other, so we can figure out how to deal with that. But then they did not, the international community, the point was to not give up the colonies. So they renamed the colonies as mandates, as a mandate. And so it was, then they used racism to justify the continued control of this colonial space by calling them mandates, by saying that these people there were not ready for self-rule. We still see the same language when we think about talking about Haiti, right? It's like the news now, it's like they've reverted to savagery and so on and so forth. So the mandate system was part of the League of Nations, was a way to hide their colonies, even though we all knew they were colonies. What's fascinating is that Haiti was already independent for more than 100 years. But because of its occupation by the US, it was allowed to go attend the League of Nations because they were liberals, right? Because that's the problem with liberals. They were liberals that wanted to present themselves as, doing the right thing and not as bad as the others. But but because it was under occupation, they never paid attention. They never addressed the fact that how could a sovereign nation be under occupation? That would be like France being under occupation and being allowed to represent itself. And so they didn't want to deal with that. So then I'm saying the mandate system and occupation was very much, the Haiti was almost similarly under trusteeship, in similar ways like the mandate countries were, because it was occupied, even though it was going on masquerading like it was sovereign. It's like today when you see the UN Security Council meet about Haiti, the Haitians are not represented, and so it would be represented by the UN office in Haiti. Haiti's under tutelage, it's occupation. But the fascinating thing is we don't call it occupation because it's a multicultural occupation, right? And so you use multilateralism as a way to inspire it to push Western hegemony.
Interesting, I use language as a lens, the way we name of things, the way we change the naming, but it's masquerading under, it's the same thing masquerading under a different name. Yes, Robert?
Yeah, maybe that's gone through a lot.
Right, that's an interesting question, and I say interesting because one of the ways, he's saying that, do I think there's going to be political stability in Haiti after Haiti's been through so much with Papa Dog and all this stuff that's happening, Moise being assassinated, so on and so forth. One of the things I always do is nothing happens in Haiti in a vacuum. Haiti is the most persecuted country in the modern world. If we think about from the moment of independence in 1804, the constant interference from the Western world. So I think everything that's happened, I don't know if you all heard, for example, the latest report that the US Embassy, the Canadian Embassy, the Taiwanese Embassy were implicated in the assassination of Moise. Right? This was just released, right? And so, and then the WikiLeaks papers show you US picking presidents. You know, they're the ones that decided Hillary Clinton flew down and said Martelly's gonna make the second round in 2010 and 2011. And so it's important to know Haiti because that's why I have to say, we need to know the details because people say Haiti's sovereign. People don't see the occupation as an occupation. And if you don't see it as an occupation, even though you have the UN office funding Haiti, then you don't understand how Western hegemony, Western imperialism work. And then you think everything that's happening in Haiti is internal to Haitians. And so Haitians are acting out like that there's something wrong with them. When are they going to get their act together? As opposed to thinking about the way neocolonialism and imperialism work, and as opposed to thinking about the long history of nonstop interference and intervention in the country. And it's so that's the way I answer that question. You know, until we deflame the Western hegemony, we cannot think about the rest of the way the rest of the world will emerge.
Yeah, thank you. We are not the only one, or certainly not chiefly responsible for what's going on in the country. I think in essence, people need to understand that. Yes, you can.
So, how would you say, how would you do that?
Right, but we have to know how it works, right? Because nobody will tell you Haiti's under occupation now. How many of you would say Haiti's under occupation?
No,
not many people. But Haiti is under occupation, under an occupation of the international community, aka the West, right? And so the first thing, the diagnosis, the first part of the problem. If you misdiagnose the problem, we cannot fix it. It's like going to the doctor. How's the doctor going to fix it if you don't know what's wrong with you? So I do think the first step is to actually call things what they are. And if you go back to the history books and you see the way the League of Nations worked, how they deployed, how they worked in Haiti, how they changed the language, talk about mandates, trusteeship, and the blatant racism that we still see today. I mean, just open any newspaper about Haiti today. You see the same languages same language describing Haiti that you can see in 1800 and so on and so forth. And so until we realize that what's happening is an occupation, that there's this idea of the international world order is something that's very white supremacist and European, it's based on European colonialism. Until we do that and recognize that, we won't know what the next steps are.
Thank you for that. I think that necessity of having real, authentic conversational language, calling things as they are. Because sometimes I think, we fall into the common narrative, the dominant narrative, without really saying, listen, this is an occupation. This is not. We would like to be sovereign, and our ancestors certainly did their best to put us on that road, but we are under occupation, and we've been under occupation, and the colonial project really continues. We want to hear from you. Oh, we're saying that time's up. And we're already out of time, but Dr. Pierre is going to be around.
Yes.
So the conversation continues.
Thank you so much.
And it again, please. As I say, everyone gets a copy of the document. And you can get an author's signature if you're nice. Thank you so much. We're getting ready for the next time.
Thank you, everyone.
Because we're not going to be using PowerPoint or online. So and it's kind of dark. When I was looking over here and I've been taking pictures and today and it's kind of yeah, but can you have some point? You don't know.
I don't, this, well, they don't have to. Well, they go to figure that.
Yeah, they don't want us. Because yesterday they were on.
So I can turn on, just to turn on the little guys.
Yeah,
That'll
yeah.
give you something.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, thank you.
She cannot sign right now. Setting up, it's gonna be here. The mic thing will later on.
Oui. Oui, c'est là, moi, parce que l'homme là, parce que c'est campé, on est campé. Quand je suis dans le aller, non, c'est pas sinon, je sais pas si tu viens dernier, oui, pas dernier.
Celle qui peut aussi. Bon. J'étais en train de dire ce que vous avez en anglais, français. J'aurais pu l'imposer, oui, j'aurais pu le faire, mais si c'est en français, non, non, non. Le principe comme tout ça, il faut l'habitude. Les habitudes aussi. Il n'y a pas qu'une seule langue. Madame, vous on doit tout la lire. Oups. Thank you. Yes.
Va être la petite heure. Donc, Lily. Non, parce que voilà.
So we could give the interpreters the thing.
What do you see?
No, I don't see her in channels in French. Parce que-
Oh, you have interpreters?
Yeah.
Okay. Interpreters in English or Creole?
No, yeah, from French to English.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Lily, docteur Serra, on dit le commencer. Mais commencer.
Bonsoir. Good afternoon. This panel is going to be in French. But we have interpreters, so if anyone wants to follow in English, please feel free to have the task, because I think they are giving it right now. so you can go and get one. We are going to be speaking French, but I think all three of us understand English and can try to answer a question in English or Creole, even better. So whatever language, once we're done with our presentation, whatever language you feel comfortable speaking in that language that we understood, please feel free to do so. Thank you. So the title of this panel is in the program, I think it says Haitians and Africans, Histories, Myths and Survivals, something like that. Et le titre français, c'est Haïtiens et Africains, Histoire, Mythes et Survivance. Et je remercie mes collègues ici, Franz Voltaire et Gina La Fortune, d'avoir accepté ce titre qui réunit nos trois présentations. Parce que je ferai la modératrice, mais je présenterai aussi quelque chose. Je ne vais pas prendre le temps de présenter Franz Voltaire et Gina La Fortune. Vous avez leur biographie dans le programme. Franz and Gina biographies are in the program, so you can easily take a look at the credentials. So we're already late, so I'm not going to take the time to read them all. We can ask questions about our journey, academic journey after this career. So ce panel va traiter donc des histoires, je l'ai mis au pluriel à dessein, les mythes et les survivances de cette relation entre Haïti et l'Afrique, et les Afriques, comme l'a écrit Gina. Et Franz Voltaire va commencer avec une rétrospective historique de ces relations. Je continuerai avec un aspect plus culturel et aussi un aspect de vécu quotidien, vécu et perception dans le quotidien, comment est-ce que les gens voient, comment les Africains voient les Haïtiens et comment les Haïtiens, comment quelques Africains voient les Haïtiens et comment les Haïtiens en général, à différents moments de l'histoire, voient un peu les Africains. Et je m'arrêterai un peu sur un écrivain particulier de nous, de son rapport particulier avec l'Afrique, Pierre d'Orsainville. Et Gina La Fortune, je les appelle par leur prénom parce que bon, on est amis collègues et tout. Et Gina La Fortune, elle va parler d'une expérience actuelle de la collaboration et de la cohabitation et de la collaboration à Montréal entre les Haïtiens de la diaspora et certains Africains de la diaspora et comment ils arrivent à collaborer et aussi les difficultés et comment ils arrivent à le faire. Donc, sans plus tarder, je vais passer la parole à Franz Voltaire. Nous allons chacun parler 15 minutes et je vais proposer que nous gardions les questions pour la fin. Comme ça, on pourra continuer avec les échanges et discussions dans les trois langues. Merci.
Bon, alors, bonjour tout le monde et bonjour tout le monde. Donc, comme elle l'a souligné, cette présentation se fera en français. On peut le faire en créole ou en anglais, mais c'est peut-être plus facile venant de Montréal de le faire en français pour nous. Et je dirais, j'ai essayé de décomposer mon intervention en 4 points. D'abord, une remarque préliminaire. Quand on parle de l'histoire des relations entre Haïti et l'Afrique, il faut bien se rendre compte qu'il faut analyser ces relations d'un point de vue chronologique. Deuxièmement, que les relations ne se posent pas de la même façon, d'abord au moment de la traite, puisque à ce moment-là, il y a une déportation massive d'Africains en Haïti, Saint-Domingue à l'époque. Donc, il se trouve que pour les besoins de mon intervention, et puisqu'on n'a pas énormément de temps, on discutera pendant la période des questions, il faut distinguer qu'il y a massivement, je dirais, d'abord une déportation de ceux qui viennent du golfe de Guinée, qui va du Sénégal pratiquement jusqu'aux limites du Cameroun. Deuxièmement, qu'il y a à la fin du XVIIIe siècle, puisque cette période de la colonisation française est essentiellement d'une déportation massive, a lieu pendant le XVIIIe siècle. La colonisation française massive commence pratiquement avec le traité de Nisquik et pour arriver à cette insurrection générale des esclaves de 1791. Or, on a deux groupes qu'on retrouve à la fois, puisqu'on parle de survivance, dans les traditions de ce qu'on appelle le vaudou, que j'appellerais plutôt les religions afro-américaines, dans la mesure où il y a des distinctions entre des pratiques qui viennent essentiellement du Dahomey, donc le Bénin actuel, et ceux qui viennent du Congo, dont le centre, c'est aujourd'hui le nord de l'Angola, c'est-à-dire l'ancien royaume du Congo, avec les points de départ qui sont Luanda et Benguela. Donc, il y a un moment de déportation massive et qui laisse des traces et des survivances. Au-delà d'une Afrique éternelle, au-delà du mythe d'une Afrique sans histoire, il y a effectivement ces phénomènes, surtout dans le cas du Congo, passent par le royaume du Congo et surtout dans la moitié du XVIIIe siècle, où massivement arrivent, vu les guerres entre l'avancée de la colonisation portugaise, nécessairement entre Angola et Benguela, et la défaite du royaume du Congo, c'est-à-dire on a à ce moment-là une augmentation du nombre d'esclaves qui sont déportés. Alors à ce moment-là, on est en pleine période coloniale et effectivement, il y a du point de vue des esclaves, c'est-à-dire de ceux qui sont esclavisés, une nostalgie de l'Afrique. Il y a une nostalgie, une volonté de penser à un retour, puisqu'il s'agit de populations qui ont été violentées, qui sont mises en déportation. Donc, il y a cette velléité de repenser à l'Afrique. On l'a vu, par exemple, dans les cas cubains et brésiliens, où, c'est peut-être trop long d'expliquer ici, il y a eu ce qu'on n'a pas trouvé dans le cas d'Haïti, de retour en Afrique. Il y a eu des esclaves qui sont retournés en Afrique et se sont réinstallés, que ce soit à Luanda, à Benguela ou encore au Bénin, Porto Novo, des familles comme des Sousa qui sont devenus des traitants. Donc ça, c'est une autre histoire. Alors il y a je dirais, ce premier moment. L'indépendance d'Haïti, en 1804, mais déjà depuis 1791, on voit ralentir la traite. Il n'y a pratiquement pas de traite, et à partir de 1994, lors de l'abolition officielle de l'esclavage, il n'y a plus de traite systématique. Donc, à partir de ce moment, la population haïtienne, et c'est ça, entre 1794, date de l'abolition par la Convention de l'esclavage, une population qui s'était libérée bien auparavant. Mais il y a, à ce moment, il n'y a plus d'esclaves sur le territoire de Saint-Domingue, tout le monde, ils sont tous français, et la guerre d'indépendance, elle vient dans une redéfinition identitaire où, effectivement, on voit les hésitations pendant la guerre. L'armée elle-même s'est appelée armée des Incas, elle s'appelle plus tard armée des indigènes. Il y a une volonté de rupture globale avec la France qui se concrétise en 1804. Alors, à ce moment-là, les relations avec l'Afrique, on voit arriver quand même, surtout après 1806, et dans l'État du Nord, ce sera cette volonté de Henri Christophe de faire venir ce que l'on a appelé le royal Dahomey, c'est-à-dire de faire arriver et de libérer d'esclaves venus du Dahomey et qui seront incorporés à l'armée, plutôt à la gendarmerie. Parce qu'effectivement, pendant toute cette période, vu le nombre de Congo, c'est la population d'origine bantou, donc congolaise en général, qui est en opposition aussi au créole. Cela, on l'a vu durant la guerre d'indépendance, le conflit entre la modérance, qui dit à Dessalines, qui dit au créole, mais vous êtes alliés aux Français à un moment donné. Nous, on a combattu les Français dès le départ. Il y a deux façons de mener la guerre. Et d'ailleurs, on le voit, il y a cette fameuse phrase de quand Sontonax demande à un des chefs Congo de radier la France, il dit non, moi, il y a le roi d'Espagne, le roi de France, et surtout, il y a le roi du Congo qui est le roi de tous les Noirs. Bon, on voit déjà des oppositions qui se font. L'assassinat de la modérance ne va pas aider dans ce sens. Et il y aura cette opposition qui va durer, je dirais, jusqu'en 1840, pratiquement vers 1840. On voit le soulèvement de Gaumont. Là, on a affaire à un soulèvement et une organisation militaire du type congolais, qui est en opposition aux créoles qui ont dominé la vie créole. Quand je parle de créole, il y a à la fois les libres de couleur, les noirs libres, et je dirais, l'élite esclave. L'élite esclave dans laquelle il y a effectivement Dessalines, il y a Germain Frère, il y a un certain nombre de gens qui ont participé à ça. Donc, il y a la constitution d'un État. Certains, je pense, on a fait référence au fait que cette opposition, l'embargo mis sur le nouvel État, le refus d'accepter le nouvel État, et en 1825, cette catastrophe aura été, sous la dictature de Boyer, la signature et l'acceptation de l'ordonnance de Charles X. Et ça qui va obérer, à mon avis, tout type de développement en Haïti pendant pratiquement jusqu'au XXe siècle. Alors, quel est le rapport qui se maintient à l'Afrique? Je prendrai deux figures. Il y a la figure de Darfour. Comme on est en pleine guerre au Soudan, tout le monde doit avoir entendu parler de Darfour. Effectivement, Darfour, possiblement, aurait été un Africain emmené par les troupes de Napoléon lors de la campagne d'Égypte. Il a été élevé en France et effectivement, vu la montée du racisme en France, il débarque en Haïti. Darfour est un journaliste et il va combattre sous Boyer le préjugé de couleur. Il prend position et finalement, il sera arrêté et exécuté sous Boyer. C'est une des premières figures qui soulève la question des droits, qui soulève les problèmes de la démocratie en Haïti et qui sera victime de ce phénomène. La deuxième figure, c'est Jean-Baptiste Moussa. Alors ça, c'est une figure, peut-être, je ne sais pas si quelqu'un a jamais entendu parler de Jean-Baptiste Moussa. Moussa, c'est une expérience faite par l'Église catholique à Saint-Louis du Sénégal. C'est-à-dire qu'ils avaient choisi, Saint-Louis était resté comme une ville libre au Sénégal, colonie française, et donc on choisit un noir, un blanc et un blanc pour la prêtrise. Alors, Moussa devient curé après. Il a déjà un très beau portrait dans un petit musée en France. Moussa devient prêtre et confronté au racisme de l'époque à Saint-Louis du Sénégal, cité qui reste encore coloniale. Moussa vient en Haïti où il sera le vicaire de Port-au-Prince jusqu'au Concordat. Alors, on voit, ce sont des relations très indirectes qui se nouent au XIXe siècle. Et donc, on n'a plus, il n'y a pas une présence massive. Si à Cuba, au Brésil, continue l'esclavage, en Haïti, il n'y a plus de peuplement africain pour le pays, bien que, et ça, Haïti reste peut-être le pays le plus africain de tout le continent, parce que c'est un problème aussi démographique. On a calculé le nombre d'esclaves en Haïti par rapport aux autres pays. Le Brésil, peut-être, c'est là le second cas, mais le Brésil, il y a un peuplement européen qui fait pendant à ce peuplement africain. En Haïti, non, il n'y aura plus de peuplement européen, il y aura des traitants, des gens qui viennent en Haïti, mais ce sera un pays qui reste. Et la tradition s'exprime aussi parce que, pratiquement jusqu'à la reconnaissance par les États-Unis en 1862 d'Haïti, Haïti reste un pays sous embargo. Il faut comprendre qu'effectivement, durant toute cette période, toutes nos traditions restent africaines. Les survivances, évidemment, elles se transforment puisque c'est un peuplement qui arrive dans un nouveau continent, il n'y a pas de marque tribale, ou ethnique, qui sépare cette population. Mais reste des grandes traditions, et si on voit dans les temples, que ce soit à Soukri, dans l'Artibonite, que ce soit à Soutenance, on voit les divergences. Alors, donc pendant tout ce 19e siècle, Haïti se pose aussi par ses intellectuels comme une sorte de phare de la, je ne dirais pas de la négritude, ce serait un peu abusé du terme qui naît beaucoup plus tard, mais Haïti se pose comme l'exemple. D'abord dans ses constitutions, puisque tout noir, tout autochtone peut débarquer en Haïti et devenir citoyen d'origine par ses enfants, ce qui n'est pas le cas des Européens blancs. Alors, Haïti reste dans ce cas, il y aura un peuplement certainement afro-américain, très limité, mais Haïti reste profondément, je dirais, une terre de survivance de tradition africaine, pour une raison très simple aussi, que la très grande majorité de la population vit dans les campagnes, les villes. Port-au-Prince est une ville qui ne dépasse pas 30 000 habitants, le Cap 15 000 habitants, donc ce sont de petites villes où les élites urbaines continuent de vivre, mais sans une population d'origine populaire. Alors, troisième cas, c'est qu'avec l'indépendance du Libéria, Haïti maintient des relations symboliques après l'indépendance américaine avec le Libéria. Et effectivement, on fait référence à l'Éthiopie, mais extrêmement rare. Anténor Firmin, pour prendre un exemple, quand il parle de l'Afrique, mais il parle presque sur les mêmes termes que les Européens, c'est-à-dire l'Afrique est vue comme une terre civilisée, certainement d'une autre façon que cela va se poser. Et on a un autre moment à la fin du 19e siècle, c'est le congrès de Berlin. Il faut comprendre que dans le congrès de Berlin, c'est-à-dire le partage de l'Afrique entre les puissances coloniales, il y a un problème qui se pose, c'est l'usage d'Haïti dans la caricature, dans le discours populaire, comme l'exemple à ne pas suivre. C'est-à-dire Haïti est vu comme le pays où les Noirs démontrent qu'ils ne peuvent pas se gouverner. Et donc, c'est une légitimité pour coloniser l'Afrique. Et pour dire, voilà, c'est-à-dire il faut quand même venir coloniser. C'est ça le discours de la gauche à la droite européenne, dans les discours. Et je me rappelle même plus tard, quand il y a eu un congrès sur l'Afrique, des partis sociodémocrates, où quelqu'un disait à un sociodémocrate qui posait la question de l'autonomie des peuples, il disait, oui, mais va en Afrique, ils vont te manger. Donc, parce que tu es le plus gros de nous, donc toi, tu finiras sur la table des cannibales. Donc, il y a une sorte de vision d'Haïti, nos cousins les cannibales, qu'on présente dans toute la presse européenne. Spencer St. John, on le voit chez les chroniqueurs français qui visitent Haïti. Donc, il y a une certaine vision d'Haïti qui se présente comme telle. Et donc, c'est une période où les intellectuels haïtiens essaient de définir qu'Haïti, oui, est civilisé. Oui, Haïti, ce n'est pas l'Afrique. D'une certaine façon, nous sommes civilisés. Certains même poseront la question que le vaudou, ce n'est pas une religion, ce sont des survivances, comme on en trouvait en France, en Bretagne par exemple, comme on en trouve ailleurs. Le créole n'est pas une langue, c'est un dialecte qui certainement sera dépassé dans le temps, comme il existait encore en France à la fin du 19e siècle. Les gens oublient qu'à la fin du 19e siècle, il y avait à peine moins de 70% des gens, donc je pense qu'aux alentours de 30% des gens qui parlaient français en France. Les autres étaient les langues régionales, sont déterminées aussi comme des dialectes. Alors, je dirais qu'entrer dans le 20e siècle, l'autre moment, c'est la rupture qu'annonce Weissman d'une certaine façon, c'est-à-dire avec ce que l'appelle le pouvoirisme des élites, c'est-à-dire cette façon de se voir autre qu'ils sont, de revaloriser l'héritage africain. Et je dirais qu'après Weissman, il y a, et avant lui, il y a quelqu'un qui a joué un rôle fondamental, c'est Benito Sylvain. Benito Sylvain, il a été aide de camp de Bénédicte II, et c'était très symbolique, puisque à la bataille d'Adwa, en 1892, c'est la première fois qu'une puissance coloniale, l'Italie dans ce cas, a été défaite par une puissance africaine. Mais Benito Sylvain, qui dirige un journal à Paris, Fraternité, puis l'Étoile haïtienne, est celui qui mène un combat à la fois pour le panafricanisme, à la fois pour, je dirais, pour la défense des États africains et l'autonomie des pays africains. Et il mène un énorme combat aussi contre le racisme, non seulement en France, mais aussi il sera au Canada, à Montréal, où il soulève un certain nombre de questions. Et je dirais que finalement, il reste 3 points. Le deuxième, c'est, à mon avis, quelqu'un qui va jouer un rôle extrêmement important dans le XXe siècle. Parce que le XXe siècle amorce vraiment, je dirais, les rapports avec l'Afrique. 1961, c'est le départ massif. Vous connaissez l'histoire, au Congo, qui devient indépendant, ils sont expulsés, les Belges, qui n'avaient formé que des sous-officiers dans l'armée, il y avait des petits fonctionnaires, et pensant qu'en quittant massivement le Congo s'effondre. Il faut comprendre que le Congo, c'est un scandale minier comme l'Afrique du Sud. Il faut comprendre que dans le Katanga, qui sera là, la Gécamine, c'est-à-dire c'est des intérêts multimillionnaires. C'était un empire. Le Congo, c'était d'abord la propriété de Léopold II. Plus tard, après toutes les exactions qu'on connaît, c'est devenu indépendant de la Belgique comme le Rwanda, Burundi à l'époque. Donc, il y a ce départ et, à mon avis, 61, c'est l'arrivée massive d'Haïti. Ils seront à un moment donné près de 7 à 8 000 dans le Congo, occupant toutes les fonctions. Il y avait les Belges. Évidemment, les Belges vont pousser plus tard au départ des Haïtiens qui sont là. Et dans les années 60, 1960, il y a un personnage, je pense que tu en parleras tout à l'heure, moi j'ai été son éditeur, qui est Roger d'Orsay. Je pense que c'est celui qui renverse nos connaissances sur l'Afrique. Roger d'Orsay est celui qui, à la fois dans toutes ses interventions, est celui qui est le plus proche, celui qui a connu l'Afrique. Il a une œuvre littéraire sur l'Afrique, mais il a une connaissance aussi. Il a été maître de ballet au Libéria, il a constitué des ballets, il a travaillé avec les groupes ethniques qui étaient marginalisés au Libéria. Et au Libéria, je me rappelle ce texte, il dit comme maître de ballet, il dit on joue à la maison présidentielle pour le ballet, et je leur dis, mais il y a des gens qui n'ont pas mangé. Et les libéraux américains ont pris, comme dans une poubelle, ont envoyé aux ethniques. Cela nous rappelle ce qui se passera après avec le sergent d'eau. Donc, et il signale aussi cette différence entre l'Afrique de la savane, c'est-à-dire cette Afrique de l'Ouest qui sera islamisée, et l'Afrique aussi de la forêt, et l'Afrique tempérée. Donc, ce qui ne donne pas les mêmes cultures. Donc, et finalement, on finit, puisqu'il y a la police qui me dit d'arrêter. Voilà, je laisserai à mes autres collègues d'aborder cette question, mais je veux terminer avec le cinéma, parce que c'est extrêmement important dans ce rapport à l'Afrique. Moi, je me rappelle, nous avons été les premiers dans mon centre, dans les années 90, après 86, à faire des expériences avec les cinéastes africains qu'on emmène en Haïti et qui donnent un autre regard, non pas l'Afrique éternelle, mais une Afrique urbaine en train de s'urbaniser. Et ces cinéastes africains, on en a amené plus d'une trentaine en Haïti pendant quelques années jusqu'à la crise, bien, ils ont porté un autre regard. Et finalement, il y a aussi de l'autre côté, Raoul Peck, qui a porté ce regard sur l'Afrique, une Afrique qu'il a connue enfant, à la fois dans ses films documentaires sur Lumumba et son film de fiction sur Lumumba, mais aussi dans Sometimes in April, qui est sur le Rwanda. Voilà.
La prochaine fois, il sera le Keynote. Comme ça, il y aura toute l'heure et personne ne te dira de tête. Merci, merci. En fait, Franz a un peu introduit dans quelques mots le sujet. Le titre de mon intervention, c'est « Des accords retrouvés et perdus » de Roger d'Orsay. c'est un jeu de mots dans la mesure où Accord perdu, c'est un titre de Roger d'Orsainville. Je ne vais pas parler du texte en particulier parce qu'aujourd'hui, contrairement à d'habitude, je ne ferai pas de littérature, mais je ferai beaucoup plus une analyse un peu sur l'africanité haïtienne, si je peux dire. Pour commencer avec un caveat, ce dont je vais parler touche de très près à mes préoccupations personnelles parce que je travaille sur la quête de soi et la quête identitaire dans la littérature haïtienne. Mais ce que je vais présenter, ce n'est pas les résultats d'une recherche en cours, ce n'est pas un ouvrage que je suis en train d'écrire, c'est juste une sorte de note que j'ai rencontrée au fur et à mesure de mon travail. Roger d'Orsainville se trouve être un des auteurs avec lesquels je travaille et qui me préoccupe, qui m'interpelle et qui me préoccupe quand on pose la question de l'identité haïtienne. Alors, ma présentation va avoir deux parties que je garderai courtes et quelqu'un peut-être devrait me timer pour moi parce que je ne sais pas si je peux faire les deux ensemble. Une première partie, je vais déposer quelques vignettes, parler de quelques petites questions qui vont nous permettre de mesurer, je dirais, de faire un état des lieux, le terme est un peu pompeux, mais de ce que j'appelle l'africanité, l'africanisme ou l'africité en Haïti. Je dirai ce que j'entends par africité plus loin. Ensuite, je vais m'arrêter sur Roger d'Orsainville, qui, à mon avis, est un cas unique dans l'histoire de la relation au quotidien, je dirais, du quotidien Haïti-Afrique. Je n'ai pas le talent du docteur Serra, donc je ne peux pas chanter, mais je peux quand même lire quelques vers. Je suis à Thibon-Legba, mon chapeau vient de Guinée, de même que ma canne de bambou, de même que ma vieille douleur, de même que mes vieux os. Je suis le patron des portiers et des garçons d'ascenseur. Je suis Legba Bois, Legba Kai, je suis Legba Signagnan. Je veux pour ma faim des ignames, des malangas et des giromons, des bananes et des patates douces. Je suis Papa Legba. Je suis Legba Clérondé, je suis Legba C, je suis Alegba Si. Ces vers, comme on pourrait s'attendre, ne sont pas de Roger d'Orsainville. Ils sont extraits du recueil Arc-en-ciel, un arc-en-ciel pour l'Occident chrétien de René Despestre, poète haïtien. Le même Despestre qui maintiendra une polémique acharnée avec Aimé Césaire pour dégoûter une négritude qu'il trouvait trop sectaire et qui finira par publier une douzaine d'années plus tard son bonjour et adieu à la négritude. Il y a aussi d'ailleurs cette entrevue extrêmement intéressante, un éloquent dialogue de Aimé Césaire avec un très jeune Édouard Glissant, qui n'était pas encore Édouard Glissant, tous les deux très inquiets sur ce qu'ils appelaient à l'époque une dérive essentialiste de la négritude. Mais bon, ce n'est pas le sujet premier de ceci. Mais c'est intéressant de le signaler dans la mesure où c'est cette espèce de petit malaise, de questionnement sur ce que les Noirs, les intellectuels noirs eux-mêmes au niveau mondial, qu'ils ont eu avec la négritude. Et tant qu'à faire, j'aurais pu également répéter après Jacques Roumain, Afrique, j'ai gardé ta mémoire, Afrique, tu es en moi comme l'écharpe dans la blessure, comme un fétiche tutélaire au centre du village. Mais Despestre était plus propice parce qu'il me permet de faire la voix avec les bas. Et surtout, il aide à mettre l'accent sur un phénomène générationnel de la première moitié du XXe siècle haïtien, à savoir le réveil, on dirait comme soudain, d'une élite dans le sens où Jean Price-Mars en parle, une élite lettrée, pas une élite d'argent. Donc, c'est le réveil soudain de cette élite à l'Afrique. Il s'agit du questionnement du projet et de la praxis de l'intégration de l'Afrique ou l'intégration de ce que Valentin Mundimbe appelle une idée d'Afrique comme composante essentielle, incontournable d'une identité idéale haïtienne, donc d'une identité projetée et d'une identité à atteindre. L'élite intellectuelle haïtienne est passée ainsi, en début du siècle, d'un malaise confus, qui était encore un peu informe au 19e siècle, parce que déjà, et ça c'est Pradel Bombilus qui le rappelle, que depuis le Cénacle de 1836, on parlait déjà d'authenticité haïtienne. Mais au début du XXe siècle, dans les années 20, on a l'impression qu'il y a cette espèce de coup de boutoir qui est donné à cette histoire d'authenticité et tout, avec quelqu'un comme Jean Caïsmas et son ouvrage qui a fait date et qui est devenu le fameux mascotte dont on parle dès qu'on parle d'identité, de l'écriture, etc., qui est ainsi par la langue. On veut que ça soit un peu la conséquence de l'occupation américaine. C'est encore un autre débat, mais on le fera ailleurs, à un autre moment. Mais ce que je voudrais retenir, c'est que ces appels à l'authenticité, à l'identité vraie, ont toujours été portés en Haïti par des intellectuels. Donc, en Haïti à l'époque, des citoyens, des personnes de milieux très aisés. C'est les frères No, les frères Ardouin, les frères Lespinasse. On dit les frères parce que c'était toujours à deux ou à trois. C'est un phénomène familial, je ne sais pas pourquoi. Et plus tard, on parlera de Carl Bourrois, Toby Marcelin, Dormil Sylvain, Antonio Vieux, Daniel Heurtelou, Jacques Roumain, mais tous. Et évidemment, ces revendications sont portées par des périodiques, des revues, des publications propres à eux, qui est encore un autre signe de privilège. On peut citer l'Union, 1837, la Nouvelle Ronde, 1925, la Revue indigène, 1927, l'Assaut, les Griots, 1938. Et puis, bien sûr, Ainsi par la langue, en 1928, du docteur Jean Caïsmas. Ces mouvements, ou les différents moments de ce questionnement, on parle d'indigénisme, ils ont porté le label d'indigénisme, négritude, africanisme, noirisme, etc. Entre-temps, le peuple, lui, s'est contenté de vivre et de reproduire son africanité sans bruit et sans discours. Parce que, et c'est ça que j'appelais les vignettes, parallèlement à ces exhortations et à ces appels à l'authenticité, ces appels à une identité propre, si on considère les éléments qui, en Haïti, ont toujours constitué ce qui nous rapproche de l'africanité, à savoir être noir, donc mais noir de couleur de peau, être paysan, être créolophone, être pauvre ou être d'un milieu très peu aisé, il est important de noter les éléments qui suivent. Ce sont encore des choses, en fait, ce sont des choses que nous connaissons tous ici, mais ce qui est intéressant, c'est quand on en fait la liste, quand on les met l'un après l'autre, et on va voir comment ça crée, à mon avis, ce que j'appelle un spectre effrayant de ce que des fois, j'appelle un petit comité, mais je peux faire comme quoi j'étais un petit comité, de ce que j'appelle la schizophrénie identitaire haïtienne. Pendant donc que tout cela se fait pendant un siècle, on note, en début du XXe siècle particulièrement, sous l'égide de l'UNESCO, la campagne rejetée de 1941-1942. Je n'ai pas assez de temps, mais j'imagine que quand je dis campagne rejetée, tout le monde sait de quoi il s'agit. C'est une intervention massive de l'Église catholique et armée comment je pourrais dire, d'aide, qui attaque les renforts et détruit les lieux saints. Et puis évidemment, ils ont emporté aussi pas mal d'éléments qui vont se retrouver, qui se retrouvent encore maintenant dans les musées dans le monde entier. Donc, cette fameuse campagne rejetée s'est faite à la barbe, sous le nez de l'élite, et même avec un certain silence peut-être d'un côté, ou un certain accord de cette élite-là. Il faudra attendre un arrêté présidentiel de Bertrand Aristide en 2003 pour faire du vaudou une religion légale. Autre sujet de débat, de quelle mesure ça a un sens? Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire, le vaudou comme religion légale? Mais n'empêche que c'est seulement en 2003 en Haïti que ça se fera. Il faudrait attendre le 18 septembre 1979 qu'une loi autorise l'usage du créole comme langue et instrument d'enseignement en Haïti. C'est le fameux ministère de Joseph Bernard qui va initier ce qu'on appelle la fameuse réforme Bernard, donc 1979. Et ce n'est qu'en 1981 que le créole, qui est la langue de cette masse qu'on veut qu'il soit là beaucoup plus proche de notre africanité, ce n'est qu'en 1986 que le créole, la langue parlée par nous tous, sera reconnu comme une langue officielle en Haïti. Le premier roman haïtien écrit en créole paraît en 1974, Nos parents des affaires, et le meilleur morceau pour la fin. Au moment où je vous parle là maintenant, et j'aurais bien aimé que quelqu'un me démentisse parce que j'ai essayé de trouver une information l'information la plus, je pense que Franz pourra me confirmer cela peut-être. Au moment où nous parlons, il n'y a pas encore eu, parce qu'il n'en a jamais eu, dans le programme d'études d'histoire haïtienne, dans les écoles et dans les universités, à quelque niveau que ce soit, nous n'avons pas une seule leçon sur l'histoire africaine. Nous n'avons pas appris l'histoire africaine. Je ne l'ai pas appris. Alors, je me suis dit, mais est-ce que j'ai oublié? Est-ce que c'est parce qu'il y a une partie de ma scolarité qui était dans une école privée? J'ai demandé à ma sœur, qui avait un curriculum en Haïti. J'ai demandé à d'autres personnes. Nous n'enseignons pas l'histoire de l'Afrique en Haïti. Alors, on me dira que ce n'est pas étonnant, parce que les gens qui faisaient peut-être cet appel-là fonctionnaient toujours dans des milieux de contestataires. C'était des gens de la gauche, ils n'étaient peut-être pas nécessairement au pouvoir, etc. Mais, attendez, le réhabilitateur de la race, on ne dit même pas noir, quand on dit réhabilitateur de la race en Haïti, par excellence, le cher François Duvalier, qui d'ailleurs nous a forcé à jeter l'indigénisme avec le bébé dans l'eau du bain, lui-même, il est resté au pouvoir assez longtemps, et avec assez de pouvoir pour que ça devienne un mandat en Haïti. qu'en tant que personne si proche de notre africanité et clamant si fort notre africanité et voulant rétablir autant la race, qu'au moins l'histoire de nos ascendants, de notre ascendance, c'est une histoire que nous devrions savoir. Ça ne s'est pas fait. Mais je m'arrêterai donc ici avec cette liste, mais vous comprenez quand je dis que c'est pour moi un spectre fantomatique. Je m'arrêterai ici parce qu'il faut poursuivre, mais je vais poursuivre avec une question dérangeante, qui est la suivante. Qui a toujours parlé, qui a parlé à ce moment-là, au début du XXe siècle, et qui parle encore aujourd'hui en Haïti ou ailleurs, dans le milieu haïtien, de l'Afrique? En quels termes? Quelles ont été les fonctions de ces exhortations à revenir sur notre identité? Quelle en a été l'économie politique? Quelle en est, si ça se trouve, l'économie politique? Ce sont les questions qui vont rester ici rhétoriques, parce que nous n'avons pas le temps de fouiller à fond. Mais je vais citer à charge un article de John Picard-Biron, qui est un chercheur haïtien à l'Université d'État d'Haïti. Il a écrit l'article « Représentation de l'Afrique dans l'imaginaire haïtien au XXe siècle » qui est apparu dans la revue Small Axe, donc c'est disponible en ligne, où il reprend en la mettant en perspective, en la critiquant un peu, mais sans pouvoir la démentir, sans pouvoir dire que ce n'est pas vrai, la thèse de Vertus Saint-Louis d'un anti-africanisme ancré et séculaire en Haïti. Et chez Vertus, par exemple, et chez lui, il y a une combinaison des deux là, il dit, contrairement, et je cite, contrairement à ce qui pourrait paraître plausible, l'indépendance d'Haïti ne s'est pas faite sous l'égide d'une idée positive d'Afrique et des Africains. Elle se serait de préférence appuyée sur leur oubli, sur leur occultation, sur l'occultation de leur présence. L'Afrique et les Africains sont pratiquement des impensés produits du rapport des forces sociales qui s'affrontaient dans l'espace politique haïtien durant la Révolution et pendant tout le long du XIXe siècle haïtien, dont la fin s'amorce seulement en 1915. Alors, que savons-nous de l'Afrique? Qu'avons-nous toujours su de l'Afrique? je vais devoir couper un peu et aller un peu plus vite. On a une confirmation de ceci un peu grâce à Dorsainville lui-même et on retombe sur Roger Dorsainville. On a une idée de ceci grâce à Dorsainville lui-même, qui dans l'ouvrage Marche en arrière, qui est un entretien qu'il a fait avec Jean-Paul Radin, qui aussi a fait l'Afrique et qui est un diplomate dans plusieurs pays d'Afrique et donc ils se sont rencontrés là. Roger Dorsainville dit ceci, parlant de lui-même. Ce Haïtien qui abordait l'Afrique ignorait tout du continent. Quand il parle du moment où il est en train d'exiler en Afrique. Il y aurait tout du continent africain, excepté qu'il était anciennement venu par le triste phénomène de la traite. Sur tout cela, la littérature et l'iconographie coloniale, sous leurs aspects les plus cruels, avaient répandu de telles couleurs, suspendu de telles images, que le nom africain, pour nous, pour moi, véhiculait le concept de sauvagerie essentiel. Je n'avais pas d'autre image à opposer consciemment au matraquage dont j'avais été victime, excepté le plaidoyer de Jean Caïsmas et les échos plus ou moins fumeux de l'école des Guyot. Alors, Roger Dorsainville, ce n'est pas n'importe qui, c'est un intellectuel. Quand il est parti, il était déjà un chercheur, professeur, journaliste, etc., aussi homme politique. Mais ça, je ne vais pas rentrer dans les éléments biographiques de Roger Dorsainville parce qu'il nous faudrait 2 heures pour en parler. Mais l'Afrique, quand il est retourné en Afrique, il le dit, ça a été pour lui une espèce de renaissance. Ça a été pour lui une renaissance parce que non seulement c'est le seul Haïtien de toute la diaspora actuelle, en fait, non seulement africaine, mais la diaspora en général, qui est entré sur ce continent et il est allé dans l'arrière-pays, ce qu'il appelle l'interland libérien. Il est allé dans l'arrière-pays et il nous rend à nous, Haïtiens, cette Afrique-là de l'arrière-pays. Non seulement il le fait, mais il nous permet aussi de sortir de cette idée mythique que nous avons de l'Afrique, de cette idée d'une Afrique comme une espèce de... au lieu de chercher à connaître cette Afrique réelle, pour avoir la capacité de faire des rencontres réelles sur base comment je dirais, de ce que nous sommes exactement, il nous offre ces éléments qui nous permettent de mettre, si vous voulez, peut-être quelque chose de réaliste sur ce que c'est que cette Afrique. Je vais m'arrêter là malheureusement, j'ai 2 ou 3 choses importantes que je pourrais dire, mais le sujet est vaste, je pourrais peut-être vous les dire s'il y a des questions par après. Donc nous allons passer à Gina. Est-ce que tu veux prendre PowerPoint, Gina? Je pense que c'est bon. Est-ce que vous le voyez? C'est vrai que ça c'est bon. Bonjour tout le monde, merci d'être avec vous depuis hier, très intéressant. Je vais me situer un petit peu différemment, je vais vous ramener un peu au présent à mon expérience de Montréal et à une réalité un petit peu plus actuelle par rapport à ce que mes 2 collègues ont présenté. Alors, je vais aussi situer ma présentation parce que je suis à la base chercheuse en éducation. Je forme les futurs enseignants sur des enjeux d'équité, de prise en compte du bagage culturel des élèves, sur les enjeux de racisme. Et quand je suis arrivée au Québec en 2004, je me suis tout intéressée au trajectoire des jeunes d'origine haïtienne, je suis moi-même d'origine haïtienne. Et tranquillement, mes recherches m'ont amené à travailler un peu plus de manière plus générale sur d'autres groupes issus d'immigration et plus récemment sur les jeunes de communauté noire en général. Donc, je fais cela pour un peu vous dire que c'est ça qui m'a amené à prendre conscience qu'il y a des communautés noires à Montréal, il y a des communautés noires au Québec, et pas seulement une communauté noire ou ma communauté haïtienne. J'en étais consciente, mais en faisant de la recherche, on se rend compte vraiment de tous ces mondes parallèles dont nos collègues pourront témoigner. Alors, pour un peu restituer aussi la présence des Noirs au Québec, c'est qu'il y a une présence qui date du XVIIe siècle, qui était là, des personnes qui sont venues des États-Unis,
qui ont immigré au Québec, dans une période où ils quittaient des situations d'esclavage, des situations de tension dans leur idéologie, mais aussi dans un contexte de racisme où la présence des Noirs était très limitée. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'il n'y en avait pas, mais les lois étaient très discriminatoires envers les Noirs de manière générale. Les Haïtiens, donc ça veut dire qu'il y a une première présence de Noirs au Québec et de Noirs donc anglophones. Je situe tout de suite cet enjeu parce que ça explique un petit peu comment ce legs influence les rapports qu'on a aujourd'hui entre les communautés. Les Haïtiens aussi, il y avait des vagues aussi d'immigration haïtienne, des étudiants qui venaient au début du XXe siècle au Québec pour étudier, mais la présence en tant que telle des Haïtiens au Québec, on en parle surtout à partir de 1960, comme c'est le cas aussi pour les États-Unis. Plus récemment, on a une présence plus importante de personnes aussi de l'Afrique subsaharienne. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'elle n'avait pas avant, il y en avait, mais en plus grand nombre, on constate que c'est plus dans les années 1990-2000. Et quand je parle, à chaque fois que je parle de ces groupes-là, ça veut aussi dire création dans la communauté d'associations, qui relèvent de ces différents groupes. Donc, on va trouver dans la communauté, surtout à Montréal, des associations, des organismes qui travaillent plus, qui sont plus d'obédience, qui travaillent plus sur des préoccupations qui concernaient les premiers Noirs qui étaient là, donc des organismes qui vont surtout parler anglais, qui vont desservir le clientèle anglophone. Et les Haïtiens aussi, qui se sont installés surtout à Montréal, vont avoir leurs propres associations, parfois qui défendent les mêmes causes, mais en parallèle, et eux sont francophones. Et cette immigration africaine qui est un petit peu plus récente a elle aussi ses propres organisations, ses propres associations. Comment moi, contribuer à me rendre compte, c'est aussi un travail dans la communauté parce que je fais beaucoup de recherches partenariales avec les milieux qui soutiennent surtout les jeunes et les familles. Et on se rend compte que ça crée un certain nombre de défis. Et ce sont c'est de ça dont je veux un petit peu vous parler. Et là, je vous présente un petit peu un portrait de c'est quoi cette organisation-là. Par exemple, on va avoir des organisations, ceux qui sont enregistrés, qui vont avoir plus le label d'organismes noirs. J'en ai relevé une centaine qui sont enregistrés. Il y en a plus, mais enregistrés au CUNY, j'en ai relevé une centaine. Qu'est-ce qu'on appelle les organismes maintenant associés à la communauté haïtienne? Et j'en profite pour dire que la communauté haïtienne d'origine haïtienne, première, deuxième et maintenant troisième génération, les Haïtiens à Montréal constituent la minorité noire la plus importante. Parce que même si je parlais avant qu'il y avait une minorité anglophone qui était là, ils ne sont pas si nombreux que ça par rapport à la population haïtienne, elle, qui continue d'arriver régulièrement. Donc, on a donc beaucoup plus finalement d'organismes associés à la communauté haïtienne. Et on a une centaine aussi d'associations, d'organismes qui sont associés, qui se disent africains. Et c'est comme ça que aussi au ministère, ils les classent. Donc, noirs, haïtiens, africains. Dans ce qu'on appelle les organismes noirs, il y a aussi des associations qui regroupent toutes les communautés. Donc, c'est pour montrer comment ces enjeux comment les situations sont parfois complexes. Il y a dans les organismes noirs des services qui répondent plus pour les besoins d'une clientèle plus anglophone, mais il y a aussi des institutions et des organismes qui répondent aux besoins, aux préoccupations de toutes les communautés noires de Montréal ou qui prétendent répondre aux communautés du Québec dans leur ensemble. Maintenant, et j'ai même relevé une organisation qui, elle, se dit antillaise. Et ça aussi, ça doit nous questionner parce que ça doit être, je pense que c'est plus relié à un pays francophone, une présence qui est beaucoup plus faible. À ce moment-là, il y a une organisation qui, elle, s'occupe, qui répond aux préoccupations de ces communautés. Maintenant, je vais vous montrer à quel point il y a à la fois, ils se rencontrent dans leurs objectifs et comment aussi ces organisations travaillent en parallèle. Par exemple, on va trouver des organisations de femmes qui travaillent sur des enjeux de santé sur les femmes, de libération de la femme, mais on va avoir, par exemple, Femmes haïtiennes en marché, ça c'est du côté haïtien. On va avoir quasiment les mêmes associations pour les communautés africaines. Il y en a, j'en ai relevé 4. On va avoir l'association des enseignants haïtiens. Et j'ai pris le choix de mettre des dates pour que vous voyez que ça vient aussi avec la période d'installation au Québec et au Canada. De l'autre côté, on va avoir l'association des immigrants, des enseignants immigrants, mais en fait, cette appellation de enseignants immigrants, quand on va les rencontrer, on se rend compte que c'est surtout des enseignants d'origine africaine. C'est beaucoup plus récent, ça date des années 2000. Et en parallèle encore, on a le Québec Board of Black Educators, qui comprend à la fois ces minorités anglophones qui étaient là bien avant, et qui parfois essaie de regrouper aussi communautés haïtiennes et quelques autres africaines. Il y a des associations, par exemple l'association des médecins haïtiens étrangers, et de l'autre côté, il y a des associations pour les Black people. On est toujours dans le même espace, on est toujours à Montréal. Et il y a la Maison d'Haïti qui répond aux besoins des communautés haïtiennes, et il y a le Centre Africa, d'un autre côté, qui répond aux besoins des communautés africaines. Et quand j'ai communauté africaine, il faudrait aussi nuancer parce que selon le groupe, ça peut plus parfois répondre aux besoins des communautés du Cameroun ou encore du Congo, par exemple, selon le quartier. Et je poursuis. Et je vous dis, j'ai relevé pour tous ces groupes-là, il y a vraiment beaucoup ils se joignent beaucoup sur plusieurs choses. Je peux parler aussi de l'association d'entrepreneurs haïtiens, association d'entrepreneurs africains. Mais la question, c'est est-ce que ce monde-là, est-ce que tout ce monde se parle? Est-ce qu'à un moment donné, ils se mobilisent par rapport aux mêmes enjeux auxquels ils font face? Oui, ils se mobilisent, mais là, je vais attirer l'attention sur certains enjeux. Pourquoi c'est difficile? C'est difficile parce que, au point de vue historique, vous l'expliquez, ils ne sont pas installés, ils ne sont pas arrivés à la même période, ils n'ont pas tout à fait le même vécu. Ça, c'est un premier point. J'aurais pu faire une carte aussi pour vous montrer qu'ils ne sont pas installés tout le temps dans les mêmes coins, dans les mêmes régions, dans les mêmes quartiers. Par exemple, beaucoup d'associations africaines dont je viens de parler sont à Québec. Pour ceux qui connaissent un petit peu la province du Québec, il y a la ville de Québec qui est à 4 heures de Montréal en voiture. Il y en a beaucoup qui sont là, africains. Pas comme ça, je n'ai pas repéré d'organismes haïtiens dans cette ville-là. La plupart des organismes haïtiens sont eux à Montréal et en particulier dans Saint-Michel, la population haïtienne est très très présente. De l'autre côté, il y a beaucoup aussi d'associations anglophones qui, elles, sont aussi à Montréal, mais dans d'autres quartiers. Par exemple, dans le temps qu'on a le Keynote ou encore dans l'ouest de l'île. Ce qui fait qu'il y a non seulement la langue parfois qui nous sépare, il y a les régions qui nous séparent, qui font qu'en fait, on ne peut pas toujours se parler ou se rejoindre sur certains points. Il y a aussi la question religieuse. Par exemple, il y a beaucoup d'associations haïtiennes qui vont se dire aussi chrétiennes, tandis que de l'autre côté, par exemple, pour les associations africaines, il y en a qui sont poussées à l'islam, par exemple. Il n'y en a pas tous, mais c'est pour vous montrer à quel point ces enjeux-là sont. Comment c'est difficile? Pourquoi on n'arrive pas toujours à. Mais même au niveau de la recherche, je prends au niveau de la recherche, nous travaillons parfois sur les mêmes choses. Moi, je suis en éducation dans mon université, je travaille en français pour les populations souvent francophones, donc haïtiennes et africaines. De l'autre côté, McGill et Concordia sont dans un milieu francophone, ils vont travailler sur les mêmes enjeux que moi en anglais sur les populations anglophones. Donc, comment, à un moment donné, on va se parler? C'est dans les travaux communs qui sont un petit peu plus récents. J'ai pas non plus, il y a un autre point à souligner aussi, c'est dans les interventions et les pratiques, dans la façon de comment on va aborder notre intervention, notre approche. Je dirais avec beaucoup de réserve, pour ne pas me faire tirer dessus, que les communautés anglophones qui sont là depuis un petit peu plus longtemps, et anglophones, sont dans une perspective que je dirais beaucoup plus critique, beaucoup plus dans le critical race, comme exposé aux États-Unis, beaucoup plus proche des quatre théories américains dans leur façon à la fois de faire la recherche et de l'intervention. Ce sont des... et par rapport à leur historicité aussi dans le milieu, par rapport à tout leur vécu, ils sont dans une composition un petit peu plus défense de droit des Noirs, défense de droit des jeunes. Alors que, corrige-moi s'il te plaît, si je me trompe, j'ai le sentiment, et je ne parle pas à ce qui parle en spécialiste, mais en termes d'observation. J'ai le sentiment que dans notre perspective de francophone, que nous sommes plus dans une perspective d'intégration, et à la fois du côté africain, à la fois du côté haïtien, dans les approches, dans les interventions. Et ce n'est pas pour rien tout à l'heure, quand je vous ai dit, Par exemple, l'association des enseignants qui comprend à 99% des Africains va se nommer Association des enseignants immigrants. Parce qu'on peut-être, on ne veut pas forcément, on veut dans cette perspective où on est avec tout le monde, où on est plus, on a peur un petit peu de se faire cibler parce qu'on parle juste des Noirs, on veut montrer qu'on est accueillant. Donc, c'est ça qui fait que parfois les perspectives sont un petit peu plus, pas moins critiques, mais plus posées, où on va plus essayer d'avoir un rapport plus calme avec la majorité, on est moins dans la confrontation par rapport pourtant à des enjeux qui nous concernent, où on prend moins position parfois. Oui, je conclue, j'en arrive là. Mais en même temps, je suis en train de dire qu'il y a des collaborations. Depuis, je dirais 5-6 ans, surtout, on note que par rapport à l'événement Floyd, notamment par rapport au vécu de racisme auquel ces communautés font face, il y a comme une plus grande prise de conscience du besoin de joindre efforts, de se regrouper, de faire alliance pour travailler ensemble sur certains enjeux, y compris dans la recherche en éducation, la recherche en sciences sociales, pour se parler, pour se dire cet enjeu-là nous concerne, donc il y a moyen de se regrouper. Et un deuxième point, d'aller aussi, mais comme il y a une sensibilité à respecter aussi. Il y a une spécificité. Ça ne veut pas dire que ces différentes associations doivent arrêter de vivre. Elles peuvent continuer à fonctionner séparément pour défendre certains intérêts, mais on commence à réaliser de façon un petit peu plus importante qu'il faut peut-être se rassembler plus souvent, au moins pour faire table ensemble et discuter de ce qui nous rassemble, de ce qui fait problème pour nous dans la société dans laquelle on vit. Une prise de conscience pour se rejoindre, pour parler d'identité, par rapport à qu'est-ce qu'on a en commun, qu'est-ce qui fait que notre vécu est commun. Et je compte aussi personnellement sur le rôle des plus jeunes générations qui, elles, vont peut-être dépasser certains clivages, le clivage de la langue, notamment, parce que les plus jeunes générations sont bilingues, sont plus souvent bilingues. Donc, il y a déjà moyen de se parler à la fois en français et en anglais pour les plus jeunes. Une compréhension aussi pour les générations qui sont nées au Québec, qui sont nées à Montréal, qui comprennent que ce n'est pas l'immigration le problème pour moi, je ne vais pas voyager, ce n'est pas un problème d'intégration que j'ai dans la société, j'ai plutôt un problème en tant que minorité noire, face à une majorité blanche. Donc, pour ces nouvelles générations, la question se posera et se pose déjà différemment. Donc, je pense que ça va contribuer à créer plus de ponts, peut-être futur. Mais là, je suis vraiment en mode hypothèse. Je pense que c'est ça qui va se faire. Mais c'est ce que je vois quand je suis dans les actes, un peu dans les rencontres. C'est ainsi que j'entends parler les jeunes. Donc, voilà, c'est pour dire qu'il y a des initiatives intéressantes, à la fois dans les interventions, où les gens se regroupent beaucoup plus pour parler de ce qui les concerne, à la fois aussi dans la recherche, pour se dire, cette thématique-là, vous ne pouvez pas travailler vous de votre côté et moi de mon côté. Il faut qu'on fasse une même demande de financement pour travailler sur le même enjeu qui concerne tous nos jeunes. Donc, à cet égard-là, je suis assez positive, tout en sachant que les tensions et les décalages vont demeurer, ce qui est normal dans les groupes. Merci.
Je ne sais pas si vous avez des questions. And if you have questions, we'll be more than happy to address them for you. Yes, please. Do we have a mic, or can you speak loud or maybe come to the mic? Just come to the microphone. Maybe it would be.
Mon nom est Pierre, je suis le coordonnateur titulaire de la chaire UNESCO en histoire et patrimoine de l'Université d'Haïti où j'enseigne à l'IERA, l'Institut d'études de recherche africaine d'Haïti. Alors, j'ai un commentaire et une question. La question s'adresse à M. Voltaire. Je vous remercie d'être là, pour votre bien présentation. J'aimerais savoir, M. Voltaire, qu'est-ce qui explique que les Haïtiens n'ont pas décidé de faire un retour massif en Afrique après l'indépendance, alors qu'ils étaient libres, ils pouvaient se voyager, puisqu'ils avaient l'indépendance, puisque, on le sait, durant la révolte, durant toute la période de la Révolution, il y a eu tout un mythe qui a été créé chez les combattants, les vanupiers, comme on les appelait, où on disait des chefs de bande comme Alaou, Boukman, qui avait déjà eu une prière là-dessus, disait que si vous mourrez pour votre liberté sur cette terre, vous allez revenir en Afrique. Or, après l'indépendance, ils sont libres. Ils n'ont pas décidé de revenir en Afrique. On pourrait même prendre des exemples de est-ce que c'est par rapport à la peur d'être capturé en mer lors du retour du voyage, ou est-ce que le fait aussi qu'il y a eu des Africains qui sont quand même arrivés en Haïti après l'indépendance. Donc, vous avez signalé, par exemple, Christophe a voulu ramener la Royal Darrow, mais comment expliquer que les Haïtiens n'ont pas décidé de faire un retour en Afrique? Permettez que je termine d'un coup avec le commentaire. Vous avez signalé dans votre exposé, Madame Narcisse, qui n'a pas reçu de cours d'histoire d'Haïti. Peut-être que par rapport à ce qu'il n'y a pas de l'Afrique en Haïti. À l'Université d'État d'Haïti, où j'enseigne, à l'IERA, l'Institut d'études et de recherche africaine, il y a encore et toujours des cours d'histoire d'Afrique. Et là, il y a eu une réforme depuis 2017, 2017, pardon, où on a ajouté de nouveaux programmes. Par exemple, le programme pour le département où j'enseigne, qui est le département de patrimoine, de tourisme, un master en histoire et mémoire et patrimoine, mais il y a aussi... Au niveau universitaire. Oui, à l'IRA, il y a toujours des cours. On avait eu une conférence, c'était le 15 et le 16 février dernier, dans le cadre des activités de la chaire pour marquer le mois de l'histoire des Noirs, et M. Frenzel qui était. Il y avait d'ailleurs des professeurs africains qui vivent en Haïti, qui enseignent ces cours et qui participaient à cette cours. Donc, je voulais seulement...
Non, mais j'en suis ravi.
Je crois que ce que disait Jasmine, c'est le fait qu'il n'y ait pas dans le cursus primaire ou secondaire des cours d'histoire de l'Afrique. Je pense que même des cours de littérature haïtienne. Je suis la première génération qui est connue des cours en troisième, dans l'ancien curriculum, des cours de littérature haïtienne. Avant, c'était la littérature française pour les générations d'avant. Mais je crois que c'est un phénomène important aujourd'hui d'enseignement de l'histoire de l'Afrique. Et pas seulement pour Haïti, c'est un débat qui a lieu aussi au ministère de l'Éducation au Brésil, où on avait fait quelques changements que Bolsonaro a, durant son mandat, a essayé de faire évacuer. On le voit aussi que c'est un problème qu'on a aujourd'hui en Floride. C'est des problèmes qui se posent à l'échelle parce qu'il y a aujourd'hui non seulement des historiens africains, mais il y a un regard nouveau que posent les historiens africains sur l'Afrique. Et il y a aussi le fait que peut-être pour cette génération, c'est-à-dire dès les années 90-2000, le fait qu'il y a que les historiens, je dirais, de l'Afrique aient des rapports avec ce qu'on appelle les américanistes. Il y a, enfin, dans les curriculums universitaires, il y a quelque part un décloisonnement qui se fait. Mais je viendrai avec la question. Je pense que l'indépendance d'Haïti va se poser ses rapports avec l'international. Très tôt. Oui, on reconnaît l'indépendance d'Haïti, notamment les anglo-saxons, l'Angleterre, les États-Unis, la Hollande et même la Suède vont commercer avec Haïti. Dans le numéro de la revue qu'on a publié, on se rend compte qu'il y a des documents sur la Suède, que le roi de Suède à l'époque, le général Bernadotte, envoie son ministre de la Justice, parce que peu de gens le savent, la Suède avait un contrat commercial comme le Danemark. Le Danemark, c'était aussi vierge. La Suède, la France lui avait cédé son territoire de Saint-Barthélemy. Et on voit qu'ils ont continué leur commerce dans le sens que les Suédois allaient acheter à Marseille des produits français que l'élite locale de l'indépendance demandait et cela passait comme un État neutre qui vendait cela. Mais ça s'était posé déjà dès la colonie où il y avait le Mont Saint-Nicolas, si les gens l'ignorent, était un centre de commerce libre. C'est-à-dire que les pays neutres pouvaient commercer et, en ce sens, contrecarrer l'exclusif qui impliquait des relations en droiture entre la France, notamment dans les ports de Bordeaux et de Nantes, avec Saint-Lô. Donc, on se rend compte qu'il y avait ce... Le problème, c'est que les puissances coloniales, notamment les puissances anglo-saxonnes, oui, ne reconnaissent pas légalement l'État, par exemple, du Nord, mais acceptent de commercer avec Haïti, et à une condition. Vous n'aurez pas de marine. Et mon ami, l'historien Vertus Saint-Louis, signale aussi le fait que, effectivement, le fait de n'avoir pas de marine, à l'époque, puisqu'il n'y a pas d'avion, hein, et cela implique une sorte de limitation de fait, c'est-à-dire vous êtes dépendant du commerce extérieur, vous êtes dépendant de l'autre, et d'ailleurs, chaque fois qu'on essaie d'envoyer sur un... Vous avez une garde-côte, vous avez des corsaires, mais vous n'avez pas de marine, ce qui veut dire que vous ne pouvez commercer qu'à travers les puissances de l'époque, et c'est la condition dans laquelle on va vous enfermer. Et à partir de ce moment, il est peut-être impossible de penser à un retour massif en Afrique. Là où on a des cas, ce que les Cubains ont appelé dans leur histoire los retornados, c'est-à-dire ceux qui sont retournés en Afrique. Les Brésiliens, on connaît le même phénomène. Mais il s'agit de cas exceptionnels, il s'agit d'individus. Par exemple, il y a d'anciens esclaves brésiliens qui sont retournés. Si vous allez au Bénin actuel, à Porto Novo, vous verrez par exemple l'importance qu'a eu une famille de Noirs brésiliens qui s'appelle les De Sousa et qui se sont alliés à la monarchie locale et que, arrivés dans les années 1840, ils sont devenus des esclavagistes. Ils sont devenus des esclavagistes. Et donc, on a vu aussi des gens qui étaient là, comme à Cuba, qui sont retournés. Donc, voilà.
Je comprends que je dois conclure. Okay, I understand that we have to wrap up. We're going to be around, so if anyone has really a burning question, we can always discuss with you individually. I think we have some lateness on the program. So if there is no pressing question, maybe we're going to end here. Dr. Serra? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you, Voltaire. Thank you. The family talk.
For a couple of panels, and certainly the Haitian group is coming to perform to show you the connections. We ask you to take 5 minutes, bathroom break, water, coffee, and come right back for the next panel. Well, it's 4 of those. No, I think we should also still have the meeting.
Yeah.
You know where the moderators like to sit? They like to be in the middle or at the edge.
I'll be at the end here.
You'll be at this end.
But my work, I was
We haven't been Zoom working last night, but we've been working before. So how, and it like there, so should we go aside for that? That's kind of really a people just sitting on front of I don't know, so we can all be on, we can pull up into the sides of that. And then we can turn the mics this way. It just seemed rather, you can go, you know, and just be slightly, they're still here, but we give the person space, you know. I don't understand why they were sitting in front of a projector. I don't know. I was thinking, like, why are they sitting there? Why are they not up? Because they sat there and someone was projecting up. Yeah, and they also captured us on the so look after that. So what I'm saying, when the first one presented, oh, that's what
so that we can begin. Because we still have another panel and a Haitian cultural presentation. So we ask you kindly to, we'll have time to get back to the table for a little bit more food so that we can begin.
So this is not a separate thing. Yeah, just so that we're friends.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to begin the next panel. The name of the panel is Arts, Rituals, and Interactions. This is panel 1. I'm the moderator. My name is Jemima. And today our very first presentation will come from John Sebastian. No. Okay, and Kira Malika Daniels. I'll give you a brief introduction to both of them.
and then we're going to move on. Okay, this is a hybrid presentation, which means that some people will be in this room and others will be online. So let's first talk about Pierre. Pierre Malika Daniels is an assistant professor of African American Studies at Emory University. Her first book, Art of the Healing Gods, in Progress, is a comparative religion project that examines sacred art objects used in healing ceremonies in Haiti and Congo-Kinshasa. Following the Haitian earthquake of 2010, she worked in Saint Raphael with La Coupe Soleil Academic and Cultural Arts Center, a grassroots organization that develops arts-based pedagogy. In 2019, she was awarded a Getty ACLS postdoctoral fellowship in the history of art. Her work has been published in the Journal of Africana Religions, Meridians, Feminism, Race, Transnationalism, the Journal of Haitian Studies, and the Journal for the American Academy of Religion. Daniels currently serves as Vice President of COSAMDA, the Scholarly Association for the Study of Haitian Religion, and as a Leadership Council member for the African and Diasporic Religious Studies Association, ADRSA. A co-presenter, Gongon Jean-Sébastien Duvalier, is an independent scholar focusing on Haitian and African histories and traditions. He's the co-founder of Africa IT Project, bridging the gaps between Africa and the diaspora through cultural exchange programs, sustainable business activities, and working on traditional platforms to nurture contemporary relations. Ngom Baba is, as he's affectionately called, is also a dancer, choreographer, artist, educator from Abrico, Haiti, who strongly believes in the use of the performing arts to trigger real social change. He's the director of JSD Dance by Tahoni, which is a business comprised of various projects aimed at promoting unity between IT and Africa. He travels extensively throughout the United States, the Caribbean, and Africa to teach and perform, sharing his ideologies of African culture through his Haitian lens. Ngom Baba is also a new member of the Worcester, Massachusetts community in the United States. He's an active member of Société Nago, an advisor in the Royal Court of Aizos of Alada, Benin, West Africa. He's a husband and a father. Please welcome them both, please. So, begin.
Thank you very much. So the title of our presentation, Black Religious Internationalism, a dance between Vodou, authentic cultures and heritage. Il faut les affaires par eux, à la dernière oh, les affaires royaux, à la dernière temps, et protestants, les affaires par eux. Catholiques, les affaires par eux, c'est nous-mêmes, nous ces petits Guinéens. C'est nous-mêmes, nous ces petites l'Afrique là. Il y a cette fois, il y a du temps. So, we want
Aïe, Bobo.
We wanted to start with this song, as we do in our practice, start with music. This is a song that's usually sang in a Vodou ceremony, and you can see the translation right here. It talks about taking care of our relationship with Africa. It is time, it is time. Protestants who kind of make me think about a certain relationship with the America, the United States, Canada, a certain relationship with finances as well, a certain way. They take care of their affairs, they're present and they play their part. Catholics, this relationship with friends, with with Spain, at least, this is what inspires me, contribute their parts. But it is time for us as children of Africa, it is time for our African identity to also have some care, be cared for, be catered to. So let my colleague, Dr. Kira, take on. She'll go over some of the relationships between Haiti and Benin historically, and we'll proceed. I'll let you take over, Kira. You hear?
Absolutely. One.
Yes, there.
It's so good to be joining you all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and to also be present virtually. It's really a pleasure, and I've so enjoyed the presentations and the keynotes that I've had an opportunity to listen in on from afar. So we wanted to begin with song and some maps for points of departure and orientation. I imagine that many of us, of course, are familiar with Haiti's location, but Benin is a nation in West Africa and often regarded as the origin, the home of voodoo in Haiti. The reality is Haiti's tradition of voodoo is an ancestral tradition of Africa that has many roots and many origins on the continent, but Benin, it's true, has a major role to play in that site of origin. In the same way that we opened with one form of artistic connection to Afrique, Guinea, known as the source or the spiritual home of Vaudouisin, we also wanted to open up with a visual representation of that connection. So this piece is by the renowned late Haitian artist André Pierre. The work is entitled Retour des esprits guinéens après la guerre d'indépendance d'Haïti, which is the return of the spirits of Guinea after Haiti's war for independence. Part of the reason this piece is so moving is because you see a parade, a cavalcade, if you will, of the spirits of Loayu, sometimes known as mystère, the mysteries, sometimes known as anges, the angels, but certainly known as the invisible ones who guide and protect mortals. And when first encountering this piece, you might wonder to yourself, they're returning to Guinea. Guinea serves as a metonym for the mythic site of origin of the spiritual realm, but it is also the physical site of origin, of course, of African descendants in the Americas, and absolutely for Haitians as African descended peoples. And I like to think, and this is something I believe I share with Ngan Babas, that this is a parade that is returning to Africa, returning to the source, but not without plans to come back to Haiti. They are carrying sacred bundles on their head. They're walking with bayonets, with mystic flags known as drapeaux. But my understanding here is that perhaps they are weary after the war for independence, but knowing that Haitian Vodou has played such a central role in its inception as a nation and a republic, we recognize that the spirits certainly returned to Haiti to continue guiding and providing passage for Haitians and their descendants. So we wanted to open with those two artistic entrées, if you will, so that we could discuss some of the connections between Haiti and Benin. These are some terms that provide some insight into the shared vocabulary between the religious traditions of Vodou in Benin and Vodou in Haiti. So some of the terms that people may be familiar with, I know this is a very knowledgeable crowd, are Mambo and Ungan, priestess and priest. These are coming from different font terms. Nambo, mother of Bo, mother of sacred arts. Ungan, which comes from the chief of Hun, standing for spirit. We can also see this potentially linked in the term hoodoo in the United States, an African-derived tradition practiced in the United States. Boko, which we know as a sorcerer or somebody who works with the left hand, quite likely comes from Bokono, the master of Bo knowledge. Pe for altar. So all of these words used in Haitian Vodou, zin, a mystic pot, come from Fongbe terms in Benin and from the ancient kingdom of Dahomey. Unfo, meaning temple, coming from Fo, house of Hun, house of the spirit. unsi, initiate, coming from devotee or the wife of Hun. Now, what's fascinating here is that all devotees are regarded as unsi, regardless of gender or sexual orientation. And then Veve. I wanted to start with this because this is such an important arena for study in Haitian Vodou and Africana religious studies. We need our linguists and we need more of us to learn African languages so that we can really trace, not just abstractly knowing that we are an African people, but to actually trace the etymological origin of our religious vocabulary, of our liturgical language in Haitian Vodou as being rooted in liturgical languages of the African continent, specifically in places like Benin, Nigeria, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm going to share with you a few portraits, as Jean-Sébastien mentioned, to provide a bit of historical context for the relationship between Haiti and Benin. And then I'll turn to him for some more contemporary examples of this dance that continues to take place between these two nations. So this is a Vodun shrine in Benin. It is a shrine for the spirit known as Legba. And those of you, again, who are familiar with the Vodou pantheon know that Legba is the keeper of the celestial gates. His brother or cousin is Kofu, the master of the crossroads. And this is a spirit of Vodun, who is still honored today in Benin quite widely. This is a temple wall that is in honor of Danwedo, who eventually in Haiti became Dambala and Aidawedu. So two entities came out of or were birthed out of a singular spirit or Vodun in Benin. And that's how we came to know Dambala and Aidawedu as a cosmic couple, as an origin and set of principal spirits that are really, if you will, primordial in their orientation. We also have a few examples of spirits whom we once seemed to recall. Sakpata was a spirit of illness and unwellness associated during the 1800s with smallpox. Fortunately, we are not dealing with the ramifications of smallpox to the same extent as we once were several centuries ago. But the spirit has been adapted to deal with other illnesses such as COVID-19. Now, historically speaking in Haiti, we did have a spirit known as Sakpata. Not very many temples still honor Sakpata today, but this is an example of certain spirits that have experienced a continued reverence and worship in Haiti, and others who have somewhat fallen to the back. This is a representation of several spirits of the pantheon of Vodun, Zangbeto in the back, who is still honored in masquerade traditions, and in the front, Legba, whom you see here with the horn figures, which we will return to. And then as I move through this section, I wanted to highlight a few different examples of sacred art traditions that are originating from at least one site in Dahomean traditions of Vodun in Benin, and see some of their parallels. This is not to suggest that Haitian Vodou sacred art traditions have only one source of origin, but it is to identify very specific ritual technologies that have been maintained, carried on, and have also transformed in the context of Haiti and Haitian Vodou. So these pots are made of ceramic, and they're known in Benin as zin. And they serve different functions for ritual purposes, but they're often used in mortuary rites and in healing rites and in certain rites of initiation. Today in Haitian Vodou, and historically speaking, zin have been known as mystic clay pots that have been used in rites of initiation and mortuary rites as well. So this is an example of, it's a painting, but it's something that is representing a ceremony that still takes place today. These are zin on hot coal pits that are being used in a rite of initiation in Haitian Vodou today. So that's one example of a shared lineage of sacred arts. Another example is Veve. So Veve were sacred earthen drawings made on the floor to serve as portals for the spirits to enter. They were often done with a mixture of flour or ashes from fire embers. Today in Haiti, Veve remains a vibrant tradition used to invoke spirits, to invoke the Loi, as portals for entry and departure between the mortal and spiritual realms. The term has remained the same, Veve. And even though they take different forms, because they're also inspired by Congo traditions of sacred graphic writing traditions, it's very clear that this legacy is remembered from the original Veve tradition of Benin. We also have the use of ritual rattles, and this is an example of a ritual rattle that was known as assin. It is still used today. You'll note that it has a gourd and calabash dried gourd serves as the base. A cotton netting has been stitched, sewn around it, and the outside has been threaded or beaded with snake vertebrae. And when you make the sound of the rattle, it's not the inside that makes sound, but rather the sound of the bones, the snake bones on the net against the calabash that makes the sound. In Haitian Vodou, we have something known as the asson. Both of these are regarded as markers of the priesthood for somebody to become a priest or priestess, a mambo or an unga. And the system of initiation really centers a great deal on receiving the asson as a priest or as a priestess. But it's the same concept, a dried calabash gourd with a netting around and multicolored beads in this case. But historically in Haiti, snake vertebrae were also used. There are also sacred bundles. And in this particular case, we have the example of bochio, which are sacred bundles that have medicine inside them and have been sanctified. These play a number of different functions and roles in different ceremonies, but often they're used for the purposes of offering healing to a client who would go to a bokono, who would go to a ritual specialist looking for a solution to their problem. In the case of Haiti, we have something known as Packet Congo. Now, they do bear a great deal of resemblance to Congo Minkisi, but one of their other origins are Dahomey and Bochia. And you can see this in the architectural structure of the work. There is a globe base, a long, tall stem, and they've often been sanctified, prayed over, and blessed with medicines on the inside and on the outside. Some of this material that I'm speaking of here, if I move in a fashion that doesn't include certain details, it's because I'm recognizing that there are certain things that one does not share outside of the initiatory circle. So I want to note that here, I'll just mention that medicines are used to sanctify both the Bochio of Benin and the Packet Congo of Haitian Vodou. And the last example that I give before I turn to my colleague are examples of divine mirrors used in different sites, and noting that here you'll see that divination mirrors have been used across West Africa and Central Africa. This is true in Nigeria, this is true in Benin, this is true in Congo. In the context of Benin here, you have a bochio, another example of a sacred art form that's been blessed and consecrated with medicines that includes a mirror. In Haiti today, we have something in the Bizango tradition, which is not exactly Vodou, which is a corollary tradition and another initiatory society that has links to Vodou, but is not the same. But you'll see that there is a presence of mirrors that serve as portals, somewhat like Veve, but portals between the spiritual realm and the physical realm. We also see certain lineages and similarities with the importance of serpents. So this is a sacred spirit of Dambala in Haitian Vodou, who's represented in this Bizango god, in this particular piece, guardian spirit. This, as you may recall, Dambala comes from Dan or Danwedo in the context of Benin and the Vodun tradition. You also have other serpent spirits who play a very important role in the Peto lineage of spirits, which includes Simbi, for instance. Simbi now is a Congo spirit, but you'll still see the iconography of serpents associated with both Dahomian lineages for Dambala and the serpent associated with Congo lineages for Simbi. And the last one here I'll point out is the presence of mystic spirits that are horned. In the tradition of Vodun, you have spirits such as Legba, in this instance, who has horns. And here on the left-hand side, you can see that this same god figure from the Bizango tradition often represents Bosu, a spirit who actually comes from the Vodun or the spirit of Benin, known as Tohosu, who was a Benin king. And so in all of these different ways, from sacred graphic writing systems to protective amulets, to healing bundles, to ritual rattles, you see a continuity and a transformation of sacred art traditions of Dahomey and the Vodun tradition of West Africa that has survived and also transformed significantly in the context of Haitian Vodou. So with that, I am going to sift and defer and pass on the yasson, if you will, to my colleague Ungashi Sebastien. Hey, Bobo. And just let me know when you're ready for the next slide, okay, Fuemno?
So, excuse me in advance, English is not my first language, so I'm not as quick as Kira, as Dr. Kira, so please bear with me. But as you can see, the dance has been happening for a very long time. It is in the essence of our culture, and the dance continues. And I'm here today to really attract your attention on how is it continuing and where would you like it to go? How would you like to take part in this? And the voting community, in advance, we have a tendency of shedding lights on the potomita, which is considered to be a direct link with our ancestry, a direct link with Latin Guinea. Could you go to the next slide, please? But in Benin, there's also some direct linkage happening and some promotion also happening of that dance between Haiti and Benin. For instance, this statue that you see is in Alada, Benin, and it is a statue of Toussaint, a well-known hero of the Haitian Revolution. We can go to the next slide. So the idea is the statue comes up. It came up fairly recently. It's not as ancient as an Asson or as these artifacts, but who put it up? Was it the choice of us Haitian people? Was it the choice of the African government or whatnot? There's something interesting happening is that, for example, in this picture, we see His Majesty King Dehosu Podegbe. Podegbe is a king in Alada. And I'll stay his story a little bit. He came about at a time when the kingdom of Alada did not have a king for a little bit. Some time was going by. There was no king, and Podegbe came, he had money, he had influence. So as an influencer, he became a king. And today he's known as the first king of Alada of our time. He's alive. He is also the creator of the Association of Kings of Benin, which really gives him a certain political stance. He is also the one that decided to put up the statue of Toussaint in Alada to promote this dance that Haitians had no choice but go to Alada and appreciate. We can go to the next slide. Before we go to the next, we also see two other influencers in this picture. And also in the next, we will see that Huna that you see there with the hat, who came to Haiti a few times, who is also a friend, but who was welcome in Haiti as a king of Voodoo once. Yet, the Voodoo practitioners in Benin do not necessarily recognize a king of Voodoo, and the Voodoo practitioners of Haiti do not necessarily recognize the king of Voodoo. And the population, the government, we're unaware of these situations. We don't really understand them, but we're observing. Kings are coming, beautiful things are happening. We have the other picture, a sister, a spiritual sister as well. She's a Noble, Queen Majesty Noble Nuwuti, who's also a great influencer of this dance happening between Haiti and Benin. But again, where does this queendom comes from? Queen of whom? Where are the initiations happening? Are we participating? Are we movement that we is the question I pose. I don't know if I need to translate for this audience, but I am saying, where are these freedoms coming from? And I ask, the Haitian people, are we being conscious of this dance happening and what is our contribution? Let's go to the next slide. So in this picture, you see me on the right. This is what I consider my field work. All these people that I show on picture, people I've met, I've spoken to, and I have appreciation for. You see me on the left. Next to me, you see Princess Néolène Saladé, who considers herself in Haiti a princess of the Wildwood d'Haïti. Next to her, you see Mr. Denis Osoba, who's and I believe he lives here in New York and he advertises, he promotes the Voodoo Festival here in the United States, I believe. And next to him, you see a good friend of mine as well in Haiti, Augustin Sekou, who today is also considered king of Voodoo, the king of Wildwood d'Haïti. We can go to the next slide, please. And I'll try to go quickly. A lot of influence happening. So Waseklu is an influencer in Haiti. It's very wise. He speaks properly, and I personally love to hear him, listen to him, because he speaks of reconciliation of the masses, reconciliation between Protestants, Catholic, Vaudouisans, etc. And there's many elements of influence. There's also, for example, the National Vaudou Day in Benin, which is a very popular event that attracts the attention of also a lot of even Haitian Vaudouisans. We go to the Vaudou Festival, and you can see another image there of the Vaudou Festival happening in Vida, where again, it's a day that if you do not, you know, if you don't share this information, you will not know that, you will not even know that Vaudou does not come from Vida. You would not know that that there's no kingdom in Vida, in Benin. And we go to Vida, we go to this Vaudou festival, not knowing how it came about, almost venerating and bowing to the Dagbo of the city, or the brother of the Dagbo of the city as a second Dagbo, who represents the chief of the ocean, because Vida is a coastal city. A lot of interaction is happening. Our people, my people, our people are going to Benin as well, as Petit Guinea, not understanding certain things and not knowing where to go and what to do on the island. A lot of there's other influences happening. After the festival of Voodoo in Benin, we have a festival of Voodoo in Haiti that came about. On the right, we see a picture of ladies parading from that festival. On the left is another festival that happened in Jacmel around Guide celebration. It's a very beautiful event, again, very beautiful energy, very beautiful things happening, but with no government being involved, with Haitians being the carrier or the basically or the héritier of this Voodoo culture, not really playing their role, I believe. So today I come as a Wunga in this space of thinking to remind us that there's a dance happening here that is very important, so important that you have Mabos going to Benin and willing to do so much to associate themselves with kings and queens and kingdoms in order to be able to set the tone of this history. But it breaks my heart that we also have children of voodoo that go to these places for pelerinage. And in this picture, in the three pictures that you see, and I think my time is going, which is why we're going quickly, you see a group of Haitians and Haitian Americans in the first picture, dressed all in white. They go to Benin really to find connection, right, with the ancestors, to reconnect with this dance that is such an important one between Haiti and Benin. But again, you will see them with a Dagbofuna who does an amazing job at promoting Benin culture, but I must say, cannot really speak of the Haitian culture or of the Haitian side of that dance. In the two last pictures, you see another group of Haitians that went to Benin, also that went to a different kingdom, this time in Alada. It's a very important kingdom for me, and maybe you can answer questions you might ask why. But can you go to the previous slide, please? Dr. Kiro? So you'll see me there with Dada Ajahn Dodo, which is second king in Alada. He is the king of the first kingdom of Alada that gives birth to the kingdom of Dahomey, that gives birth to the kingdom of Porto Novo, that we in Haitian Vodou actually sing. We sing the ancestors of Dada Ajanto. We sing Agasulieme. There's this famous song in Vodou that says, Agasulieme, Agasulieme, So you see a group of Haitians with him trying to understand the relationships between the two spaces. You see them in a different space where they're sitting in his kingdom, a space where there's less glamour, a little less glamour, where there's less construction, where there's less money, but there's conversation, important conversations that I would like to see more of, and that's why I'm here today. To finish up real quickly, you can go to the next slide, and it's maybe the last. So I did want to acknowledge the fact that, you know, this dance or this carrying of the dance, the carrying of Guinea that is happening in Haiti, that my friend Dagbofuna is influencing and expressing himself as being responsible for carrying that dance. That my sister, the Queen Mabodoti, is also representing. That dance is also happening in Haiti. We are also carrying Guinea on our shoulders. You could go to the next slide. And I think I'm getting out of time, so I will just say that I invite you to have this conversation, have a little curiosity about this dance that happens between Vodou and Vodun. And I say this specifically Vodou and Vodun because we once had the only embassy, Haitian embassy on the African continent. It was in Benin, and today it is no longer. So as a Vodouisan, as a Unga, I hope to be able to answer some questions and ignite some energy around studying that relationship through what we have as heritage, which is Vodou.
Hi, Bobo. Thank you all so much for your attention. Looking forward to the conversation and to our next colleague's presentation.
Thank you. I guess we're taking all the questions after the second presentation. So if you have, if you just jot them down, and we'll definitely try to address them. It's gonna switch off so that you can call. So, so our next presenter is Magda DeGrange, and she's an assistant professor of English and Africana Studies at Marist College. Dr. DeGrange is a global scholar who has taught in the Caribbean, West Africa, and Southeast Asia. In addition to being an educator, she is also a visual artist. Her work spans the intersections of race, African diaspora identity politics, feminism, visual art, and film. A current research project examines Haitian feminism and artistic expressions, particularly how Haitian women artists navigate time, space, and an ancestral modality of freedom practices. This research also infuses interdisciplinary pedagogical tools rooted in African epistemology and the studies. So please welcome Magda.
So my presentation is entitled Global to INT, African Extensions and Haitian Folklore. I want to split this presentation into three parts. First, we talk about so Dr. Sudan as the mother of Haitian folklore and really kind of discussion translates African which potential traditions into the Haitian identity and practices. The second part will focus on one specific Haitian folk song, Fialado, and we'll see three different iterations across politics, visual art, as well as dance, and see what that means for us today. And then the third is just kind of tied together is to talk about the archives and how we can expand the archives as artists, as religious practitioners, as well as just Haitian community members. All right. So the first part, Susan Sudan is noted as the first Black woman anthropologist as well as linguist in Haiti. She has written over 10 books, 2 many articles, and just to kind of introductory with regards to her and mentioned in the previous panel, her uncle, Sudan, was an Africanist who worked alongside W.E.B. Du Bois in Pan-Africanism, kind of forging this African presence globally. Her father, George Sudan, was a diplomat, a lawyer, as well as a writer. She has 2 sisters who were circulating figures in Haitian feminism. One was the first woman doctor of gynecology, and the second was the 81. And the second was pioneer in Haitian feminism, kind of establishing the first leads of feminism there. So, okay. With regards to Sudan, her ethnographic work, right? She's done work in alongside the ideas of the stance of women in society, as well as a huge champion in her oeuvre on folklore and then on language Creole itself, and bring that to the forefront of how it's not just the dialects, right, and how it should be recognized around the world. And this was in the 30s, right? So she's written from the 30s through the 60s, even beyond, right? So kind of thinking through the contribution that she's made throughout. So some of her works, Common Law Marriages and Women's Roles in Kenskog, Women in Kinshasa, then and now, the Work of Women in Lagos. She wrote an article on Jeu Congolais, where she talked about this game. I have it here, I don't know if you can see it on the table, but it's called Wari, right? In the north of Haiti, it's called Wari. In the south, I have it on the screen if we can't see it on the table here. Hi, exactly, right? And in West Africa, Wari is the name recognized in Congo and some other countries, but its Arabic name is Mankala, right? And so we can see it's one of the oldest African games. And she wrote a text to kind of show us its origin, right, in West Africa and how it's still played today. It is a mathematical, strategic, game, so tapping into the African practice of how to teach children, right, these mathematical concepts. We can think of other games like domino, which I'm sure we all are familiar with, osle as well, and casino, right, which is a card game. Similar orientations of how African practices were brought over into the Atlantic. She was also prevalent in thinking through and writing about African intentions of folklore, right? So when we think about Buki and Malis, Timalis, we know Timalis is a trickster character that is connected a lot with Anansi in Ghana, but Buki itself, some of its origin, his origin is not often discussed. She wrote about Buki being Senegalese, right? And the word Buki in Senegal is its etymology of Wolof. The Wolof language is a hyena that means Buki, right? So we kind of see both of these characters still present in Haiti and also in Louisiana as well. But let me focus on this one, folk song, Fiat Lalo, right? How many people know the song? I'm glad I didn't have to sing, everybody singing with me. Thank you so much. So well done, right? You can label this at the age of 5, you know, nice. So this specific song, right? And here, of course, we talk about the Zwago itself and how many African folk tales feature, right? The bird itself, but Fiat Lalo, right, is the main figure of the song. And Fiat Lalo, the song itself is sung for children to understand stranger danger, being cautious when dealing with unfamiliar people, territories, etc., right, spaces. But in the 1960s, Papa Duvalier, the first regime, labeled that same name as the women's militia, right? So there was Tonto Makut, and its name literally coming from Tonto Uncle, who ran around, I guess, snatching children, for lack of better words, and putting them in a gunny sack, a burlap sack called the Makut, right? So we have Tonto Makut on one hand, and then the women's version of the group called Fiat Lalo, right? Which comes from this folk song. And of course, they were placed to set order in society. Fear was the main strategy. A lot of the words were driven, killed, etc. But we see the uniform that this woman here is Madame Wazani Bouquet. She was the head of the Fiat group. She was also the warden of Fondimash, and many people died there as a result of her leading. But the uniform here is what I want us to kind of take a look at, because this artist, Mikaya Seljil, what she did was to create an entire installation around the uniform, right? And she called it Lalo Comme Makut, and she's based in Canada, and Quebec, I think we're here from Montreal. And so this installation, what she has is she removes the face, removes the figure, removes the person, and gives you the uniform. And essentially the question is, what happens to a uniform if there is no person? What happens to a person if there is no uniform? So we're thinking post-colonial power, if it's not attached, right, to position, right, what does that mean? I'll skip over this leaving one because I want to come back to fabric. But taking a closer look at the uniform installation itself, we can see 10 ringlets or holes on either side of the arms, and there are weavings of threads, right, that are connecting to the flagpoles in the background, right? And it suspends the uniform in air. It looks like it's a figure kind of walking, but not, right? There's a scarf around its neck, and there again is no face here. Seljil works quite often with weaving, and weaving is a Central African practice all over the continent, and even in the diaspora. We can think about unfolded baskets in Ethiopia, Kente cloth, which is more popular in Ghana, Kasa in Mali, and Bamileke, right, in the northern regions of Cameroon, and entire histories and traditions are centered in the cloth, right? You just presented it, you know whether we're in mourning, you can know whether we're dealing with childbirth or various aspects of society, right? So she chooses this African practice of weaving as her core instruments, right? To create her installation. She's done work with Fanon, peau noir, black skin, white mask, as well as a Spivak, right? Kim Savon from Speak. So these conversations she wants to generate, how do we thread through ideas and cultural collisions sometimes, and dialogue about history as well as the present. Interestingly enough, this image that we see on the screen, it wasn't part of this trajectory, but I could not talk about it since I found it. Since we're talking about Madame Wazali, Rocky Cotard is a direct descendant of Madame Wazali. And since finding that she was his ancestor, he decided to place her along the League of Women in his family, right, as he was tracing them. And we can see Madame Wazali here with flowers that are dying, of course, very symbolic of what occurred, but it's also controversial, right? And Cotard himself says that he wanted conversations to spark around history, around power, around difference, and all that it entails. We're still talking about Fiat Lalo. And the second artist that I want to, or the third rather, mention is Natasha Jean-Sentil. She's based in France, Paris. And her link to Fiat Lalo is more embodied. It is more through dance. It is more through song, right? Her performances are in connection, or she does this duality. I know we're talking about dance, right? With l'accent télématique, right? And he's on drum as well as guitar. And she kind of brings voice to Fiat Lalo and allows Fiat Lalo to speak, and allows her to have an entire consciousness through her performance, right? So she makes it also very interactive. She talks to the audience, not just in the beginning, but also through the performance as well, right? I want to talk about the archives. Just kind of. So speaking of weaving, right, with regards to the archives, what does this mean? We often think about the archives as, archival. I used to be an assistant archivist at Hampton College. So I'm thinking about the very laborious process of digitizing photographs, of keeping paper, right, on acid-free paper so that it can withstand not just time, but fire, etc. But here, these artists are not using neither paper, right, or any of these techniques, but rather have us tap back into this idea of an African-centered view of how the archives can be seen. Right, and it's not to negate writing as a valid, of course, form of expression with the archives, but to expand its parameters a bit and allow room and space for, if we're talking about African identity, whether on the continent, or as Clemenston likes to say, Africans transplanted, right, into the diaspora, there have to be modalities and techniques that are centered, right, within the body, that are embodied, because that's what we do, right, that are sung, because that's what we do as well. So these artists certainly are allowing space for and kind of removing some of the linear views of how archives can be seen. I wrote a little bit within my conclusion. I'd just like to read it really briefly. I think, okay, thank you. So these artists, as well as Clemenston, add to the living archives, one that is embodied, kept alive in historiography, as they describe meaning and transformation in two ways, right? The first way is by reimagining how oral traditions provide not just narrative context, but allow for this view of keeping it alive in memory as well as post-memory, right? And if you notice, the two artists need the audience as an engaged participant, right? You create the narrative of the uniform without the face. Otherwise, you wouldn't know what it is, right? So because of your own memory as the audience, as well as with Natasha Jean-Sentil, for her, it is the audience that also has this dialogue with her as the performer, right? That keeps it alive in this memory facet. So in addition to it being reimagined, we're talking about the living archives, they also redefine how the archives is presented, right? So they utilize expressions and sources that break the border of this fourth wall and allow for a more circular and communal view of how historical art pieces are created as well, right? The last way they add to the archives is by subverting the notion. I talked a little bit about this with regards to writing, but keeping African ontology or the sense of being, as well as how knowledge, right, is constructed at its core as well. So if we're looking at Commerce-Humain, if we're thinking about Sergile, as well as Saint-Hilaire, these three women, these three feminists, who are not only reimagining and redefining the archives, but they're presenting and showing a different way of preserving the archives in this duality of verbal, nonverbal, of social and political, as well as spiritual and physical, and through these political charges that are across race, gender, and geography. Both are boundless as well as timeless. Thank you.
So those two presentations were awesome, to say the least. And I'm sure that there are questions. So if you, feel, if you want to indulge us, please come to the podium and ask your questions, and I'm sure they'll have something to say.
I have a question for the judge. I think I can.
Well, I think they're recording those, so maybe that's why we need that mic. You can use mine if it's easier to do. Well, go with it.
And please help me understand, as an Ungan, what is the difference, or what is the limit between what you do as an Ungan and what a priest will do in the church? I don't know if you can really do that, because as a person, as a Ungan, you're not yourself until you have the spirit. Or if that's my understanding. So to do what you have to do, you have to interpel, you have to call the spirit to assist you in what you do. But early today, you talked about the song, Après Papa Bon Dieu dans le ciel. So that's what really triggered my question. You say after Papa Bon Dieu dans le ciel, après Papa Bon Dieu dans le ciel. Mais pour qui ça donc, où il est Papa Bon Dieu dans le ciel pour faire ça qu'on va le faire?
Thank you for your question. And I'll go back to exactly how you asked it. What's the difference between a priest and a Ungan in terms of what their powers are? I think the difference is the institution behind them. I think a priest has a whole institution, the Vatican behind him, and a Ungan in Haiti has a tendency of being alone and just having his relationship to Africa, his memory, as backup. I also think that it is a misconception that as a Ungan, you can't do anything without yourself. I mean, it's a total misunderstanding, and I'm here for that reason. So thank you so much for your question. I really appreciate it, because the idea is to be able to have have intimate dances in order to really better feel and understand each other, so that we could really recognize who we are. So one thing that my colleague did not mention is that Mambo, for example, means queen. So by definition, when we are Haitian and we went through the Haitian Revolution and we adopted our culture, which is Vodou, a little different than Vodou, because we say it's a 21 nation Vodou. It's a Vodou of an African Union. We become as Mambos, not just women responsible for spirit, we become women responsible of community. We are doctors, we are presidents, we are judges, and all of the above. And the name is literally, we are a queen. And those dances, those intimate dances between you and I is so important, so that when our mambos go to Benin and meet a king or another queen, we need to remind them that they are already a queen, that they are already a king, because we define ourselves. We fought for the identity that we have on this side of the world. We fought to be an African Union, and we have substance to share with Africa what it is, what it feels like, how it can be to be a union. I hope that answers your question.
I'm going to take another question and then we can follow. I just want to make sure everyone has a voice. So we have a question here. I'll follow up, but we just have a few minutes.
But I'm happy to have conversation.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, and then we'll come back to it if we get along in the conversation. Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. I think a lot of these things I would like to do with people's trying to find out or expressing things they don't really understand. And in some way, we call this magic, whether it's black magic or white magic. What I'd like to know is, to what extent would you say that these things are really invoking spirits? I mean, really for what we know spirits are, or is it just, you know, psychology? And is the question for me? I'm guessing it is. Well, any one of you.
No, I was trying to see how we can keep it back.
So thank you again for your question. And I will express again this idea of la nécessité vraiment de s'unir et de se comprendre. The necessity to, you know, unify and understand one another. Vodou, they say, is about invoking spirits, or however you want to express it. Today I come in front of you as a Munga, as a young Munga, to tell you that Vodou is a culture that values spirituality. I hope this helps you understand better. Before talking to you about invoking spirits, I'd like to share this idea of considering spirits and considering spirituality, because as Haitian people, as a Unga, it is my responsibility to share with the next generation the information of this culture that our ancestors created. And this idea that when you are Haitian, one may look at you as Black, one may look at you as red, green, yellow, or purple. One may look at you with a big nose or small nose, big bottom, small bottom. But in the value of our culture, before looking at that, we look at your spirit. We look at the invisible part of you. We look at your set of values. We look at the fact that before being Black, you are a moon. It is in that regard that Vodou, today I bring it to you as a culture of Haiti, as Vodou is a culture of Benin, but it is one that is very powerful because it is spiritual in the sense that it considers the part of you that I do not see before considering the part of you that I see. So I see you today, sir, and you're a handsome man. But that does not tell me much about who you really are. But if I allow myself to go through a voodoo practice, which is take a pause on what you look like and rather listen to the signs of what you bring. Do you bring me agressivité? Do you bring me love? Do you bring me a besoin de comprendre? Do you bring me a need of understanding self? As a vaudouisan, as a Ungan, my practice, my voodoo, is to cater to that invisible part. You need an explanation. I think the things that I can say, you probably have a set of things that you would like to hear or that you imagine you would hear, but as a Ungan, it's my responsibility to leave those aside for a little bit and think, okay, this is a person that really wants to understand this culture that is said to be so negative, that inspires so much fear and magic, they say, you know? But it is my responsibility as a Ungan to tell you that before the magic I do in my house, you are magic. And if we speak in the language of magic, your magic and my magic could either collaborate or fight. I hope that answers your question.
It's a broad question, all of these questions.
Can I say one last thing?
You can say a lot. You can continue to say a lot, but after the session is over, I would like to thank you all for participating and engaging. We are open. You are. Did we finish? One more? I was told to cut. Okay, all right. So let's go ahead.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to offer just a closing remark. I was hoping that we might have the opportunity to also have some questions for our colleague and co-panelist, Dr. Desgrange, but let me just say this very simply, which is that I'm speaking now as, yes, a scholar of Haitian Vodou, but also as a Mambo. Like my brother, Ungan Jean-Sébastien Douvilla, I'm a member of Société Nago. And I think that one of the most important tasks that we have before ourselves as Haitians moving forward is the decolonization of our minds, our hearts, and our spirits. You may not need to decide that Vodou is a religious tradition that you ascribe to or that you are comfortable with, and that's completely fine. But we must understand the role that Vodou has played historically and still today as a liberatory force. It is what allowed us to gain our independence in our fight for liberation and our fight for emancipation between 1791 and 1804. And it is an African tradition. In global traditions all over the world, Asians worship a tradition in Buddhism where they are represented in their divine beings. This is the same for Christianity. This is the same for Judaism. This is the same for Muslims. And why too would Haitians not ascribe to a religious tradition in which they see some of themselves reflected in the divine? So I thank you all for the opportunity to share our work. I know that we will have an opportunity to hopefully further conversations. And I do want to say, for those of you who are interested in learning more about Haitian Vodou, or who are interested in engaging in perhaps some spicy conversations, the COSAMBA Conference for Scholarly Association for the Study of Haitian Vodou will be holding its conference this fall in Atlanta, Georgia, between October 5th and October 8th, in conjunction with the Haitian Studies Association Conference. So for those of you who would like to engage further in discussion about Vodou and Haitian studies, we warmly invite you to participate in these conferences. Thank you so much. Merci en pile. Aïe bobo.
We're finished here.
We're gonna be on the ground for the school conversation and we're really running way behind. And Dr. Desgrange's presentation reminded me of a very important announcement that I have to make. Please take your calendar, put down Saturday, June 24th, La Saint-Jean.
We're going to be at Brooklyn College. We're going to launch a collection of voodoo drum recordings that we will be archiving. And we're going to stage the drummers. We've recorded about 12 drummers, maestro drummers in Haiti, one in Haiti, and a lot of them living here, which we will be archiving and have interviews with them that for people who need to research to access to. But I want you to know that on the 24th at the Claire Tower, the nice auditorium, we will have a major performance celebrating this huge archive of Haitian drummers that the Haitian Studies Institute has been able to put together. And it's a plug also that we are indeed developing an archive. If you have passports of your family that came in the 30s, 40s, give me a ring. If you have books and other collections that you think might be of significance for those to come, so that they could learn about the Haitian diasporic community, diasporic experience, please let me know. I know some people say that we do a lot at the Institute. I often say we are not a needy community, but we are a nascent, embryonic community in needs of many things. And which is why we do a lot of events and we try to get our hands in everything, and why I dedicate whatever I have left of my life to the Institute and to the Haitian community diaspora, or to the Haitian community in New York and throughout the diaspora. June 24th, Brooklyn College. This time, not here, not 495, but at Brooklyn College. Anybody get ready? But yes, we will get it. You'll get it soon, once we get back into the office. So now we can get ready for the other panel, because the Haitian performers are already here and we're going to be delighted. Thank you. Step.
Where should I stay here? Yes, not this. I just like one. And then. Bonsoir. Bonsoir. My name is Pierre. I just wanted to say, just in preparation for the last panel, I think I am going to switch. I'm going to do mine in English. That way it will alleviate some of the problems with the technology. And the French person who's actually in Paris right now, we will be speaking in French, which means that for her presentation, I guess, some people might need translation. So in that case, they probably should get the reminders for the translation, right? Yeah, okay. Awesome. And what we're going to do, I think, is we're going to try to switch the order if that's possible, so that the person who's in France goes first, so that because for her it's actually really late. So if that's possible, we're going to try and make it happen. Good. All right. So she did just appear. Okay. Awesome. So the first, I guess, the first panelist is Lydia Santos, and she's a second-year student in the master's program in gender studies at the HESS, which is l'École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales. And our main research focuses on Haitian rap and gender and identity. And I guess that will be the first presentation. Yes. Lydia, c'est à vous. I guess the sound is not. Maybe she's muted. You let her know she was going first?
You can see my.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Et ma communication, concerne un aspect de mes recherches qui s'intéresse au vaudou comme héritage culturel de l'Afrique et fondement de la révolution haïtienne. Cette recherche questionne la place du vaudou dans les œuvres artistiques, spécifiquement la musique rap, qui est une musique de revendication. Je vais m'accentuer pour cette présentation sur une chanson de rap d'une des répondantes à ma recherche. C'est une musique d'une artiste, une rappeuse qui s'appelle Chouva, dont le titre s'appelle Sondem. Cette musique peut être lue comme un mélange de chant et de rap de tendance
ragamuffin, très en vogue vers les années 1995. Moins que le rap hardcore qui est beaucoup plus pratiqué depuis les années 2000. La musique débute par une douce musique de fond, comme c'est un piano joué accompagné d'une contrebasse, un solo musical qui annonce les premiers mots de l'artiste, accompagné d'un beat qui sera joué en boucle jusqu'à la fin. Je vais vous faire écouter un extrait de la chanson en question.
Ennemi pense le cadre avec la fille. Yo table barre m'babem fait la ça te dit en même c'est yo qui taille. Puis yo tape si yo est parti. Yo te fait décider, yo fait décider, yo tape m'écliner. J'étais mon boulot, ennemi tout autour, dans ton pas en tort, posé fait pour faire yo vraiment qui me dégage. Pas grave, faut pousser ça. Tenter son mémoire. Tenter son mémoire. Tenter son mémoire. Un cha-cha connaît ça, il m'était arrêté dans ça. Yo, tenter son mémoire. Yo, tenter son mémoire. Tenter son cha-cha connaît ça, il m'était arrêté dans ça. Un cha-cha connaît ça, il m'était.
Dans cette chanson, l'artiste ne donne pas l'impression de s'adresser à un interlocuteur ou une interlocutrice, mais de préférence une réflexion à haute voix et ensuite une plainte et une demande d'aide à des interlocuteurs et interlocutrices non physiques. L'artiste parle comme si elle racontait ses mauvaises expériences avec des gens qu'elle considérait comme ses amis, mais qui l'ont trahi. Elle fait une description en utilisant la troisième personne du pluriel. Les premières phrases après le refrain sont ainsi claires. L'ami pense qu'il peut jouer avec ma vie, il souhaite se mettre sur mon chemin, m'empêcher de faire la une. Ceux qui disaient être avec moi sont ceux qui m'ont trahi. Oui, ils se réjouiraient s'ils me voient avec mon cri. Être avec son cri dans ce contexte renvoie à la mendicité comme acte de survie. Le cuit comme objet est un récipient fait avec de la calebasse, qui est un fruit d'un arbre dénommé calebasse. Cet instrument est très symbolique dans la culture haïtienne, précisément le vaudou. La calebasse, une fois séchée, est vidée de son contenu et ensuite travaillée pour donner un récipient en forme de bol. Il est souvent utilisé pour servir le repas dans les conbites. Le combite, c'est une association de paysans qui acceptent de travailler collectivement un champ au profit d'un seul propriétaire avec repas, danse et musique. C'est un véritable système de dons et de contre-dons. Il oblige ses membres à travailler à tour de rôle, les uns pour les autres. Et aussi, très utilisé, le cuit est très utilisé dans les cérémonies vaudou. Elle fait dans un deuxième temps un hommage au dieu du vaudou haïtien comme un impératif de ce qu'elle doit faire pour obtenir justice. Elle parle de 3 divinités différentes en utilisant ces termes. Jeter du rhum pour Ogou, ennemi tout autour, dans tort, je n'ai pas tort, apporter des fleurs pour Frida. Dans le vaudou haïtien, les divinités sont appelées lois et chaque loi a des caractéristiques qui lui sont propres, comme par exemple leur couleur, leur jour de culte, le vévé, la nourriture qu'ils aiment consommer, ainsi que l'espace qui leur sert de demeure appelé reposoir. Le vévé, c'est un dessin symbolique d'une loi. Il est tracé sur le sol avec de la farine de maïs et chaque loi a son vévé qui lui est propre. Les lois sont généralement découlées d'une famille appelée escorte de loi dont ils ont un nom comme élément commun. Dans ce couplet, l'artiste fait référence à 3 lois, Ogou, Dantor et Freda. Ogou est considéré comme un forgeron guerrier, c'est le dieu du fer et du feu. Sa couleur est le rouge, symbolisant le fait qu'il remporte toujours la victoire et fait verser le sang des ennemis. L'histoire rapporte que les soldats de l'armée indigène lors de la bataille de Vertières étaient possédés par ce loi appelé Ogou. Le Ogou ou Ogun est considéré comme une famille de lois qui regroupe plusieurs noms dont Ogou Ferraille, Ogou Badagri, Ogou Balandje, etc. Les jours de la semaine qui lui sont consacrés pour le culte sont le mercredi et le vendredi, et son reposoir est un arbre qui s'appelle calebasse. Les 2 autres lois mentionnées par l'artiste sont couramment appelées Erzuli, qui est considérée comme déesse de l'amour. C'est également des lois regroupées en cohortes sous des noms comme Erzuli Dantor, Erzuli Freda, Erzuli Gérouge, Erzuli aux yeux rouges, Erzuli Mapian. Il est important de souligner que dans le vaudou, il n'existe pas de hiérarchie entre les sexes. Toute personne peut occuper n'importe quel poste. Et aussi, pour la représentation des divinités dans le vaudou, les lois, il n'existe pas une hiérarchie entre les sexes, que ce soit les lois qui ont une dénomination féminine ou une dénomination masculine. Il n'existe pas de sexe qui soit supérieur à d'autres dans le vaudou. L'artiste parle dans une première phrase de Erzuli Dantor. Dantor, je n'ai pas tort, ce qui amène à penser qu'elle clame son innocence en vue d'être défendue. Dantor est considérée comme déesse de l'amour et de la guerre, aussi dénommée reine, qui symbolise le pouvoir qu'elle exerce sur les hommes. Sa couleur est le bleu royal, ses jours sont le mardi et le samedi. Elle est également considérée comme épouse de Ogou. Dans la deuxième phrase, elle s'exprime ainsi, apporter des fleurs pour Freda. Cela peut être interprété comme un geste d'offrande ou signe d'hommage, parce que Erzuli Freda est reconnue pour être la déesse de l'amour, symbole de la beauté et la grâce. Ses couleurs sont le blanc et le rose. Ses jours, jeudi et samedi. La mythologie raconte qu'elle était la femme de Agoué, le dieu de la mer, mais a été séduite par Ogou. Le samedi est un jour de culte consacré aux 2 reines par les vaudouisants pratiquants. Cette partie de la chanson nous montre que l'artiste se réfère à la tradition dans le vaudou qui consiste à faire appel aux esprits pour résoudre des problèmes de litige avec un ennemi qui chercherait à faire du mal et aussi pour se protéger des ennemis qui ne veulent pas son progrès. Les esprits dans le vaudou sont parfois considérés comme des justiciers. Ils sont convoqués par les pratiquants pendant les cultes qui leur offrent la boisson et de la nourriture en contrepartie de protection et d'autres dons matériels. Elle s'adresse enfin pour parler de sa résolution à trouver des réponses à ce qui se passe dans sa vie et se dirige vers le chemin des aïeuls pour trouver une réponse. Elle s'exprime en ces termes dans le couplet. Je vais dans mon pays pour savoir de quoi il en est, je vais jeter de l'eau, je vais passer le balai. Aller dans son pays signifie retourner sur l'habitation familiale pour les cérémonies ou encore perpétuer la tradition et le principe du lakou. Le lakou est un type de communauté familiale retrouvée le plus souvent dans les milieux ruraux. C'est une structure qui est à la fois un espace physique, mais aussi un mode de vie et un héritage culturel. L'anthropologue Laïnek Urbon le définit ainsi. Sorte de cour en forme de fer à cheval qui réunit une vingtaine de familles nucléaires, ou plutôt de maisons, dont une, isolée au milieu, constitue le temple et une autre où loge le patriarche. Ce serait donc une seule grande famille solidaire avec une propriété commune, une autorité commune, le patriarche, mais cette autorité était plus nominale que réelle. Un culte commun, le vaudou. Aller dans son pays ne signifie pas forcément se rendre sur l'habitation familiale pour passer du temps avec sa famille, mais se rendre sur le lieu de culte commun. retrouver ses racines et être en harmonie avec les esprits pour y retrouver réconfort et protection. C'est aussi le moment de s'adonner au rituel familial pour les lois de la famille, par exemple jeter de l'eau ou donner à manger aux lois. Selon l'ANEC Urbon, l'action de jeter de l'eau entre dans le cadre d'un circuit des esprits conçu par les vaudouisants. Ceux-ci, le plus souvent, viennent de la Guinée qui descendent vers les eaux souterraines, d'où également le geste de jeter de l'eau au début d'une cérémonie. C'est dans l'eau, en effet, que les esprits résident. L'importance de l'eau est telle que souvent la divination se fait par l'eau. Là, on peut forcer les voix des esprits à se faire entendre. Là, on peut connaître sa chance ou ses malheurs. Parler des divinités du vaudou, des lacous comme tradition ou mode d'organisation sociale et représentation spirituelle dans ces chansons renvoie à donner une marque d'identité haïtienne à ces œuvres d'art. Parce que le vaudou est l'un des marqueurs de l'identité haïtienne. L'identité haïtienne est née avec la création du vaudou. L'identité haïtienne, je cite Larose et Xanthus, est née de la résistance des esclaves face au système décolonial imposé par les Blancs qui importaient des Noirs d'Afrique dans le cadre du commerce triangulaire. Face à ce système, les esclaves présentaient plusieurs formes de résistance, dont suicide, infanticide, empoisonnement des rivières, marronnage, etc. Mais la plus grande forme de résistance est la création d'une langue, le créole, et d'une religion, le vaudou. Cette chanson retrace un peu la réalité sociale haïtienne, un retour aux mœurs. L'haïtien, même s'il se dit chrétien, quand il est malade, il a toujours recours aux feuilles et à la médecine traditionnelle ainsi que les traditions religieuses qui concernent la protection des lois. Le vaudou est dans son sens global la culture du peuple haïtien, leur mode de vie, mœurs, culture, manière d'être, et dans son sens spécifique, une spiritualité qui renvoie à l'expression des pratiques religieuses de beaucoup d'Haïtiens. Les rythmes dans le vaudou sont parfois utilisés par d'autres rappeurs. Dans cette chanson, l'artiste utilise le discours utilisé dans les pratiques religieuses du vaudou sans les rythmes. Les rythmes du vaudou sont retrouvés plus spécifiquement dans les chansons à tendance racine. Les paroles chantées dans ces chansons renvoient aux pratiques du vaudou. Elles reprennent la plupart du temps les mêmes chansons interprétées durant les cultes vaudou et sont accompagnées des mêmes instruments de musique, plus spécifiquement les instruments de percussion, toujours présents dans les cultes vaudou. Ce mélange de racines comme rythme dans les chansons de rap est un peu tendance vers les années 2000. Il y a eu des rappeuses et des rappeurs qui se font parfois accompagner d'artistes de tendance racine. Elle peut être aussi interprétée comme une identification à la culture haïtienne, mais aussi une acceptation du rap comme genre musical sur la scène musicale haïtienne. Et pour avoir une idée plus spécifique de ce que l'on parle de rythme dans le vaudou, je vais vous faire écouter également un extrait d'une chanson vaudou de tendance racine.
Les monde a fâché côté Chita, sont des mots. Ça qui veut sont des mots. Sont des mots. Ça qui veut sont des mots. C'est moi qui a pour la main, on va le souhaiter. C'est moi qui a pour la main, on va le souhaiter. Encore un petit comme ça, maman m'a dit, demandez pour l'eau, non, que moi, au diable, c'est des mots.
Je ne vais pas trop revenir sur l'histoire du vaudou dans la culture haïtienne, parce qu'on a eu des présentations avant qui ont parlé du vaudou, des campagnes de rejeté et tout. Je ne vais pas revenir là-dessus, je vais conclure. Le vaudou, c'est l'un des éléments importants de l'identité haïtienne et le vaudou, tout comme le rap, n'a pas toujours été vu de bon œil par la société haïtienne. Le vaudou est l'expression des classes populaires. Le rap est inscrit dans un rapport de classe comme musique issue des classes populaires. Si le rap raconte la vie du ghetto, il n'est pas étonnant qu'il implique dans ce discours le vaudou qui est une forme d'expression des pratiques religieuses de la classe populaire. Le vaudou n'est pas seulement une pratique religieuse, mais aussi un mode de vie du peuple haïtien. Je vous remercie de votre écoute et j'attends s'il y a des questions ou des commentaires.
Thank you so much, Lydia. Merci beaucoup. I guess we'll save all the questions for the at the end, yeah. I guess our next two panelists are together and they're presenting also from online. Perfect. I'm not presenting them, you have all the credentials, but it's Vanessa Carlo, who is a photographer and a scholar, and as well as Charlene Desir, who's also a professor. And I'll let them talk if they are ready.
Hello, greetings. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, this is, our presentation is entitled Catching Spirit, Bridging Knowledge of Haitian and Benin Vodou Through Photography. So it's been a really exciting day talking about Haiti with Africa. This brings healing to my heart. And I want to acknowledge all of the presentations before mine that, love Haiti so much that we are engaged in dialogues of healing. This is a conscious act of healing. So today we're going to talk a little bit about the role of photography and images and how we understand who we are as a people and work yet to be done. So I'm going to start off. Professor Charlot, Vanessa is going to first begin by talking about the historical context of photography as a decolonizing tool.
Thank you, Dr. Desir. So when we think about the historical context of photography, images basically that are created or the photography industry as a whole has been fraught with issues of inequality, inequity, and oppression that continue to this day. Created and developed in the Victorian era by French and English inventors, the camera and the images that it produced were considered to be machines of objectivity, since they were regarded as more objective than human perception. So photography, like any form of representation, was and still is a social practice whose connotations were organized through cultural ideas, contracts, and this is inherently problematic because of its roots in colonialism and its relationship to the diaspora. So the history of photography and race is complex and multifaceted, and it has been shaped by a range of social, cultural, and political factors. So as we have this conversation, I want to bring to your consciousness that three key themes exist throughout the history of photography. One, early photography and slavery. So that photography emerged in the mid-19th century at a time when slavery was still legal in many parts of the world. And so photographers produced images of enslaved people, both as means of documenting their property, but also as a way of promoting abolitionist causes. So when you see photographs during that time, typically the Black bodies in these photographs are in a position of subjugation, or their role that they play is directly depicted in the photograph. Secondly, there is scientific racism in photography. And so in the late 19th and early 20th century, photography was used to promote and legitimize the ideas of scientific racism. Photographers sought to create typologies of race using images to demonstrate supposed physical and intellectual differences between racial groups, right? And so this contributed to the widespread belief in racial hierarchies that persisted well into the 20th century. And then when you look even further, there's portraiture and self-representation. So in this era of photography, it provided opportunities for self-representation for Black people. Many Black photographers emerged in the late 19th and early 20th century, producing portraits of both themselves and their communities. So these images were often used to counter negative stereotypes and to assert positive identity. Photographs were relied upon as documentary evidence and sources of objective information on the individuals, social groups, places, and events that have shaped our understanding of Afro-Indigenous spiritual practice throughout Africa, Haiti, and the diaspora. Visual images enable us to imagine more fully what daily life was like in the past and the conditions that contributed to certain outcomes that make up public life. So during the 19th century, with the rise in portable cameras, photographers began to come out of their studios and into the field. And interest in preserving and compiling photographic archives expanded. Photography has been used to connect distant lands in order to explore and comprehend place, culture, people, and customs. But it's also important to note that since Western culture and the Caucasian racial type were positioned as the pinnacle of social evolution, photography in this period remained almost exclusively in the hands of whites who used photography as a medium to validate their own ideas and disseminate racist tropes and propaganda. This fed into the discourse of civilizing missions, often used to justify colonial rule and to say that certain religious practices were of people that were primitive and uncivilized. So today, the field of photography is still predominantly dominated by white men, thereby continuing this idea of the white gaze. And in photography, the white gaze assumes that the photographer is white, their subject is something of fascination, beauty, or shock, without agency and cannot really respond to the unsolicited ideas placed upon their being. So the white gaze does not ask that the viewer see African Indigenous practices as something that is multifaceted and multidimensional. Instead, it perpetuates ideas that denigrate spiritual practice.
Thank you. Well, I'm a school psychologist, and I'm very much interested in the role of education and mental wellness. If we're going to talk about these conversations to connect with Africa, we have to first start with the understanding of what were we taught? What were we taught of ourselves as Haitians? What were we taught with our connection to Africa? And when we talk about mental wellness, I don't want to talk about things that don't pertain to us because we thrive to be well. And we have to understand that we have had massive trauma. As those of us who are of African descent, it has been continuous. Massive trauma from natural disasters, massive trauma from corruption, massive trauma from colonization that is still embedded in who we are as people. And it's layered by a constant miseducation of who we are, why we are, and how we're supposed to move. So if we do not address this emptiness that exists, this confusion that exists, how can we rethink who we are and move in circles around the globe with people that look like us? The Association of Psychologists, APA, in 2021, they said that they perpetuate racism and discrimination. And so when we think about this Western idea of how we are colonized through our minds and through school, and the leading psychological association tells us we are not for the wellness of Black people. we are not for the wellness of those of African descent, then we must go deeper in understanding who we are. I studied with Baba Wade Nobles, a Black psychologist, one of the founders of Black psychology. And he urged me to think about what is it that you want to contribute as someone that calls themselves a psychologist, and you are of Haitian descent. Is there such a thing of an epistemology of psychology within the context of where you were spawned as a person? And then we talked about the ideology that we have spirit damage. Things have been done to our body. Things have been done to our psyche consistently in every institution that we go through. And we have spirit damage. You can do to my body what you want. You can destroy my mind through miseducation, but my spirit is intact. And we have spirit damage. And spirit damage in the context of Black psychology forces us to think about the wellness that we have to fix our spirit. And we have to look at the self. Who are we? We have to look at our identity, and we have to look at our purpose. And we are constantly given images contrary to the sacredness of who we are. So mental wellness helps us to see our true selves as African descent individuals. Now, I'm asking Vanessa to really talk about this whole idea of how photography can be decolonizing.
I think that it's important to note that the camera is a tool of power, right? Where photographs yield great influences. And in some cases, control our understanding of the world around us. So photographs inherently operate as agents of knowledge and power. And unlike paintings, photographs is not just only a part of the object, it's a direct extension of it. So when we're thinking about photography as an agent of knowledge and power, it is important to note that it is a form of acquisition. Photographs become a part of knowledge systems and schemas of classification. Therefore, the photographs and images shape the manner in which we interact with the world around us, essentially. So when we're talking about decolonizing images, essentially what we're talking about is challenging and disrupting the colonial narratives and perspectives that have historically shaped the way images are produced, represented, and consumed. It's about reclaiming power and agency in the production and the interpretation of images, and actively working to dismantle the power imbalances and inequalities that exist not only in the field of photography, but also in the relationship between the photographer and the sitter. Decolonizing images dismantle the process of othering, a process that establishes identity categories that differ from the perceived norm and views anything that deviates from the principal self as the other. The perceived norm in photography places a Eurocentric way of being on a pedestal. So that exoticizes, fetishizes, and distorts an image to make it more appealing to the Eurocentric gaze. And that's mainly how it's done. So these questions must be asked. How do we see, and what do we see? So as myself, a photographic artist, what I render visible speaks to what I deem valuable, right? Viewing can have a profound impact on the way in which an image is understood. So photography has played a role in documenting and depicting voodoo and its practitioners, as well as shaping public perception of the religion. So in the early 20th century, when Western photographers traveled to Haiti, to parts of Africa, and captured images of voodoo ceremonies, they often portrayed them as exotic and mysterious. These images were also sometimes used to reinforce negative stereotypes of this religion being, or this way of being primitive and uncivilized. But at its core, decolonizing images is about recognizing the ways in which colonialism, imperialism, and other forms of oppression have impacted the world and continue to affect our communities. It involves questioning the assumptions, biases, and power dynamics that shape the way images are created and consumed. And it seeks to center the voices and the perspectives of those who are a part of the tradition.
And we have to think about, how do we begin to decolonize the imagination? Can we imagine ourselves to be what we were from the beginning of the inception of who we were as African peoples, the first? We have to think about indigenous trauma. We are dealing with indigenous trauma of colonization. That ideology that my mind is still enslaved is present. And it remains in the imagination. We cannot fathom to believe that our brothers and sisters around the globe are reflections of us. We cannot understand that our imagination began with the process of understanding ourselves as Africans first. We were not slaves, we were kidnapped Africans. And that is the history that goes through our understanding. And as other presenters said, we created a system. Vodou is an act of resistance. It's a system. The religious part is very small. We imagined that we would be free. We imagined that, and we were. So the power of the imagination is paramount. Okay, so imagine a reality where we honor, embrace, and recognize the contributions of African peoples around the world as centered. Using the Haitian Revolution as a reminder, we can take our liberation. We were not emancipated, we liberated ourselves. But we must acknowledge that, was this retained in the imagination? Did we allow our imagination to continue to be free? We must change the ways we think, feel, and imagine the world. Is that possible as a collective? When we think about the Haitian Revolution, it was a Pan-African movement. People from all sorts of different walks of life before they entered the bondage of colonization of the mind. Who were we, and how were we able to integrate a system articulated for our liberation? When we think differently, we will do differently. But are we there? And Vodou gives us an opportunity to think that the Africans did something that was right for us. They claimed themselves as who they were on Haitian soil. And now is it the opportunity for us to go back to the very root in which we became. I am a seed, and where should I grow? So I look at Vodou everyday images, Vanessa.
You know, as an artist scholar, my work is to create and engage with contemporary photographs about Vodou in West Africa, Haiti, and the diaspora. And so the images that I create, I hope serves as evidence of how Vodou has permeated the lives of everyday Blacks in the diaspora, and how our shared experiences and practices continue to influence our own ontological awareness. Therefore, rather than simply engaging with the work of other photographers who have famously photographed Vodou through a lens of, I dare say, imperialist purpose, I seek to offer a different approach. Through my work and the work of other lens-based artists, so for example, we will look at the work of Miami-based photographer Woosler Delisfort in relationship to my own work, and who we both are born into Vodou-centered communities. I urge both myself and the audience to look for the resistance and the intrinsic learning by studying the mannerisms of the subjects and the sitters, and eradicating the white gaze through retextualization. So the photographs of everyday life where Vodou was centered propels the audience to acknowledge the beauty, dignity, and profoundness of the image's history and legacies. Ultimately, the photographs highlight the fact that spiritual practices that were first performed in Africa continue to weave its way through the lives of its descendants in spite of imperialism. And there are ways that photographers and lens-based artists are making the position from which we photograph the center. Today, photography continues to be a powerful tool for addressing issues. Many contemporary photographers like myself, we use our work to challenge stereotypes, to highlight social injustices, to promote diversity and spiritual inclusion. When photographing voodoo, photography, at least for myself, serves as a tool of self-reflection, helping to gain insight into experiences, emotions, and thoughts about the past, the present, and the future, making the thread between Africa, Haiti, and the diaspora hopefully evident. So by capturing these voodoo images, photography becomes a means of exploring and processing my own inner world as a photographic artist. So now we're going to look at the works of myself and Woosler Delisfort and discuss the photographs a bit.
Okay, and as you think about this, I want you to think about it with your whole spirit as you look at these images. And you're looking at these images to recalibrate your ideas and what you think about voodoo and its connections to Africa. These images are a form of resistance.
So this first photograph was taken by Woosler Delisfort in Benin. And what struck me was the fact that not only was he performing an animal sacrifice, but he was doing this in community and with community. And it speaks to a deeper ideation about life and death and that cycle that so many spiritual practices have talked about. But oftentimes, because of how we're photographed, it's presented in a quite uncivilized way. And so Woosler in this photograph seeks to challenge that.
Yeah, and one of the things I would like to add, because that's one of the things like, oh my God, they're sacrificing animals. But there is a règlement around this thing, right? Because we eat meat all the time. But this is for the consumption of the community, for the consumption of the energies before us, for the consumption of those who sacrifice for you to be sitting here at this conference. And it's consumed by the community. So there are all aspects of how this always connects back to the Laku. It centers who we are and why we do what we do. It's always connected.
Secondly, this photograph taken by Woosler is of the voodoo priestess in Benin. And so oftentimes the women, or at least in Haiti, are considered as the potomita. And so I found this photograph to be deeply powerful when you see the communing of the divine mother, the divine feminine energy working together before they enter the Laku for a ceremony.
Yeah, I mean, many times folks had said, Haiti is feminine, Haiti Toma. And, how do we honor the sacred women? How do we honor the women in our community? So these are also psychological acts of remembrance as well. We have males, we have women, we have children, they all fought in the revolution, but they ought to be honored in particular ways. So in this image, I see my mother, I see my grandmother, I see my grandmother before her that walked in a rhythm to secure the legacy of our community. This is my inheritance that they left for me. This tradition that began many moons in Africa that brought me to Haiti and brought me across 2 waters to be here. So as we honor the women in our lives, as we honor them, we honor a resistance.
So the next photograph is a photograph that I actually took in Jacmel in 2013, and it was during Gaga. And so Gaga is typically done around the Passover or Easter. But specifically in this photograph, what I sought to do was highlight the importance of the women and their singing and their dressing and their interaction in the space. And so all of these women actually are Mumbos as well.
Yes. So now we go to Haiti and we see the same vibration from the beginning of when we began.
And lastly, this is a photograph of Dr. and Mumble Charlene Desir in relationship with her spiritual mother. And so going back to the first photograph that you saw when I made the comment about doing things in community, as you can see, this is done in community. And what I really wanted to explore here is a transference of generational spiritual knowledge from the elder to a younger person. But since you are the subject in this photograph, Dr. Desir, what were your thoughts?
You know, I mean, I think it's a very loving image. I started this journey when I was in my graduate studies, when I knew that something was missing. If I had to study Haitian children and talk about their education and their psychology, I had to go to the root. And this was a way for me to find myself. And this was my home. I found this community and it became my home. And I understood ancestrally the context of which I needed to be. I found home. That the home that resides within my vessel is African. The home that resides with my connection to Haiti is African. The way that I move is African. So these photographs provide visceral feelings that evoke hope, resilience, and remembrance, providing a healing and the possibility to imagine a world where we are centered and self-sufficient. These image allows us to challenge, reclaim, and resist. Thank you for your attention. Aibobo, these are our contact information. And we challenge you to rethink and reimagine a world that we claim in our imagination first. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was awesome, especially in a time where, we live in a society that's increasingly about images, right? Well, thank you so much. I guess we'll also save the question for the end, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. Let me see if I can play this. How do I share this? I forgot how you share. All right, awesome. And it's just it's just space right there. Awesome. And delete for back. Okay, okay. All right, awesome. Okay. All right. I'm gonna try to be brief. My name is Steph Puig. I teach French at St. John's, and I usually work on two different things that seem really unrelated, which is French Caribbean literature and French urban culture. And I want to say, of course, thank you to Lily, to the Haitian Studies Institute, to Jaira, who have done so much work to do this. And so I'm going to start with I'm going to talk about urban culture in France, which is, to me, the way I understand it and the way I've studied it is really sort of like a mix of three major things, which is traditional French culture, Francophone cultures, whether it is from the French Caribbean, from North Africa, from Sub-Saharan Africa, which concerns us today, and also the growing influence of American and especially African American culture, which is sort of, to simplify, hip hop culture. And so I sort of wrote this book about urban cultures in France. And what's interesting to me is that not only it's become a field in itself, there's multiple publications dating since 2002. Alain-Philippe Durand, who was the first person to edit a book on French hip hop, and especially not just French hip hop, but of Francophone hip hop, which is hip hop from North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, even to a certain extent, French Caribbean hip hop. And one of the interesting part, I believe, of hip hop is, as was mentioned by Lydia earlier, a way of an artistic form of resistance. And there's a particularly interesting article written by Laurent Beru, who talked about hip hop of French rap as a post-colonial musical product. And last year I attended, I think, what was the first conference about a French rapper, who actually is French Congolese. His name is Youssoufa. And the colloquium was during 2 days, and is does anybody know who he is? I'm just trying to see if he's known. No. Okay, all right. So he's a very famous French rapper who's French and Congolese. He grew up in Kinshasa, in Congo, and he moved to France when he was about 10 years old. And you might know his father. His father was a very famous Congolese musician called Tabou Les Rochereau. It's like the father of Congolese music. And so he spent his childhood in Congo, Kinshasa, but at the age of 10, he moved to France, and he moved to the banlieue of Paris. I'm using the French term banlieue because the American translation is suburb, but in American context, obviously suburb evokes affluence, which the French word banlieue doesn't. And so what's interesting about Youssoufa is really sort of like his love for Haiti, which he discovered in 2019 when he first gave a concert in Haiti. And I've watched a lot of interviews. You can see them on YouTube. He has a lot of interviews about his coming to Haiti for the first time. And to him, that was really like a dream, because he always had this idea of Haiti as, you know, an example to follow in terms of decolonization and in terms of like the search for identity. Because for a lot of French rappers who are of African descent, whether it's North African descent or Sub-Saharan African descent, it is really a lack of models, of role models in France. And so, unfortunately, I feel like in French hip hop, a lot of the rappers return to the US for role models. And I wrote an article a few years ago about the presence of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King in French hip hop, and it's really abundant. Unfortunately, there's no, in most of French hip hop, there's no mention of Francophone heroes, Black heroes. And so what's interesting about Youssoufa is that in his rap, there's a lot of references to Dessalines and to Toussaint Louverture. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to show you a few of his songs. I don't have time to play them, unfortunately, but you can always you know, listen to them on YouTube or stream them on streaming platforms. Let me switch this. All right. So Haiti, what's interesting in relation with Youssoufa and this article I mentioned about rap being a post-colonial product is that in a lot of ways in French hip hop, there is something that that French history does not include. Is it's like a transatlantic vision of history. And that's something that a lot of people have done today, is like putting together the relationship, obviously, between French-speaking Africa and Haiti. And so, so in France, Haiti is, I would say, and I'm obviously simplifying, but until the earthquake of 2010, a lot of French people could not probably place Haiti on the map. And for a lot of French people, Tahiti and Haiti are like basically the same thing, which is really unfortunate. But it says a lot about the way Haiti is perceived, or for the lack of perception, should I say, in France. There's obviously tons of books about this. silencing the past. And in the French context, our colleague Claudie Delnay, who wrote this wonderful book about the bâillonnement de la Révolution haïtienne. So this gagging of Haitian revolution in French history. And so this connection between Haiti and Congo is really present in Youssoupha, and even from his first album, which came out in 2007. There's a song called Dangerous, where there's mention in the same verse, so to speak, of Rosa Parks and also Toussaint Louverture. And he says, nos peines se ressemblent et nos pertes se ressentent, nos plaies sont récentes d'Afrique en Amérique. Où j'en serais sans Rosa Parks ou Toussaint Louverture, on a voulu m'abattre avec mes valeurs et ma vertu. I put the translation so that everybody can follow. One of the things also that's very abundant in Youssoupha's work is the notion of négritude, which, as we saw today, and as most people know, is also, we often think of négritude as, a concept that was popularized by Césaire, but also we have to remember that Langue entre en Damas and Senghor were also instrumental, as well as the American influence, again, of the Harlem Renaissance. And so in a lot of ways, that's very present in Youssoupha's rap. It's like this triangular way of thinking. In a song also from 2007, from the first album, called Rendons à Césaire. Of course, it's a play on word, all right, French saying, Rendons à César ce qui est à César. Here it sort of appropriates the saying and says, Rendons à César ce qui est à César. And the whole song is basically sort of a nod to négritude as a very, again, transatlantic concept of a concept that is forged in basically the three continents. And also, as we saw today, we talked about the importance of education, right? I think a lot of elements that, if you think of Africa and Haiti, a lot of elements are there. It's just the way they're transmitted or not transmitted, and the way that history, official history, does not include them, right? So I think that's an important part, that in some ways you can think of art, dance, photography, music, hip hop as a way to sort of like not a substitute, but almost something that that brings something to history that's not part of official history. Which in one of his song from the second album called Apprentissage, which is obviously learning, talking about education. There's an obvious reference of the fact that in French history books, there's always a few chapters on Napoleon. There's never a mention of Haiti. And of course, we all know how problematic that is. In the song, it says, j'ai appris que même l'école fait des ravages. On te parle de Bonaparte comme une idole, mais pas de l'esclavage. So obviously, that's an obvious reference to the lack of the history of slavery in France. I'm going to skip that because it's not really related to Haiti, but mostly Martinique and Guadeloupe. Another song from the next album is called L'Enfer c'est les autres. And in this song, he's basically talking about something that was just mentioned in a previous talk, which is this idea of the perception, right? The idea that there's no unity and there's no a realization of a common fight, or maybe a common struggle, if there's no learning to some extent. In another song called Noir Désir, Black Desire from 2010, so it's sort of the same idea of a nod to négritude. In the song, I haven't included, it's a long song, but in the song, there's like a few references to the Code Noir, to the Black Code. Again, a way to inscribe history in a song, which I think is important. And there's this passage I really like, I don't think I translated, but it says, et comment notre histoire peut être corrigée quand on a les religions des gens qui nous ont colonisés. Récupérez vos Voltaire et vos Guevara, mon histoire est écrite par Frantz Fanon et par Sankara. On y arrivera malgré les différences et les enclaves. C'est l'histoire d'un peuple au cœur de rois et au sang d'esclaves. So again, this idea of what kind of history is taught, to whom it is taught, and the fact that for Youssoufa and for a new generation of French rapper, there's a need to replace those icons of history and of French culture by figures of decolonization and figures of emancipation. Again, a need in the next song, Blackout from 2015, a need to sort of like establish ways to create a common ground and a common struggle, a common fight maybe for people around the world, whether they're in Africa, whether they're in Haiti. Here, obviously, he makes a lot of references to the civil war in Ivory Coast, to the genocide in Rwanda, which we all know by now is majorly the fault of the French. And so naming, of course, Steve Biko and Patrice Lumumba and Kwame Nkrumah and Toussaint Louverture in the same song, I think is pretty powerful and help establish like the same idea of a transatlantic fight. An interesting fact about Youssoufa, he wanted to name his 2009 album Negritude, and the record label told him that if he did that, it would not sell because it would be perceived as too political. And so he didn't name it Negritude, but the following album from 2015, he decided to name it Negritude despite the warning from the label. And in this song called Negritude, he's basically referring to this idea that he thinks that in France now people are ready to talk about slavery and the implications of slavery in the French Caribbean and also in sub-Saharan Africa. In the next song from, let's see, I don't have the date, but his song is called Le jour où j'ai arrêté le rap, so the day where I quit rap, basically. He talks about this idea of amnesia, which is so like a collective official amnesia from the French government against this idea of what's being taught in school. And my colleague Jasmine today talked about the fact that when she was in school, she didn't learn about Africa. I can guarantee you that until very recently in France, there was, if there was mentions of French slavery, it was with little vignettes in history books, but it was always so like something on the side, something not to talk about, something not to discuss. And here I like the line where he's sort of establishing again a sense of transatlantic solidarity between les quartiers de France, which is like a reference to impoverished neighborhoods in France, and Port-au-Prince and Conakry. One of my favorite songs, if you only listen to one song by Youssoufa, I would suggest that you listen to this, which is called Gospel from the latest album, Neptune Terminus, and it's from 2 years ago. And the whole song is sort of like a love letter to Haiti. You can listen to it if you want, but it's a reference to actually his concert that he did in 2019 in Haiti. And he says, Haïti, prie pour moi, faut que je revienne vite en concert. Que la France prie pour moi, plus je la quitte et plus je l'aime, which I think is kind of funny. But beyond this, like the poke at France, I think what's interesting is really the fact that when he came to Haiti, and you can watch the interview online, he really felt, that's his words, I think he said he felt like he was basically in Congo. And the reason why he says that is because he felt like a lot of people in Haiti not only looked like him, but also he was very aware of like a lot of similarities between his Congolese background and people in Haiti. And you can see in the interview that it's really something that moved him, and especially as somebody who doesn't have a lot of role models in France. And I'll end with the Dessalines flow. Most of the references about Haitian history in his songs are about Toussaint Louverture, but we all know that that outside of Haiti, Toussaint Louverture is the hero of the Haitian Revolution. I have this sense, and maybe some people will disagree, but this for a lot of people in Haiti, Dessalines is like sort of the true hero of the Haitian Revolution. And so the last song that he did last year is actually a will to like almost become Haitian himself. And he says in the song, rappeur magicien, no, I say that, je suis haïtien comme Karimi. And so there's really sort of like a will to identify with the Haitian people, because I feel like for him, and I think that's what really moves him when he goes to Haiti. There's a pride in Haitian culture and in Haitian history that he feels like people in France don't have, unfortunately. And the abundance of role models from the US is sort of fitting for a while, but I feel like why only use African American models when you can actually use people that are actually closer in a lot of ways to your own history, and that's the history of like French colonization and decolonization. I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much. I'm out of voice. I know we don't have a lot of time, but if there are any questions for any of the panelists. Jasmine?
We're gonna hear it for the last no gone.
I would play a song, but I feel like it would be too long. Pas de temps. Pas de temps. So I have any question for any, I think Ludia had to go because for her it's very much midnight. But maybe for Charlotte, Desir, and Madame Charlot, are there any questions?
When we have conversations, time is never enough, and we don't own those spaces. So
I know. Okay, so I guess what we'll do is we'll just end here. And if any questions, you can always email people or ask me or ask. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Merci en pile.
This is yours?
This is.
Don't be the Russian man. It just.
I know.
I
guess as I could.
Leader of the group, his brother just got shot dead in Haiti. He just got the phone.
Oh,
call
no,
now.
really?
So I want to get them on so they can do this thing. Yeah. Don't even think about it.
It's burning. Okay.
Yeah. No. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Yes. One. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
No, no, you're fine.
Oui, yes. Et au carré de la notion, ça, c'est what they do.
Yeah.
Allez-y, là. C'est la possibilité de bonsoir. Et nous, il y a un quartier qui joue. Et c'est là que ça nous
Pasa yo va contigo a no chofer. I don't think I can.
Vai on va faire mal au, tu vas encore vraiment pas de ce peine en pays.
Ça, n'a regardé là, c'est Racine au camp. Là, c'est pas tout jazz là, ça qu'a joué là. Parce que les problèmes instruments sont yo pas sorti, pas ka bagay, double machine moi pas ka jouer. Pour ta jouer jazz là, swed up cap jouer là. Mes amis, est-ce que gagnant nous là, c'est la première fois nous jazz ça, Racine au camp. Jazz là pas vivre à Haïti, là vivre là dans Brooklyn là. C'est dans Brooklyn dans jazz là. Nous gagnons album, nous gagnons carnaval, nous gagnons tous les bagailles. Afoutaï, Villa,
Congo,
Bouda fâché côté le Chita.
Ate.
Papa, souple.
Ah oh.
Pour moi, parlez-moi, pour moi, dernier entouré, moi. Oui, ben, s'il vous plaît. Pour moi.